Section 25 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the Virtues of Women. Part 1. Concerning the virtues of women, O Clea, I am not of the same mind with Thucydides. For he would prove that she is the best woman concerning whom there is the least discourse made by people abroad, either to her praise or dispraise; judging that, as the person, so the very name of a good woman ought to be retired and not gad abroad. But to us Gorgias seems more accurate, who requires that not only the face but the fame of a woman should be known to many. For the Roman law seems exceeding good, which permits due praises to be given publicly both to men and women after death. Wherefore when Leontis, a most excellent woman, departed this life, immediately we made a long oration to thee about her, and truly not devoid of philosophical consolation. And now, as thou didst desire, I send thee in writing the rest of my speech and conversation, carrying with it an historical demonstration that the virtue of a man and woman is one and the same. And although it be not composed for the tickling of the ear, yet if there be jucundity in the nature of an example to him that is persuaded of the truth of it, my narration fails not of that grace which works conviction. Neither is it ashamed of commixing the graces with the muses in the sweetest harmony, as Euripides saith, while it engageth confidence especially through that part of the soul which is studious of grace and beauty. For surely, if whilst we asserted the art of painting to be the same, whether performed by men or women, we produced the same sort of draughts wrought by women which Apelles, Zeuxis, or Nicomachus hath left, is there any one who would reprehend us as attempting rather to humour and cajole men than to convince them? Verily, I do not think it. Moreover, if whilst we go to make appear that the poetic or comic art is not one thing in men and another in women, we compare Sappho's verses with Anacreon's, or the Sibylline oracles with those of Bacchus, can any one justly blame this way of argumentation, because it insinuates a credence into the pleased and delighted hearers? No one surely would say this. Neither can a man truly any way better learn the resemblance and the difference between feminine and virile virtue than by comparing together lives with lives, exploits with exploits, as the products of some great art. Duly considering whether the magnanimity of Semiramis carries with it the same character and impression with that of Sesostris, or the cunning of Tanaquil the same with that of King Servius, or the discretion of Portia the same with that of Brutus, or that of Pelopidas with Timoclea. Regarding that quality of these virtues, wherein lie their chiefest point and force? Moreover, virtues do admit some other differences, like peculiar colours, by reason of men's dispositions, and are assimilated to the manners and temperaments of the bodies wherein they are, yea, to the education and manner of diet. Achilles was courageous in one manner, Ajax in another. The subtlety of Ulysses was not like that of Nestor. Neither were Cato and Agesilaus just after the same manner. Neither was Irene a lover of her husband as Alcestis was. Neither was Cornelia magnanimous in the same way with Olympias. But for all this, we do not say that there are many kinds of fortitude, prudence, and justice specifically distinct, so long as their individual dissimilitudes exclude none of them from the specific definitions. Those things now which are very commonly discoursed of, and of which I know thou hast had the exact history and knowledge from solid books, I will at present omit, unless there be some public and recorded matters worth your hearing, which have escaped the historians of former times. And seeing that many worthy things, both public and private, have been done by women, it is not amiss to give a brief historical account of those that are public in the first place. Example 1. Of the Trojan women. Of those that escaped at the taking of Troy, the most part were exercised with much tempestuous weather, and being inexperienced in navigation and unacquainted with the sea, they were wafted over into Italy. And about the river Tiber they made a very narrow escape by putting into such ports and havens as they could meet with. Whilst the men went about the country to enquire after pilots, there fell out a discourse among the women, that for a people as fortunate and happy as they had been, any fixed habitation on the land was better than perpetual wandering over the sea, and that they must make a new country for themselves, seeing it was impossible to recover that which they had lost. Upon this, complotting together, they set fire on the ships, Roma, as they say, being one of the first in the attempt. But having done these things, they went to meet their husbands, who were running towards the sea to the relief of the ships, and fearing their indignation, they laid hold some of them on their husbands, and some on their kinsfolk, and fell a kissing them soundly; by which carriage they obtained their charitable reception. Wherefore it hath been formerly, and now remains to be a custom among the Romans, for the women to salute their kinsfolk that come unto them by kissing. The Trojans, as it seems, being sensible of the strait they were in, and having also made some experience of the natives entertaining them with much bounty and humanity, applauded the exploit of the women, and sat down by the Latins. Example 2. Of the Phocian women. The action of the women of Phocis hath not fallen under the cognizance of any noted writer of that age, and yet there was never a more memorable deed of virtue wrought by women, the which is attested by those famous sacred rites performed by the Phocians at Hyampolis, and by ancient decrees. The total history of the transaction is particularly recorded in the life of Daiphantus. The story of those women is this. there was an implacable war between the Thessalians and the Phocians. For these, the Phocians, slew all the Thessalian governors and magistrates in the cities of Phocis in one day. Whereupon they, the Thessalians, slew 250 Phocian hostages, and with their whole host marched up against them through Locris, publishing their resolution to spare no men that were of age, and to sell the women and children for slaves. Daiphantus, therefore, the son of Bathylius, a triumvir, governor of Phocis, persuaded the Phocian men themselves to go meet the Thessalians in battle. But as for the women, together with their children, that they should assemble them from all the parts of Phocis into one place, which they should pile round with combustible matter, and should leave a watch, to whom they should give in charge, that if he perceived that the men were conquered, he should immediately set fire to the pile, and burn all the bodies to ashes. The counsels were agreed to by some, but one stands up and saith, it is just that these things be consented to by the women also, and if they do not cheerfully submit to it, they should have no force offered to them. The account of this discourse being come to the women, they assembled together by themselves, and carried it by vote, and applauded Daiphantus as a man that best consulted the affairs of Phocis. They say also that the children meeting together privately voted the same things. These matters being thus settled, the Phocians joining battle at Cleonae, a town of Hyampolis, got the victory. Hence the Grecians call this vote of the Phocian women aponoia, the desperate resolve. And of all the festivals, this of the Elaphebolia is the greatest, which they observe to Diana in Hyampolis to this day, in remembrance of this victory. Example 3. Of the women of Chios. The people of Chios possessed themselves of Leuconia upon this occasion following. A certain famous man of the nobles of Chios was married. Whilst the bride was drawn in her chariot, King Hippoclus, an intimate friend of the bridegroom's, being present with the rest, and also fuddled and merry, leaped into the chariot, not designing any incivility, but only to keep up the usual custom and to make sport. However, the bridegroom's friends slew him. The effects of divine displeasure appearing against the people of Chios, and the oracle commanding them to slay the slayers of Hippoclus, they replied, we have all of us slain Hippoclus. The oracle commanded them all, therefore, to depart the city, if all did partake of the guilt. So that at length the principals, accessories, and abettors of the murder by any means whatsoever, being not a few in number nor feeble for strength, transplanted themselves into Leuconia, which the Chians had once taken from the Coronaeans by the aid of the Erythraeans. Afterward a war arising between them and the Erythraeans, by far the most potent people among the Ionians, when the latter invaded Leuconia, the men of Chios were not able to defend themselves, and came to an agreement to depart upon these terms, that every one should take with him only one cloak and one coat, and nothing else. But the women of Chios upbraided them as mean-spirited men, that they would lay down their weapons, and go naked men through their enemies. And when they made answer that they were sworn so to do, they charged them not to leave their weapons behind them, but to say to their adversaries that the spear is a cloak, and the buckler a coat to every man of courage. The men of Chios being persuaded to these things, and emboldening themselves courageously against the Erythraeans, and showing their weapons, the Erythraeans were amazed at their audacity, and none opposed or hindered them, but were glad of their departure. These men, therefore, being taught courage by the women in this manner, made a safe escape. Many years after this, there was another exploit, nothing inferior to this in fortitude, performed by the women of Chios. When Philip, the son of Demetrius, besieged the city, he set forth a barbarous and insolent proclamation, inviting the servants to a defection upon promise of liberty and marriage of their mistresses, saying that he would give them their masters' wives into their possession. At this the women were dreadfully and outrageously incensed, and also the servants were no less provoked to indignation, and were ready to assist. Therefore they rushed forth furiously and ascended the wall, bringing stones and darts, encouraging and animating the soldiers; so that in the end these women discomfited and repulsed the enemy, and caused Philip to raise his siege, while not so much as one servant fell off to him. Example 4. Of the Argive women. Of all the renowned actions performed by women, none was more famous than the fight with Cleomenes in the country of Argos, whom Telesilla the poetess by her influence defeated. This woman, they say, was of an honorable family, but had a sickly body. She therefore sent to consult the oracle concerning her health. Answer was made that she must be a servant to the Muses. Accordingly she becomes obedient to the goddess, applying herself to poetry and music. Her distempers left her, and she became the mirror of women in the art of poetry. Now when Cleomenes, king of the Spartans, having slain many Argives, but not so many as some fabulously reported, to wit, 7,777, marched up against the city, the youthful women were, as it were, divinely inspired with desperate resolution and courage to repulse the enemies out of their native country. They take arms under the conduct of Telesilla. They place themselves upon the battlements. They crown the walls, even to the admiration of the enemy. They by a sally beat off Cleomenes, with the slaughter of many of his men. And as for the other king, Demaratus, as Socrates saith, he having entered the city and possessed him of the so-called Pamphyliacum, they beat him out. In this manner, the city being preserved, those women that were slain in the engagement they buried by the Argive road. To them that escaped they gave the honor of erecting the statue of Mars, in perpetual memorial of their bravery. Some say this fight was on the 7th day of the month, others say it was on the 1st day of the month, which is now called the 4th, and was anciently called Hermaeus by the Argives; upon which day, even to this time, they perform their hybristica, i.e., their sacred rites of incivility, clothing the women with men's coats and cloaks, but the men with women's veils and petticoats. To repair the scarcity of men, they admitted not slaves, as Herodotus saith, but the best sort of the adjacent inhabitants to be citizens, and married them to the widows, and these the women thought meet to reproach and undervalue at bed and board as worse than themselves, whence there was a law made, that married women should wear beards when they lay with their husbands. Example 5. Of the Persian women. Cyrus, causing the Persians to revolt from King Astyages and the Medes, was overcome in battle; and the Persians retreating by flight into the city, the enemy pursued so close that they had almost fallen into the city with them. The women ran out to meet them before the city, plucking up their petticoats to their middle, saying, Ye vilest varlets among men, whither so fast? Ye surely cannot find a refuge in these parts, from whence ye came forth. The Persians, blushing for shame at the sight and speech, and rebuking themselves, faced about, and renewing the fight, routed their enemies. Hence a law was enacted, that when the king enters the city, every woman should receive a piece of gold; and this law Cyrus made. And they say that Ochus, being in other kinds a naughty and covetous king, would always, when he came, compass the city and not enter it, and so deprive the women of their largesse. But Alexander entered twice, and gave all the women with child a double benevolence. Example 6. Of the Celtic women. There arose a very grievous and irreconcilable contention among the Celts, before they passed over the Alps to inhabit that tract of Italy which they now inhabit, which proceeded to a civil war. The women, placing themselves between the armies, took up the controversies, argued them so accurately, and determined them so impartially, that an admirable friendly correspondence and general amity ensued, both civil and domestic. Hence the Celts made it their practice to take women into consultation about peace or war, and to use them as mediators in any controversies that arose between them and their allies. In the league therefore made with Hannibal, the writing runs thus: If the Celts take occasion of quarreling with the Carthaginians, the governors and generals of the Carthaginians in Spain shall decide the controversy. But if the Carthaginians accuse the Celts, the Celtic women shall be judges. Example 7. Of the Melian women. The Melians, standing in need of a larger country, constituted Nymphaeus, a handsome man and marvellously comely, the commander for the transplanting of the colony. The oracle enjoined them to continue sailing till they cast away their ships, and there to pitch their colony. It happened that, when they arrived at Caria and went ashore, their ships were broken to pieces by a storm. Some of the Carians which dwelt at Criassus, whether commiserating their distressed condition or dreading their resolution, invited them to dwell in their neighborhood, and bestowed upon them a part of their country. But then observing their marvellous increase in a little time, they conspired to cut them off by treachery, and provided a feast and great entertainment for that end and purpose. But it came to pass that a certain virgin in Caria, whose name was Caphene, fell in love with Nymphaeus. While these things were in agitation, she could not endure to connive at the destruction of her beloved Nymphaeus, and therefore acquainted him privately with the conspiracy of the citizens against him. When the Cryasians came to invite them, Nymphaeus made this answer: "It is not the custom of the Greeks to go to a feast without their wives." The Carians, hearing this, requested them also to bring their wives, and so explaining the whole transaction to the Melians, he charged the men to go without armor, in plain apparel, but that every one of the women should carry a dagger stuck in her bosom, and that each should take her place by her husband. About the middle of supper, their signal token was given to the Carians, the point of time also the Grecians were sensible of. Accordingly, the women laid open their bosoms, and the men laid hold of the daggers, and sheathing them in the barbarians, slew them all together. And possessing themselves of the country, they overthrew that city and built another, which they called New Creusus. Moreover, Caphene being married to Nymphaeus received due honor and grateful acknowledgments becoming her good services. Here the taciturnity and courage of women is worthy of admiration, that none of them among so many did so much as unwittingly, by reason of fear, betray their trust. Example 8. Of the Tyrrhene women. At the time when the Tyrrhenians inhabited the islands Lemnos and Imbros, they violently seized upon some Athenian women from Brauron, on whom they begat children, which children the Athenians banished from the islands as mixed barbarians. But these arriving at Taenarum were serviceable to the Spartans in the Helotic war, and therefore obtained the privilege of citizens and marriage, but were not dignified with magistracies or admitted to the Senate. For they had a suspicion that they would combine together in order to some innovation, and conceived they might shake the present established government. Wherefore the Lacedaemonians, seizing on them and securing them, shut them up close prisoners, seeking to take them off by evident and strong convictions. But the wives of the prisoners, gathering together about the prison, by many supplications prevailed with the jailers that they might be admitted to go salute their husbands and speak with them. As soon as they came in, they required them to change their clothes immediately and leave them to their wives, while the men, apparelled in their wives' habits, should go forth. These things being effected, the women stayed behind, prepared to endure all hard usages of the prison, but the deluded keepers let out the men as if they had been their wives. Whereupon they seized upon Taygeta, exciting the Helotic people to revolt, and taking them to their aid. But the Spartans, alarmed by these things into a great consternation, by a herald proclaimed a treaty of peace. And they were reconciled upon these conditions, that they should receive their wives again, and, furnished with ships and provisions, should make an expedition by sea, and possessing themselves of a land and a city elsewhere, should be accounted a colony and allies of the Lacedaemonians. These things did the Pelasgians, taking Polus for their captain, and Cratidas his brother, both Lacedaemonians, and one part of them took up their seat in Melos. But the most part of them, which were shipped with Polus, sailed into Crete, trying the truth of the oracles, by whom they were told that when they should lose their goddess and their anchor, then they should put an end to their roving, and there build a city. Wherefore, putting into harbour on that part of Crete called Chersonesus, panic fears fell upon them by night, at which coming under a consternation, they leaped tumultuously on board their ships, leaving on shore for haste the statue of Diana, which was their patrimony brought from Brauron to Lemnos, and from Lemnos carried about with them wherever they went. The tumult being appeased, when they had set sail, they missed this statue. And at the same time, Polus, finding that his anchor had lost one of its beards, for the anchor having been dragged, as appeared, through some rocky place, was accidentally torn, said that the oracular answer of the Pythia was accomplished. Therefore he gave a sign to tack about, and accordingly made an inroad into that country, conquered those that opposed him in many battles, sat down at Lictus, and brought many other cities to be tributary to him. And now they repute themselves to be akin to the Athenians on their mother's side, and to be Spartan colonies. Example 9. Of the Lycian women. That which is reported to have fallen out in Lycia, although it be fabulous, hath yet common fame attesting it. Amisodarus, as they say, whom the Lycians call Isaras, came from a colony of the Lycians about Zelea, bringing with him pirate ships, which Chimarus, a warlike man, who was also savage and brutish, was commander of. He sailed in a ship which had a lion carved on her head and a dragon on her stern. He did much mischief to the Lycians, so that they could not sail on the sea, nor inhabit the towns nigh the sea-coast. This man Bellerophon pursued with his Pegasus, and slew him, and also defeated the Amazons, for which he obtained no due requital, but Iobates the king was most unjust to him. Upon which Bellerophon went to the seashore, and made earnest supplication by himself to Neptune that he would render that country barren and unfruitful. And having said his prayers, he faced about. Upon which the waves of the sea arose and overwhelmed the land, and it was a dreadful sight to behold the lofty billows following Bellerophon and drowning the plain. And now, when the men by their deprecation, labouring to put a stop to Bellerophon, availed nothing at all, the women, plucking up their petticoats, met him full butt, upon which, confounded with shame, he turned back again, and the flood, as they say, returned with him. But some unriddle the fabulous part of this story by telling us that it was not by execrations that he brought up the sea, but the fattest part of the plain lying lower than the sea, and a certain ridge extending itself all along the shore which beat off the sea, Bellerophon broke through this, so that the sea forcibly flowed in and overwhelmed the plain. And when the men by their humble addresses obtained nothing, the women, assembling about him in multitudes, gained respect from him and pacified his wrath. Some tell us that the celebrated Chimera was a mountain opposite to the sun, which caused reflections of the sun's beams, and in summer ardent and fiery heats, which spread over the plain and withered the fruits. And Bellerophon, finding out the reason of the mischief, cut through the smoothest part of the cliff, which especially caused these reflections. But on seeing that he was treated ungratefully, his indignation was excited to take vengeance on the Lycians, but was appeased by the women. The reason which Nymphis, in the 4th book concerning Heraclea, doth assign is to me not at all fabulous. For he saith, when Bellerophon slew a certain wild boar, which destroyed the cattle and fruits in the province of the Xanthians, and received no due reward of his service, he prayed to Neptune for vengeance, and obtained that all the fields should cast forth a salt dew, and be universally corrupted, the soil becoming bitter; which continued till he, condescendingly regarding the women suppliants, prayed to Neptune, and removed his wrath from them. Hence there was a law among the Xanthians, that they should not for the future derive their names from their fathers, but from their mothers. Example 10. Of the women of Salmantica. When Hannibal, the son of Barca, besieged the great city Salmantica in Spain, before he fought against the Romans, at the first assault the besieged citizens were surprised with fear, insomuch that they consented to grant him his demands, and to give him 300 talents of silver and 300 hostages. Upon which he raised his siege, when they changed their minds, and would not perform anything that they had promised. Wherefore, returning again to his siege, he gave command to his soldiers to take the city by storm, and fall to the plundering their goods. At this the barbarians, struck universally into a panic fear, came to terms of composition, for the free citizens to depart the city with their clothes to their backs, but to leave their weapons, goods, slaves, and city behind them. Now the women supposed that although the enemies would strictly search every man as he departed, yet the women would go untouched. Accordingly, taking scimitars and hiding them under their coats, they fell in with the men as they marched out. When they were all gone out of the city, Hannibal sets a guard of Massicilian soldiers, fixing their post without the gate, but the rest of his army fell promiscuously into the city to plunder. But the Massicilians, seeing them busy in carrying away much spoil, were not able any longer to refrain or to mind the charge of their watch, taking it heinously that was their lot, and therefore left their post and went to take their share of the booty. Upon this the women raised a shout to animate their husbands, and delivered the scimitars into their hands, and they themselves some of them fell upon the sentinels, insomuch that one of them, snatching away the spear of Banon the interpreter, smote him with it, though he was armed with a breastplate. And as for the rest, the men routed and put some to flight, and slew others, making their escape by charging through them in a great body together with the women. Hannibal, being made acquainted with these things, pursued them, and those he took he slew. But some, betaking themselves to the mountains, easily made their escape, and afterwards, sending in their humble supplications, were admitted by him into the city, obtaining indemnity and civil usage. Example 11. Of the women of Milesia. A certain dreadful and monstrous distemper did seize the Milesian maids, arising from some hidden cause. It is most likely the air had acquired some infatuating and venomous quality that did influence them to this change and alienation of mind. For all on a sudden an earnest longing for death, with furious attempts to hang themselves, did attack them, and many did privily accomplish it. The arguments and tears of parents and the persuasion of friends availed nothing, but they circumvented their keepers in all their contrivances and industry to prevent them, still murdering themselves. And the calamity seemed to be an extraordinary divine stroke and beyond human help, until by the counsel of a wise man a decree of the Senate was passed, enacting that those maids who hanged themselves should be carried naked through the market-place. The passage of this law not only inhibited but quashed their desire of slaying themselves. Note what a great argument of good nature and virtue this fear of disgrace is. For they who had no dread upon them of the most terrible things in the world, death and pain, could not abide the imagination of dishonor and exposure to shame even after death. Example 12. Of the women of Chios. It was a custom among the maids of Chios to assemble together in the public temples, and to pass the day together in good fellowship. And there their sweethearts had the felicity to behold how prettily they sported and danced about. In the evening this company went to the house of every particular maid in her turn, and waited upon each other's parents and brethren very officiously, even to the washing of their feet. It oftentimes so fell out that many young men fell in love with one maid, but they carried it so decently and civilly that, when the maid was espoused to one, the rest presently gave off courting of her. The effect of this good order among the women was that no mention was made of any adultery or fornication among them for the space of 700 years. Example 13. Of the Phocian women. When the tyrants of Phocis had taken Delphi, and the Thebans undertook that war against them which was called the Holy War, certain women devoted to Bacchus, which they call Thyades, fell frantic and went a-gadding by night, and mistaking their way they came to Amphissa. And being very much tired, and not as yet in their right wits, they flung down themselves in the market-place, and fell asleep as they lay, scattered up and down here and there. But the wives of the Amphissaeans, fearing, because that city was engaged to aid the Phocians in the war, and abundance of the tyrant's soldiery were present in the city, the Thyades might have some indignity put upon them, ran forth all of them into the market-place, and stood silently round about them, neither would offer them any disturbance whilst they slept. But when they were awake, they attended their service particularly, and brought them refreshments; and, in fine, by persuasions obtained leave of their husbands to accompany them and escort them in safety to their own borders. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the Virtues of Women, Part 2. Example 14. Valeria and Cloelia. The injury done to Lucretia and her great virtue were the causes of banishing Tarquinius Superbus, the seventh Roman king, from Romulus, she being married to an illustrious man, one of the royal race. She was ravished by one of Tarquin's sons, who was in a way of hospitality entertained by her. And after she had acquainted her friends and family with the abuse offered her, she immediately slew herself. Tarquinius, having fallen from his dominion, after many battles that he fought in attempting to regain his kingly government, at last prevailed with Porsena, prince of the Etrurians, to encamp against Rome with a powerful army. Whereupon the Romans, being pressed with war and famine at the same time, likewise knowing that Porsena was not only a great soldier, but a just and civil person, resolved to refer the matters against Tarquinius to him as a judge. This proposal Tarquinius obstinately refused to consent unto, saying that Porsena could not be a just arbitrator if he did not remain constant to his military alliance. Whereupon Porsena left him to himself, and made it his endeavor to depart a friend to the Romans, on condition of having restored to him the tracts of land they had cut off from the Etrurians and the captives they had taken. Upon these accepted conditions, hostages being given, 10 male children and 10 females, among whom was Valeria, the daughter of Publicola the consul, he immediately ceased his warlike preparations before the articles of agreement were quite finished. Now the virgin hostages going down to the river, as if they intended only to wash themselves a little further than ordinary from the camp, there, by the instigation of one of them, whose name was Cloelia, wrapping their garments about their heads, they cast themselves into that great river Tiber, and assisting one another, swam through those vast depths with much labor and difficulty. There are some who say that Cloelia, compassing a horse, got upon him, and passing over gently before, the rest swimming after her, conducted, encouraged, and assisted them. The argument they use for this we shall declare anon. As soon as the Romans saw the maids had made such a clever escape, they admired indeed their fortitude and resolution, but did not approve of their return, not abiding to be worse in their faith than any one man. Therefore they charged the maids to return back, and sent them away with a safe conduct. Tarquinius laid wait for them as they passed the river, and wanted but little of intercepting the virgins. But Valeria, with 3 of her household servants, made her flight to the camp of Porsena, and as for the rest, Aruns, Porsena's son, gave them speedy help and delivered them from the enemies. When they were brought, Porsena, looking upon them, commanded them to tell him which of them advised and first attempted this enterprise. All of them being surprised with fear, except Cloelia, were silent, but she said that she was the author of it. At which Porsena, mightily surprised, commanded a horse curiously adorned with trappings should be brought, which he gave to Cloelia, and dismissed them all with much generosity and civility. And this is the ground which many make of saying that Cloelia passed through the river on horseback. Others deny this story, but yet say that Porsena, admiring the undauntedness and confidence of the maid as being beyond what is commonly in a woman, bestowed a present on her becoming a man champion. It is certain that there is the statue of a woman on horseback by the side of the sacred way, which some say represents Cloelia, others Valeria. Example 15. Of Mica and Megisto. Aristotimus, having usurped tyranny over the people of Elis in Peloponnesus, against whom he prevailed by the aid of King Antigonus, used not his power with any meekness or moderation, for he was naturally a savage man, and being in servile fear of a band of mixed barbarians who guarded his person and his government, he connived at many injurious and cruel things which his subjects suffered at their hands, among which was the calamity of Philodemus. This man had a beautiful daughter, whose name was Mica. This maid one of the tyrant's captains of auxiliaries, called Lucius, attempted to lie with, more out of a design to debauch her than for any love he had to her, and for this end he sent to fetch her to him. The parents, verily seeing the strait they were in, advised her to go, but the maid, being of a generous and courageous spirit, clasped about her father, beseeching him with earnest entreaties that he would rather see her put to death than that her virginity should be filthily and wickedly violated. Some delay being made, Lucius himself starts up in the midst of his cups, enraged with wrath and lust, and drunk with wine. And finding Mica laying her head on her father's knees, he instantly commanded her to go along with him. But she refusing, he rent off her clothes and whipped her stark naked, she stoutly enduring the smart in silence. When her father and mother perceived that by their tears they could not avail nor bring any succor to her, they turned to imploring the help of both gods and men, as persons that were oppressed by the most cruel and unrighteous proceedings. But this barbarous fellow, drunk and raging every way with madness, ran the maid through as she lay with her face in her father's bosom. Neither was the tyrant affected with these cruelties, but slew many, and sent more into exile. For they say 600 took their flight into Aetolia, petitioning the tyrant that their wives and children might come to them. A little after he made proclamation, permitting the women that would to go to their husbands, carrying with them all their household goods that they pleased. But when he perceived that all the women received the proclamation with pleasure, for the number was above 600, he charged them all to go in great companies on the appointed day, as if he intended to consult for their safety. When the day came, they crowded at the gates with their goods packed up, carrying their children, some in their arms and some in carts, and stayed for one another. All on a sudden many of the tyrant's creatures made towards them in great haste, crying aloud to them to stay, while they were yet at great distance from them. And as they approached, they charged the women to return back. Likewise, turning about their chariots and carts, they forced them upon them, drove the horses through the midst of them without fear or wit, suffering the women neither to follow nor to stay, nor to reach forth any help to the perishing infants, some of whom were killed falling out of the carts, others run over by the carts. So they drove them in, as so many sheep which butchers drive along, hauling and whipping them as they thronged upon one another, till they had crowded them all into a prison, but their goods they returned to Aristotimus. The people of Elis taking these things very heinously, the priestesses devoted to Bacchus, which they call the 16, taking with them their suppliant boughs and wreaths belonging to the service of their god, went to meet Aristotimus in the marketplace. The guards, out of a reverential awe, stood off and gave way to their approach. These priestesses stood still at first with silence, solemnly reaching forth their supplicatory rods. But as soon as they appeared as petitioners and deprecators of his wrath against the women, he fell into a great rage at the guards, exclaiming against them that they had suffered the priestesses to approach his presence, and he caused some to be thrust away, others to be beaten and dragged through the marketplace, and fined them 2 talents apiece. These things being transacted in this manner, one Hellanicus moved a conspiracy against this tyrant. He was a man who, by reason of old age and the loss of 2 sons by death, was unsuspected of the tyrant as being altogether unlikely for action. In the meantime also the exiles waft themselves over from Aetolia, and take Amymona, a very convenient place on the borders to entrench a camp in, where they received great numbers of the citizens who made their escape by flight from Elis. Aristotimus, being startled at these things, went in to the imprisoned women, and thinking to work them to his pleasure more by fear than by favor, charged them to send letters to their husbands, enjoining them to depart out of the coasts. If they would not write, he threatened them to slay their children before their eyes, and then put them, the mothers, to death by torments. Whilst he was long provoking and urging them to declare whether they would obey his mandates or not, most of them answered him nothing, but looked with silence one upon another, signifying by nods and gestures that they were not at all affrighted at his threat. But Megisto, the wife of Timocleon, who both in respect of her husband and her own excellent accomplishments, carried the port of a princess among them, would not vouchsafe to rise off her seat to him, nor permit the rest so to do, but as she sat, she gave him this answer: Verily, if thou wert a discreet man, thou wouldst not after this manner discourse with women about their husbands, but wouldst send to them as to our lords, finding out better language than that by which thou hast deluded us. But if thou thyself despairest to prevail with them, and therefore undertakest to trepan them by our means, do not hope to put a cheat upon us again. And may they never be guilty of such baseness, that for the saving their wives and little ones they will desert that liberty of their native country. For it is not so great a prejudice to them to lose us, whom even now they are deprived of, as it will be benefit to set the subjects at liberty from thy cruelty and oppression. Aristotimus, being not able to refrain himself at this speech of Megisto, required that her son should be brought, as if it were to slay him before her eyes. But whilst the officer was seeking out the child, that was in the company of other children playing and wrestling together, his mother called him by his name, and said, Come hither, my child. Before thou hast any sense and understanding, be thou delivered from bitter tyranny, for it would be much more grievous to me to see thee basely enslaved than to see thee die. At which Aristotimus, drawing his sword upon the mother herself, and transported with rage, was going to fall upon her, when one of his favorites, Cylon by name, esteemed his trusty confidant, but in reality a hater of him, and a confederate with Hellanicus in the conspiracy, put a stop to him, and averted him in a humble manner, telling him, This is an ignoble and womanlike carriage, not at all becoming a person of a princely mind and a statesman. Hereupon Aristotimus, scarcely coming to his senses, departed. Now observe what an ominous prodigy happened to him. It was about noon when he was taking some repose, his wife sitting by. And whilst his servants were providing dinner, an eagle was seen in the air floating over the house, which did, as it were considerately and on purpose, let fall a stone of a handsome bigness upon that part of the roof of the house which was over the apartment where Aristotimus lay. At the same time there was also a great rattling from above, together with an outcry made by the people that were abroad looking upon the bird. Upon which Aristotimus, falling into a great consternation, and examining the matter, sent and called his soothsayer, which he usually consulted in his public concerns, and being in great perplexity, desired to be satisfied what that prodigy meant. The soothsayer bade him be of good cheer, for it signified that Jupiter now wakened and assisted him. But to the citizens that he could confide in, he said, that vengeance would no longer be delayed from falling on the tyrant's head. Wherefore it was concluded by Hellanicus and his friends not to defer any longer, but to bring matters to an issue the next day. At night Hellanicus imagined in his sleep that he saw one of his dead sons stand by him, saying, What is the matter with thee, O father, that thou sleepest? Tomorrow thou shalt be governor of this city. Being animated by his vision, he encouraged the rest concerned with him. Now Aristotimus was informed that Craterus, coming to his aid with great forces, was encamped in Olympia; upon which he became so confidently secure that he ventured to go without his guards into the marketplace, Cylon only accompanying him. Wherefore Hellanicus, observing this opportunity, did not think good to give the signal to those that were to undertake the enterprise with him, but with a clear voice and lifting up both his hands, he spake, saying, O ye good men, why do ye delay? Here is a fair theatre in the midst of your native country for you to contend in for the prize of valor. Whereupon Cylon, in the first place drawing his sword, smote one of Aristotimus's waiting gentlemen; but Thrasybulus and Lampis making a brisk opposition, Aristotimus escaped by flight into the temple of Jupiter. Here slaying him, they dragged forth his corpse into the marketplace, and proclaimed liberty to the citizens. Neither were the men there much before the women, who immediately ran forth with joyful acclamations, environing the men and binding triumphant garlands about their heads. The multitude presently rushed on upon the tyrant's palace, where his wife, shutting herself into her bedchamber, hanged herself. He had also 2 daughters, maidens of most beautiful complexions, ripe for marriage. Those they laid hands on, and haled forth with a desperate resolution to slay them, but first to torment and abuse them. But Megisto, with the rest of the women, meeting them, called out with a loud voice, will they perpetrate such enormities who reckon themselves a free people, in imitation of the practices of audacious and libidinous tyrants? The multitude reverencing the gravity of this matron, pleading with them so undauntedly as also affectionately with tears, they resolved to lay aside this opprobrious way of proceeding, and to cause them to die by their own hands. As they were therefore returned into the chamber, they required the maids immediately to be their own executioners. Muro, the eldest, untying her girdle and tying it about her neck, saluted her sister and exhorted her to be careful and do whatever she saw her do, lest, as she said, we come to our death in a base and unworthy manner. But the younger, desiring it might be her lot to die first, she delivered her the girdle, saying, I did never deny thee anything thou didst ever desire, neither will I now. Take this favor also. I am resolved to bear and endure that which is more grievous than death to me, to see my most dear sister die before me. Upon this, when she had instructed her sister how to put the girdle so as to strangle her, and perceived her dead, she took her down and covered her. And now the eldest sister, whose turn was next, besought Megisto to take care of her, and not suffer her to lie indecently after she was dead. So that there was not any one present that was so bitter and vehement a tyrant hater that he did not lament and compassionate these maidens upon their brave and virtuous behavior. Of the innumerable famous exploits performed by women, these examples may suffice. But as for their particular virtues, we will describe them according as they offer themselves scattered here and there, not supposing that our present history doth necessarily require an exact order of time. Example 16. Of Pieria. Some of the Ionians who came to dwell at Miletus, falling into contention with the sons of Neleus, departed to Myus, and there took up their situation, where they suffered many injuries from the Milesians, for they made war upon them by reason of their revolt from them. This war was not indeed without truces or commerce, but upon certain festival days the women of Myos went to Miletus. Now there was at Myus Pythes, a renowned man among them, who had a wife called Iapygia, and a daughter Pieria. Pythes, when there was a time of feasting and sacrificing to Diana among the Milesians, which they called Neleis, sent his wife and daughter, who desired to participate of the said feast, when one of the most potent sons of Neleus, Phrygius by name, fell in love with Pieria. He desired to know what service he could do which might be most acceptable to her. She told him that he should bring it to pass that she with many others might have their frequent recourse thither. Hence Phrygius understood that she desired friendship and peace with the citizens of Miletus. Accordingly he finished the war. Whence arose that great honor and renown of Pieria in both cities, insomuch that the Milesian women do to this day make use of this benediction to new married wives, that their husbands may love them so as Phrygius loved Pieria. Example 17. Of Polycrita. A war arose between the Naxians and Milesians upon the account of Neaera, the wife of Hypsicrion, a Milesian. For she fell in love with Promedon, a Naxian, who was Hypsicrion's guest. Promedon lies with his beloved Neaera, and she, fearing her husband's displeasure, took shipping with her Promedon, who carried her over into Naxos and placed her a supplicant to Vesta. The Naxians, not restoring her upon demand, for the sake of Promedon and making her devotion to Vesta their pretence, a war arose. To the assistance of the Milesians came in many others, and of the Ionians the Erythraeans were most ready. So that this war was of long continuance and had great calamities attending it. But as it was begun by the lewdness of a woman, so it was ended by a woman's policy. Diognetus, a colonel of the Erythraeans, holding a fortification committed to his keeping, which was cast up against the Naxians, lying naturally to great advantage and well furnished with ammunition, took great spoils from the Naxians. Yea, he captivated both free married women and virgins, with one of which, called Polycrita, he fell in love, and treated her not as a captive, but after the manner of a married wife. Now a festival coming in turn to be celebrated among the Milesians in the camp, and all of them given to their cups and luxury, Polycrita petitioned Diognetus that he would be pleased to permit her to send some part of the cakes to her brethren. He permitting and bidding her do it, she thrust into a cake a piece of lead engraven with writing, and commanded the bearer to say to her brethren that they alone by themselves should eat up what she had sent. Accordingly they met with the plate of lead, and read Polycrita's handwriting, advising them that night to fall upon their enemies, who, by reason of excess caused by their feastings, were overcome with wine, and therefore in a careless, secure condition. They acquainted the officers with it, and urged them to accompany them forth against the enemies. Upon engagement, the stronghold being gotten and many slain, Polycrita, by entreaty of her countrymen, obtained the life of Diognetus and preserved him. But she, being met by her countrymen at the gate, who received her with acclamations of joy and garlands, and greatly applauded her deed, could not bear the greatness of the joy, but died, falling down at the gate of the citadel, where she was buried. And it is called the sepulchre of envy, as though some envious fortune had grudged Polycrita the fruition of so great honour. And thus do the Naxian writers declare the history. But Aristotle saith that Polycrita was not taken captive, but that by some other way or means Diognetus, seeing her, fell in love with her, and was ready to give and do all that he could for the enjoying her. Polycrita promised to consent to him, provided she might obtain one only thing of him, concerning which, as the philosopher saith, she required an oath of Diognetus. When he had sworn, she required Delium to be delivered up to her, for the stronghold was called Delium. Otherwise she would not yield to go with him. He, being besotted with lust and for his oath's sake, delivered up the place into the hands of Polycrita, and she to her countrymen. From henceforward they adjusted matters so equally that the Naxians had free converse as they pleased with the Milesians. Example 18. Of Lampsace. There were two brethren, Phobus and Blepsus, twins of the stock of Codrus, natives of Phocaea; of which two Phobus, the elder, threw himself from the Leucadian rocks into the sea, as Charon of Lampsacus hath told us in history. This Phobus, having potency and royal dignity, took a voyage into Parium upon the account of his own private concerns; and becoming a friend and guest to Mandron, king of the Bebrycians, the same that were called Pituoessans, he aided and assisted him in the war against those of the bordering inhabitants that molested him. So that when Phobus was returning back by sea, Mandron showed great civility to him, promising to give him a part of his country and city, if he would bring over the Phocaeans and plant them as inhabitants in Pituoessa. Phobus therefore, persuading his countrymen, sent his brother to conduct them over as planters, and likewise the obligation was performed on Mandron's part according to expectation. But the Phocaeans, taking great booty, prey, and spoils from the neighboring barbarians, were first envied, and afterwards became a terror to the Bebrycians, and therefore they desired to be rid of them. As for Mandron, being an honest and righteous person, they could not possess him against the Grecians; but he, taking a long journey, they provided to destroy the Phocaeans by treachery. Mandron had a daughter called Lampsace, a virgin, who was acquainted with the plot; and first she endeavored to take off her friends and familiars from it, admonishing them what a dreadful and ungodly enterprise they were going upon, to murder men that were benefactors, military auxiliaries, and now citizens. But when she could not prevail with them, she declared to the Grecians secretly what was plotting, and wished them to stand upon their guard. Upon this the Phocaeans provided a sacrifice and feast, and invited the Pituoessans into the suburbs; on which, dividing themselves into two parts, with one they surprised the walls of the city, with the other they slew the men. Thus taking the city, they sent to Mandron, desiring him to join with their own rulers in the government. As for Lampsace, she died of a sickness, and they buried her sumptuously, and called the city Lampsace after her name. But when Mandron, avoiding all suspicion of betraying his people, refused to come to dwell among them, and desired this favor at their hands, that they would send him the wives and children of the deceased, the Phocaeans most readily sent them, offering them no injury at all. And ascribing in the first place heroic renown to Lampsace, in the last place they decreed a sacrifice to her as a goddess, which they continue yearly to offer. Example 19. Aretaphila. Aretaphila, a Cyrenaean, was not of ancient time, but lived in the time of the Mithridatic War. She arrived at such a degree of fortitude and experience in council as might be compared with the conduct of any heroic ladies. She was the daughter of Aigletor and the wife of Phaedimus, both renowned men. She was a great beauty, excelling in discretion, and was not unacquainted with the most naughty pieces of policy. But the common disasters of her native country rendered her famous. Nicocrates, having then usurped the tyranny over the Cyrenaeans, not only murdered many other citizens, but also assassinated Melanippus, a priest of Apollo, with his own hand, and held the priesthood himself. He slew also Phaedimus, the husband of Aretaphila, and married Aretaphila against her will. Unto 1,000 other villainies he added this, that he set guards at the gates, who mangled the dead corpses as they were carrying forth, pricking them with their daggers and clapping hot irons to them, lest any citizen should be carried out privily under pretence of being a dead corpse. Aretaphila's own proper calamities were very grievous to her, although the tyrant, for the love that he bare to her, suffered her to enjoy a great part of his regal power, for his love had subdued him unto her, and to her alone was he gentle and manageable, being very rude and savage in his behavior to others. But that which troubled her more than other things was to see her miserable country suffering such horrid things in so base a manner, one citizen being slaughtered after another, without any hopes of a vindictive justice from any. The exiles also were altogether enfeebled, affrighted, and scattered here and there. Aretaphila therefore supposed herself to be the only hope remaining for the state, and emulating the famous and brave enterprises of Thebe of Pherae, although she was destitute of the faithful friends and helpers which circumstances afforded to Thebe, she laid a plan to despatch her husband by poison. But in setting herself about it, providing the materials, and trying many experiments with poisons, the matter could not be hid, but was discovered. And there being proof made of the attempt, Calbia, Nicocrates's mother, being naturally of a murdering implacable spirit, presently adjudged Aretaphila to torments and then to death. But love abated the rage of Nicocrates, and put him upon delay. And the vigorous manner in which Aretaphila met the accusation and defended herself gave some plausible ground for his hesitation. But when she was convicted by the clearest proofs, and the preparation she had made for the poison was even in sight, admitting no denial, she confessed that she provided poison, but not deadly poison. But truly, O sir, she said, I am contending for matters of great concern, no less indeed than the honour and power which by thy gracious favour I reap the fruit of. I am maligned by many ill women, whose poisons and treacheries I stand in fear of, and therefore have been persuaded to contrive something on the other side in my own defence. These are haply foolish and womanlike plots, but not such as deserve death, unless it seem good to thee as judge to take away thy wife's life on account of love potions and charms, which she has used because she wishes to be loved by thee more than thou wouldst have her. Notwithstanding this defence which Aretaphila had made for herself, Nicocrates thought good to commit her to torments. And Calbia presided in the judicature, rigid and inexorable. But Aretaphila bore up invincibly under her tortures, till Calbia herself was tired, sore against her will. But Nicocrates, being pacified, discharged her, and was sorry he had tortured her. And it was not very long ere he went in again unto her, being highly transported with affection, renewing his favour towards her with honours and courteous behaviour. But she would not be brought under by flattery, who had held out so stoutly under tortures and pains. And an emulation of victory, conjoined with the love of honesty, made her betake herself to other measures. She had a daughter, marriageable, an excellent beauty. Her she presented for a bait to the tyrant's brother, a young stripling and lasciviously addicted. There was a report that Aretaphila used such enchantments and witchcrafts towards the maid, that she plainly charmed and destroyed the young man's reason. He was called Leander. After he was entangled, he petitioned his brother and accomplished the marriage. Now the maid, being instructed by her mother, instigated and persuaded him to set the city at liberty, insinuating that he himself could not live long free under an arbitrary government, nor could he marry a wife or reserve her to himself. Also some friends, Aretaphila's favorites, suggested to him continually some accusations or surmises concerning his brother. But as soon as he perceived that Aretaphila was counselling and aiding in these matters, he undertook the business, and excited Daphnis, a household servant, who slew Nicocrates by his command. In what followed, he attended not so much to Aretaphila, but presently manifested by his actions that he was rather a fratricide than a tyrannicide, for he managed his affairs perversely and foolishly. But yet he had some honour for Aretaphila, and she had some influence with him. Neither did she manage any enmity or open opposition against him, but ordered her affairs privily. First of all, she stirred up an African war against him, and incited Anabus, a certain duke, to invade his borders and approach the city. And then she buzzed into Leander's head suspicions against the favorites and officers, saying that they were not forward to fight, but rather ambitious of peace and tranquillity, which indeed, she said, the state of affairs and the security of his dominion required of him, if he would hold his subjects in firm subjection. And she would effect a cessation of arms, and bring Anabus to a parley with him, if he would permit it, before an incurable war should break forth. Leander gave her commission. First she treated with the African, and with the promise of great presents and treasures begged that he would seize Leander when he came to treat with him. The African was persuaded, but Leander was backward to it, only for the respect that he bore to Aretaphila, who said that she would be present, he went unarmed and unguarded. But as he came nigh and saw Anabus, he made a halt, and would have waited the coming of his guards. Only Aretaphila being present sometimes encouraged him, sometimes reviled him. But at last, when he still hesitates, she undauntedly lays hold on him, and dragging him resolutely along, delivers him to the barbarian. He was immediately seized, confined, and bound, and kept prisoner by the African, until Aretaphila's friends, with other citizens, procured the treasures promised. Many people acquainted with this ran forth to the parley, and as soon as they saw Aretaphila, they were so transported that they had like to have forgot their indignation against the tyrant, and reckoned the punishing him of no great concern. But the first work after the enjoyment of their liberty was the saluting Aretaphila, between acclamations of joy and weeping, and falling down before her as before the statue of one of the gods. And the people flocked in one after another, so that they scarcely had time that evening to receive Leander again and return into the city. When they had satisfied themselves in honoring and applauding Aretaphila, they turned themselves to the tyrants. And Calbia they burnt alive. Leander they sewed up in a sack and threw him into the sea. But they voted that Aretaphila should bear her share in the government together with the statesmen, and be taken into council. But she, by great sufferings, having acted a tragicomedy consisting of various parts, and at last obtained the reward of the garland, as soon as she saw the city set at liberty, betook herself to her private apartment, and casting off all multiplicity of business, she led the rest of her time in spinning, and finished her days in tranquillity among her friends and acquaintance. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the Virtues of Women. Part 3. Example 20. Kama. There were two most potent persons among the tetrarchs of Galatia, allied by kin to each other, Synatus and Sunorix, one of which, Synatus, took a maid to wife, Kama by name, very comely to behold for person and favour, but principally to be admired for virtue. For she was not only modest and loving to her husband, but discreet and of a generous mind. And by reason of her gentle and courteous behaviour, she was extremely acceptable to her inferiors. Yea, that which rendered her more eminently renowned was, that being a priest of Diana, for the Galatians worship that goddess most, she did always appear magnificently adorned in all sacred processions and at the sacrifices. Wherefore Synorix, falling in love with her, could not prevail either by persuasions or violence, whilst her husband lived. He commits a horrid crime. He slays Synatus treacherously, and not long after accosts Kama, whilst she abode within the temple, and bore Synorix's crime not in an abject and despondent manner, but with a mind intent upon revenge on Synorix, and only waiting an opportunity. He was importunate in his humble addresses, neither did he seem to use arguments that were without all show of honesty. For as in other things he pretended that he far excelled Synatus, so he slew him for the love he bare to Kama, and for no other wicked design. The woman's denials were at first not very peremptory, and then by little and little she seemed to be softened towards him. Her familiars and friends also lay at her in the service and favour of Synorix, who was a man of great power, persuading and even forcing her. In fine, therefore, she consented, and accordingly sent for him to come to her, that the mutual contract and covenant might be solemnized in the presence of the goddess. When he came, she received him with much courtesy, and bringing him before the altar, and pouring out some of the drink offering upon the altar out of the bowls, part of the remainder she drank herself, and part she gave him to drink. The cup was poisoned mead. As she saw him drink it all up, she lifted up a shrill loud voice, and fell down and worshipped her goddess, saying, I call thee to witness, O most reverend divinity, that for this very day's work's sake I have overlived the murder of Synatus, no otherwise taking any comfort in this part of my life, but in the hope of revenge that I have had. And now I go down to my husband. And for thee, the lewdest person among men, let thy relations prepare a sepulchre instead of a bride chamber and nuptials. When the Galatian heard these things, and perceived the poison to wamble up and down and indispose his body, he ascended his chariot, hoping to be relieved by the jogging and shaking. But he presently alighted, and put himself into a litter, and died that evening. Kama continued all that night, and being told that he had ended his life, she comfortably and cheerfully expired. Example 21. Stratonica. Galatia also produced Stratonica, the wife of Deiotarus, and Chiomara, the wife of Ortiagon, both of them women worth remembrance. Stratonica, knowing that her husband wanted children of his own body to succeed in his kingdom, she, being barren, persuaded him to beget a child on another woman, and subject it to her tutelage. Deiotarus, admiring her proposal, committed all to her care upon that account. She provided a comely virgin for him from among the captives, Electra by name, and brought her to lie with Deiotarus. The children begotten of her she educated very tenderly and magnificently, as if they had been her own. Example 22. Chiomara. It fell out that Chiomara, the wife of Ortiagon, was taken captive with other women in the time when the Romans under Gnaeus Manlius overcame the Galatians of Asia in battle. The centurion that took her made use of his fortune soldier-like, and defiled her. For he was, as to voluptuousness and covetousness, an ill-bred and insatiable man, over whom avarice had gotten an absolute conquest. A great quantity of gold being promised by the woman for her ransom, in order to her redemption he brought her to a certain bank of a river. As the Galatians passed over and paid him the money in gold, and received Chiomara into their possession, she gave an intimation of her pleasure to one of them by nod, to smite the Roman while he was kissing and taking his leave of her. He obeyed her commands, and cut off his head. She takes it, wraps it up in her apron, and carries it with her. And as she comes to her husband, she casts down the head before him, at which being startled, he said, "O wife, thy fidelity is noble." "Yea, verily," replied she, "it is a nobler thing that there is now but one man alive that hath ever lain with me." Polybius saith that he discoursed with this woman at Sardis, and admired her prudence and discretion. Example 23. Of the woman of Pergamos. When Mithridates sent for 60 noblemen of Galatia as friends, he seemed to carry himself abusively and imperiously towards them, which they were all mightily provoked at. Polydorix, a man of a robust body and lofty mind, who was no less than tetrarch of the Tosiopai, designed to lay hold on Mithridates, seizing him when he should be determining causes on the bench of judicature in the gymnasium, and to force him, bench and all, into the ditch. But by a certain chance he went not up to the place of judicature that day, but sent for the Galatians to come home to him to his house. Polydorix encouraged them all to be of good courage, and when they should be all come together there, to fall upon him on every side, slay him, and cut his body in pieces. This conspiracy was not unknown to Mithridates, an intimation of it being given him. Accordingly he delivers up the Galatians one by one to be slain. But calling to mind a young man among them, who excelled in comeliness and beauty all whom he knew, he commiserated him, and repented himself, and was apparently grieved, supposing him slain among the first, and also sent his command that if he were alive he should remain so. The young man's name was Bepolitanus. There was a strange accident befell this man. When he was apprehended, he had on very gay and rich apparel, which the executioner desired to preserve clean from being stained with blood. And undressing the young man leisurely, he saw the king's messengers running to him and calling out the name of the youth. So that covetousness, which is the ruin of many, unexpectedly saved the life of Bepolitanus. But Polydorix, being slain, was cast forth unburied, and none of his friends did dare to come near him. Only a certain woman of Pergamus, that was conversant with him while he lived at Galatia, attempted to cover his corpse and bury it. But when the guards perceived her, they laid hold on her and brought her before the king. And it is reported that Mithridates was much affected at the sight of her, the young maid seeming altogether harmless, and the more so, as it seemed, because he knew that love was the reason of her attempt. He gave her leave, therefore, to take away the corpse and bury it, and to take grave clothes and ornaments at his cost. Example 24. Timoclea. Theagenes the Theban, who held the same sentiments with regard to his country's welfare with Epaminondas, Pelopidas, and the other most worthy Thebans, was slain in Chaeronea, in the common disaster of Greece, even then when he had conquered his enemies and was in pursuit of them. For it was he that answered one who cried out aloud to him, "How far wilt thou pursue?" Even, saith he, to Macedonia. When he was dead, his sister survived him, who gave testimony that he was nobly descended, and that he was naturally a great man and excellently accomplished. Moreover, this woman was so fortunate as to reap a great benefit by her prowess, so that the more public calamities fell upon her, so much the easier she bore them. For when Alexander took Thebes, and the soldiers fell a plundering, some in one part and some in another, it happened that a man, neither civil nor sober, but mischievous and mad, took up his quarters in Timoclea's house. He was a captain to a Thracian company, and the king's namesake, but nothing like him. For he, having no regard either to the family or estate of this woman, when he had swilled himself in wine after supper, commanded her to come and lie with him. Neither ended he here, but enquired for gold and silver, whether she had not some hid by her, sometimes threatening as if he would kill her, sometimes flattering as if he would always repute her in the place of a wife. She, taking the occasion offered by him, said, "Would God I had died before this night came, rather than lived to it; that though all other things had been lost, I might have preserved my body free from abuse. But now seeing it is thus come to pass, and divine Providence hath thus disposed of it that I must repute thee my guardian, lord, and husband, I will not hold anything from thee that is thine own. And as for myself, I see I am at thy disposition. As for corporeal enjoyments, the world was mine, I had silver bowls, I had gold, and some money. But when this city was taken, I commanded my maids to pack it up altogether, and threw it, or rather put it for security, into a well that had no water in it. Neither do many know of it, for it hath a covering, and nature hath provided a shady wood round about it. Take then these things, and much good may they do thee, and they shall lie by thee as certain tokens and marks of the late flourishing fortune and splendor of our family." When the Macedonian heard these things, he stayed not for day, but presently went to the place by Timoclea's conduct, commanding the garden door to be shut, that none might perceive what they were about. He descended in his mourning vestment. But the revengeful Clotho brought dreadful things upon him by the hand of Timoclea, who stood on the top of the well. For as soon as she perceived by his voice that he reached the bottom, she threw down abundance of stones upon him, and her maids rolled in many and great ones, till they had dashed him to pieces and buried him under them. As soon as the Macedonians came to understand this, and had taken up the corpse, there having been late proclamation that none of the Thebans should be slain, they seized her and carried her before the king, and declared her audacious exploit. But the king, who by the gravity of her countenance and stateliness of her behavior did perceive in her something that savoured of the greatest worth and nobility, asked her first, "What woman art thou?" She courageously and undauntedly answered, "Theagenes was my brother, who was a commander at Chaeronea, and lost his life fighting against you in defence of the Grecian liberty, that we might not suffer any such thing. And seeing I have suffered things unworthy of my rank, I refuse not to die, for it is better so to do than to experience another such a night as the last, which awaits me, unless thou forbid it." All the most tender-spirited persons that were present broke out into tears. But Alexander was not for pitying her, as being a woman above pity; but he admired her fortitude and eloquence, which had taken strong hold on him, and charged his officers to have a special care, and look to the guards, lest any such abuse be offered again to any renowned family; and dismissed Timoclea, charging them to have a special regard to her and all that should be found to be of her family. Example 25. Eryxo. Arcesilaus was the son of Battus, who was surnamed Felix, not at all like to his father in his conversation. His father, when he lived, laid a fine of a talent upon him for making fortifications about his house. After his father's death, he being of a rugged disposition, therefore surnamed the Severe, and following the counsels of Laarchus, an ill friend, became a tyrant instead of a king. For Laarchus, affecting the government for himself, either banished or slew the noblemen of Cyrene, and charged the fault upon Arcesilaus, and at last casting him into a wasting and grievous disease, by giving him the sea hare in his drink, he deprived him of his life. So that Laarchus assumed the government, under pretence of being protector to Arcesilaus's young son Battus. But the youth, by reason either of his lameness or youthful age, was contemned. As for his mother, many made addresses to her, being a modest and courteous woman, and she had many of the commons and nobility at her devotion. Therefore Laarchus, pretending to be her humble servant, would needs marry her, and thereby take Battus to the dignity of being son, and then allow him a share in the government. But Eryxo, for that was the woman's name, taking counsel of her brethren, bade Laarchus treat with them as if she had designed marriage. Laarchus accordingly treating with Eryxo's brethren, they on purpose delay and prolong the business. Eryxo sends one of her maidservants, acquainting him that for the present her brethren did oppose the match, but if they could but accomplish it so as to lie together once, her brethren would cease arguing the matter any farther, and would give their consent. He should therefore come to her by night, if he pleased. An entrance being once made in a business, the rest will succeed well enough. These things were mighty pleasing to Laarchus, and he was much inflamed by the woman's obliging carriage towards him, and declared that he would come to whatever place she should command him. These things Eryxo transacted with the privity of Polyarchus, her eldest brother. A time being now appointed for the congress, Polyarchus placed himself in his sister's bedchamber, together with 2 young men that were swordmen, all out of sight, to revenge the death of his father, whom Laarchus had lately murdered. Eryxo sending at the time to acquaint him, he entered without his guard, and the young men falling upon him, he was wounded with the sword and died. The corpse immediately they threw over the wall. Battus they brought forth and proclaimed king over his father's dominions, and Polyarchus restored to the Cyrenaeans their ancient constitution of government. There were present at that time many soldiers of Amasis, the Egyptian king, whom Laarchus had employed and found faithful, and by whose means he had been not a little formidable to the citizens. These sent messengers to accuse Polyarchus and Eryxo to Amasis. At this the king was greatly incensed, and determined to make war upon the Cyrenaeans. But it happened that his mother died, and while he was solemnizing her funeral, ambassadors came and brought the news of his intentions to Cyrene. Wherefore it was thought best by Polyarchus to go and apologize for himself. Eryxo would not desert him, but was resolved to accompany him and run the same hazard with him. Nor would his mother Critola leave him, though she was an old woman, for great was her dignity, she being the sister of old Battus, surnamed Felix. As soon as they came into Egypt, as others with admiration approved of the exploit, so even Amasis himself did not a little applaud the chastity and fortitude of Eryxo, honoring her with presents and royal attendance, with which he sent back Polyarchus and the ladies into Cyrene. Example 26. Xenocrita. Xenocrita of Cumae deserves no less to be admired for her exploits against Aristodemus the tyrant, whom some have supposed to be surnamed the Effeminate, being ignorant of the true story. He was called by the barbarians Malakos, that is soft and effeminate, with regard merely to his youth, because when he was a mere stripling, with other companions of the same age who wore long hair, whence they were called Coronistai, as it seems from their long hair. He became famous in the war against the barbarians. He was also not only renowned for resolution and activity, but very exceedingly remarkable for his discretion and providence. Insomuch that being admired by the citizens, he proceeded to the highest dominion among them. He was to bring aid to the Romans when they were in war with the Etrurians, who engaged to restore Tarquinius Superbus to his kingdom. In all which expedition, that was very long, he managed all affairs so as to ingratiate himself with the military part of the citizens, aiming more at the making himself head of a popular faction than general of the army. He accordingly prevails with them to join with him in attacking the Senate, and in casting out the citizens of highest rank and most potent into exile. Afterwards becoming tyrant, he was flagitious in his carriage towards women and freeborn youth, and exceeded even himself in vileness. For history reports of him how that he accustomed the boys to wear their hair long and set with golden ornaments, and the girls he compelled to be polled round, and to wear youths' jerkins and short-tailed petticoats. Notwithstanding, he had a peculiar affection for Xenocrita, a girl of Cumae, left behind by her exiled father. Her he kept, but could not bring over to his humor by any insinuations or persuasions, neither had he gained her father's consent. However, he reckoned the maid would be brought to love him by constant conversation with him, since she would be envied and reputed very happy by the citizens. But these things did not at all besot the maid, but she took it heinously that she must be constrained to dwell with him, not espoused or married. Neither did she less long for the liberty of her native country than did those who were hated by the tyrant. It happened about that time that Aristodemus was casting up an entrenchment about the borders of Cumae, a work neither necessary nor profitable, only because he was resolved to tire out the citizens with hard toil and labor. For every one was required to carry out a stinted number of baskets of earth daily, in order to the delving this ditch. A certain maid, as she saw Aristodemus approaching, ran aside and covered her face with her apron. But when Aristodemus was withdrawn, the young men would sport and jest with her, asking her whether out of modesty she avoided only the sight of Aristodemus, and was not so affected towards other men. She made answer designedly, rather than otherwise, that of the Cumaeans Aristodemus was the only man. This sentence, thus spoken, verily touched them all very near, for it provoked the generous-minded men among them for very shame to the recovering of their liberties. And it is said that Xenocrita was heard to say that she had rather carry earth for her father if he were at home, than participate in the great luxury and pomp of Aristodemus. These things added courage to them that were about to make an insurrection against Aristodemus, which Thymoteles had the chief management of. For Xenocrita providing them safe admittance, they easily rushed in upon Aristodemus, unarmed and unguarded, and slew him. In this manner the city of Cumae gained its liberty, by the virtue of two women, one by suggesting and invigorating the enterprise, the other by bringing it to an issue. When honors and great presents were tendered to Xenocrita, she refused all, but requested one thing, that she might bury the corpse of Aristodemus. This they delivered her, and made her a priestess of Ceres, reckoning that, as it was a deserved honor bestowed on her, so she would be no less acceptable to the goddess. Example 27. The wife of Pythes. It is reported that the wife of Pythes, who lived at the time of Xerxes, was a wise and courteous woman. Pythes, as it seems, finding by chance some gold mines, and falling vastly in love with the riches got out of them, was insatiably and beyond measure exercised about them. And he brought down likewise the citizens, all of whom alike he compelled to dig or carry or refine the gold, doing nothing else, many of them dying in the work, and all being quite worn out. their wives laid down their petition at his gate, addressing themselves to the wife of Pythes. She bade them all depart, and be of good cheer. But those goldsmiths which she confided most in she required to wait upon her, and confining them, commanded them to make up golden loaves, all sorts of junkets and summer fruits, all sorts of fish and flesh meats, in which she knew Pythes was most delighted. All things being provided, Pythes coming home then, for he happened to go a long journey, and asking for his supper, his wife set a golden table before him, having no edible food upon it, but all golden. Pythes admired the workmanship for its imitation of nature. When, however, he had sufficiently fed his eyes, he called in earnest for something to eat. But his wife, when he asked for any sort, brought it of gold. Whereupon being provoked, he cried out, I am an hungered. She replied, Thou hast made none other provisions for us. Every skilful science and art being laid aside, no man works in husbandry. But neglecting sowing, planting, and tilling the ground, we delve and search for useless things, killing ourselves and our subjects. These things moved Pythes, but not so as to give over all his works about the mine. For he now commanded a fifth part of the citizens to that work, the rest he converted to husbandry and manufactures. But when Xerxes made an expedition into Greece, Pythes, being most splendid in his entertainments and presents, requested a gracious favor of the king, that since he had many sons, one might be spared from the camp to remain with him, to cherish his old age. At which Xerxes in a rage slew this son only which he desired, and cut him in two pieces, and commanded the army to march between the two parts of the corpse. The rest he took along with him, and all of them were slain in the wars. At which Pythes fell into a despairing condition, so that he fell under the like suffering with many wicked men and fools. He dreaded death, but was weary of his life. Yea, he was willing not to live, but could not cast away his life. He had this project. There was a great mound of earth in the city, and a river running by it, which they called Pythopolites. In that mound he prepared him a sepulchre, and diverted the stream so as to run just by the side of the mound, the river lightly washing the sepulchre. These things being finished, he enters into the sepulchre, committing the city and all the government thereof to his wife, commanding her not to come to him, but to send his supper daily laid on a sloop, till the sloop should pass by the sepulchre with the supper untouched, and then she should cease to send, as supposing him dead. He verily passed in this manner the rest of his life, but his wife took admirable care of the government, and brought in a reformation of all things amiss among the people. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Laconic Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings of the Spartans. Part 1. Of Agasicles. Agasicles, the Spartan king, when one wondered why, since he was a great lover of instruction, he would not admit Philophanes the sophist, freely said, I ought to be their scholar whose son I am. And to one inquiring how a governor should be secure without guards, he replied, if he rules his subjects as fathers do their sons. Of Agesilaus the Great. Agesilaus the Great, being once chosen steward of a feast, and asked by the butler how much wine he allowed every guest, returned, if you have a great deal provided, as much as every one calls for. If but a little, give them all an equal share. When he saw a malefactor resolutely endure his torments, how great a rascal is this fellow, he cried out, that uses patience, bravery, and courage in such an impious and dishonest case. To one commending an orator for his skill in amplifying petty matters, he said, I don't think that shoemaker a good workman that makes a great shoe for a little foot. When one in discourse said to him, Sir, you have assented to such a thing already, and repeated it very often, he replied, Yes, if it is right, but if not, I said so indeed, but never assented. And the other rejoining, But, sir, a king is obliged to perform whatever he hath granted by his nod. No more, he returned, than those that petition him are bound to make none but good and just requests, and to consider all circumstances of time and what befits a king. When he heard any praise or censure, he thought it as necessary to enquire into the character of those that spake, as of those of whom they spake. While he was a boy, at a certain solemnity of naked dancing, the person that ordered that affair put him in a dishonorable place, and he, though already declared king, endured it, saying, I'll show that it is not the places that grace men, but men the places. To a physician prescribing him a nice and tedious course of physic, he said, By Castor and Pollux, unless I am destined to live at any rate, I surely shall not if I take all this. Whilst he stood by the altar of Minerva Chalcioicus, sacrificing an ox, a louse bit him. At this he never blushed, but cracked him before the whole company, adding these words, By all the gods, it is pleasant to kill a plotter at the very altar. Another time, seeing a boy pull a mouse by the tail out of his hole, and the mouse turn and bite the boy's fingers and so escape, he bade his companions take notice of it, saying, If so little a creature will oppose injurious violence, what think ye that men ought to do? Being eager for war against the Persians to free the Asiatic Greeks, he consulted the oracle of Jupiter at Dodona, and that telling him to go on as he designed, he brought the answer to the Ephors, upon which they ordered him to go to Delphi and put the same question. He went, and put it in this form, Apollo, are you of the same mind with your father? And the oracle agreeing, he was chosen general, and the war began. Now Tissaphernes, at first being afraid of Agesilaus, came to articles, and agreed that the Greek cities should be free and left to their own laws. But afterward procuring a great army from the king, he declared war against him unless he should presently leave Asia. Glad of this treachery of Tissaphernes, he marched as if his design was to make an inroad upon Caria. But when Tissaphernes had brought his troops thither, he turned upon Phrygia, and took a great many cities and abundance of rich spoil, saying to his friend, to break one's promise is indeed impious, but to outwit an enemy is not only just and glorious, but profitable and sweet. Being inferior to the enemy in horse, he retreated to Ephesus, and ordered all the wealthy to provide each a man and horse, which should excuse them from personal service in his wars. By which means, in the room of rich cowards, he was soon furnished with stout men and able horses. And this he said he did in imitation of Agamemnon, who agreed for a serviceable mare to discharge a wealthy coward. When he ordered the captives to be sold naked, and the chapmen came, 1,000 bid money for the clothes, but all derided the bodies of the men, which were tender and white by reason of their delicate breeding, as useless and worth nothing. He said to his soldiers, Look, those are the things for which ye fight, and these are the things with whom ye fight. Having beaten Tissaphernes in Lydia and killed many of his men, he wasted the territories of the king, and the king, sending money and desiring a peace, Agesilaus replied, To grant peace is in the power only of the commonwealth. I delight to enrich my soldiers rather than myself, and think it agreeable to the honor of the Greeks not to receive gifts from their enemies, but to take spoils. Megabates, the son of Spithridates, a very pretty boy, who thought himself very well beloved, coming to him to offer a kiss and an embrace, he turned away his head. But when the boy had not appeared a long time, Agesilaus inquired after him, and his friends replied that it was his own fault, since he derided the kiss of the pretty boy, and the youth was afraid to come again. Agesilaus, standing silent and musing a pretty while, said, Well, I will use no persuasions, for methinks I had rather conquer such desires than take the most popular city of my enemies. For it is better to preserve our own than rob others of their liberty. In all things else he was very exact and a strict observer of the law. But in his friends' concerns he thought that to be too scrupulous was a bare pretence to cloak unwillingness to use his interest. And agreeable to this, there is extant a small note of his, interceding for a friend to one Idrieus, a Carian. If Nicias is not guilty, discharge him. If he is, discharge him for my sake. But by all means, pray let him be discharged. This was his usual humor in his friends' concerns, yet sometimes profit and convenience was preferred. For once, breaking up his camp in disorder, and leaving one that he loved behind him sick, when he begged and beseeched him with tears to have compassion, he turned and said, How hard it is to be pitiful and wise at once. His diet was the same with that of his attendants. He never fed to satisfy, nor drank himself drunk. He used sleep not as a master, but as a servant to his affairs, and was so fitted to endure heat or cold that he alone was undisturbed at the change of seasons. He lodged amongst his soldiers, and his bed was as mean as any, and this he had always in his mouth. It befits a governor to excel private men, not in delicacy and softness, but in bravery and courage. And therefore, When one asked him what good Lycurgus's laws had brought to Sparta, he replied, "Contempt of pleasure." And to one that wondered at his and the other Lacedaemonians' mean fare and poor attire, he said, "From this course of life, sir, we reap liberty." And to one advising him to indulge more, saying, "Chance is uncertain, and you may never have the opportunity again," he replied, "I accustom myself so that, let whatever change happen, I shall need no change." When he was grown old, he continued the same course. And to one asking him why at his age in very cold weather he would not wear a coat, he replied, that the youth may imitate, having the old men and governors for example. The Thasians, when he marched through their country, presented him with corn, geese, sweetmeats, honey cakes, and all sorts of delicacies, both of meat and drink. He accepted the corn, but commanded them to carry back the rest as useless and unprofitable to him. But they importunately pressing him to take all, he ordered them to be given to the Helots, and when some asked the reason, he replied, "They that profess bravery ought not to meddle with such delicacies, and whatever takes with slaves cannot be agreeable to the free." Another time the Thasians, after considerable benefits received, made him a god, and dedicated temples to his honor, and sent an embassy to compliment him on that occasion. When he had read over the honors the ambassadors had brought him, "Well," said he, "and can your country make men gods?" And they affirming, "Go to," he rejoined, "make yourselves all gods first, and when that is done, I'll believe you can make me one." The Greeks in Asia decreeing him statues, he wrote thus to them, "Let there be no representation of me, either painted, founded, or engraved." In Asia, seeing a house roofed with square beams, he asked the master whether trees in their country were grown square; and he replying, "No, but round." "What then," said he, "if they grew square, would you make them round?" Being asked how far Sparta's bounds extended, shaking a spear, he replied, "As far as this will reach." And to another, inquiring why Sparta was without walls, he showed the citizens in arms, saying, "Look, these are the walls of Sparta." And to another that put the same question, he replied, "Cities should be walled not with stones and timber, but with the courage of the inhabitants." And his friends he advised to strive to be rich, not in money, but in bravery and virtue. When he would have his soldiers do any thing quickly, he before them all put the first hand to it. He was proud that he wrought as much as any, and valued himself more upon ruling his own desires than upon being king. When one saw a lame Spartan marching to the war, and endeavored to procure a horse for him, "How," said he, "don't you know that war needs those that will stay, not those that will fly?" Being asked how he got this great reputation, he replied, "By contemning death." And another time, one enquiring why the Spartans used pipes and music when they fought, he said, "When all move in measure, it may be known who is brave and who a coward." When he heard one magnifying the king of Persia's happiness, who was but young, "Yes," said he, "Priam himself was not unhappy at that age." When he had conquered a great part of Asia, he designed to march against the king himself, to break his quiet and hinder him from corrupting the popular men amongst the Greeks, but being recalled by the Ephors to oppose the designs which the other Greek states, bought with the king's gold, were forming against Sparta, he said, "A good ruler should be governed by the laws," and sailed away from Asia, leaving the Greeks there extremely sorry at his departure. And because the stamp of the Persian money was an archer, he said, when he broke up his camp, that he was driven out of Asia by 30,000 of the king's archers, for so many pieces of gold being carried to Thebes and Athens by Timocrates, and distributed amongst the popular men, the people were excited to war upon the Spartans. And this epistle he sent to the Ephors. Agesilaus to the Ephors. Greeting. We have subdued a great part of Asia, driven out the barbarians, and furnished Ionia with arms. But since you command me back, I follow, nay, almost come before this epistle. For I am not governor for myself, but for the commonwealth. And then a king truly rules according to justice when he is governed by the laws, the Ephors, or others that are in authority in the commonwealth. Passing the Hellespont, he marched through Thrace, but made no applications to any of the barbarians, only sending to know whether he marched through the country of an enemy or a friend. All the others received him as friends, and guided him in his march. Only the Troadians, of whom, as story says, even Xerxes bought his passage, demanded of Agesilaus 100 talents of silver and as many women. But he scoffingly replied, "Why then do not you come presently to receive what you demand?" And leading on his army, he fought them, and having destroyed a considerable number, he marched through. To the king of Macedon he sent the same question, and he replying that he would consider of it, "Let him consider," saith he, "and we will be marching on." Upon which the king, surprised at his daring temper and afraid of his force, admitted him as a friend. The Thessalians having assisted his enemies, he wasted their country, and sent Xenocles and Scythes to Larissa in order to make a treaty. These being seized and detained, all others stomached it extremely, and were of opinion that Agesilaus should besiege and storm Larissa. But he replying that he would not give either of their lives for all Thessaly, he had them delivered upon articles. Hearing of a battle fought near Corinth, in which very few of the Spartans, but many of the Corinthians, Athenians, and their allies were slain, he did not appear joyful or puffed up with his victory, but fetching a deep sigh, cried out, "Unhappy Greece, that hath destroyed herself men enough to have conquered all the barbarians." The Pharsalians pressing upon him and distressing his forces with 500 horse, he charged them, and after the rout raised a trophy at the foot of Narthacium. And this victory pleased him more than all the others he had won, because with his single cavalry he had beaten those that vaunted themselves as the best horsemen in the world. Diphridas bringing him commands immediately upon his march to make an inroad into Boeotia, though he designed the same thing in a short time when he should be better prepared, he obeyed, and sending for 20,000 men from the camp at Corinth, marched into Boeotia, and at Coronea, joining battle with the Thebans, Athenians, Argives, Corinthians, and Locrians all together, he won, though desperately wounded himself, the greatest battle, as Xenophon affirms, that was fought in his age. And yet when he returned, after so much glory and so many victories, he made no alteration in his course of life. When he saw some of the citizens think themselves brave fellows for breeding horses for the race, he persuaded his sister Cuniska to get into a chariot and put in for the prize at the Olympian games, intending by that way to convince the Greeks that it was no argument of bravery, but of wealth and profuse expense. Having Xenophon the philosopher at his house, and treating him with great consideration, he urged him to send for his children and have them brought up in Sparta, where they might learn the most excellent of arts, how to govern and how to be governed. And at another time, being asked by what means the Lacedaemonians flourished above others, because, says he, they are more studious than others how to rule and how to obey. When Lysander was dead, he found a strong faction, which Lysander upon his return from Asia had associated against him, and was very eager to show the people what manner of citizen Lysander was whilst he lived. And finding among Lysander's papers an oration composed by Cleon of Halicarnassus about new designs and changing the government, which Lysander was to speak to the people, he resolved to publish it. But when an old politician, perusing the discourse and fearing its effect upon the people, advised him not to dig up Lysander, but rather bury the speech with him, he followed the advice and made no more of it. Those of the contrary faction he did not openly molest, but by cunning contrivance he got some of them into office, and then showed them to be rascals when in power. And then defending them or getting their pardon when accused, he brought them over to his own side, so that he had no enemy at last. To one desiring him to write to his acquaintance in Asia that he might have justice done him, he replied, "My acquaintance will do thee justice, though I do not write." One showed him the wall of a city strongly built and well fortified, and asked him whether he did not think it a fine thing. "Yes, by heaven," he replied, "for women, but not for men to live in." To a Megarian talking great things of his city, he said, "Youth, thy words want an army." What he saw others admire, he seemed not so much as to know. And when Callipides, a man famous among the Greeks for acting tragedies and caressed by all, met him and saluted him, and then impudently intruding amongst his companions showed himself, supposing that Agesilaus would take notice of him and begin some familiar discourse, and at last asked, "Doth not your majesty know me? Have not you heard who I am?" He looked upon him and said, "Art not thou Callipides, the merry Andrew?" For that is the name the Lacedaemonians give an actor. Being once desired to hear a man imitate a nightingale, he refused, saying, "I have often heard the bird itself." Menecrates, the physician, for his good success in some desperate diseases, was called Jupiter, and priding himself in the name, he presumed to write to Agesilaus thus: "Menecrates Jupiter to King Agesilaus wisheth good health." Reading no more, he presently wrote back, "King Agesilaus to Menecrates wisheth a sound mind." When Conon and Pharnabazus with the king's navy were masters of the sea and wasted the coasts of Laconia, and Athens, Pharnabazus defraying the charges, was surrounded with a wall, the Lacedaemonians made a peace with the Persian, and sending Antalcidas, one of their citizens, to Tiribazus, they agreed to deliver into the king's hands all the Asiatic Greeks for whose freedom Agesilaus fought. Upon which account Agesilaus was not at all blemished by this dishonorable treaty, for Antalcidas was his enemy, and clapped up a peace on purpose because the war raised Agesilaus and got him glory. When one said, "The Lacedaemonians are becoming Medized," he replied, "Rather the Medes are becoming Laconized." And being asked which was the better virtue, courage or justice, he said, courage would be good for nothing if there were no justice, and if all men were just, there would be no need of courage. The Asians being wont to style the king of Persia the Great, "How," said he, "is he greater than I am, if he is not more just or temperate?" And he used to say, "The Greeks in Asia are mean-spirited freemen, but stout slaves." And being asked how one might get the greatest reputation amongst men, he replied, by speaking the best and doing the bravest things. And he had this saying commonly in his mouth, "A commander should be daring against his enemy, and kind and good-natured to his own soldiers." When one asked him what boys should learn, "That," said he, "which they shall use when men." When he sat judge upon a cause, the accuser spake floridly and well, but the defendant meanly and ever now and then repeated these words, "Agesilaus, a king should assist the laws." "What," said he, "dost thou think, if any one dug down thy house or took away thy coat, a mason or a weaver would assist thee?" A letter being brought him from the king of Persia by a Persian that came with Callias the Spartan, after the peace was concluded, offering him friendship and kind entertainment, he would not receive it, bidding the messenger tell the king that there was no need to send private letters to him; for if he was a friend to Sparta and meant well to Greece, he would do his best to be his friend; but if he designed upon their liberty, he might know that, though he received 1,000 letters from him, he would be his enemy. He was very fond of his children, and it is reported that once toying with them, he got astride upon a reed as upon a horse, and rode about the room, and being seen by one of his friends, he desired him not to speak of it till he had children of his own. When he had fought often with the Thebans, and was wounded in the battle, Antalcidas, as it is reported, said to him, "Indeed, sir, you have received a very fair reward for instructing the Thebans, whom, when ignorant and unwilling, you have forced to learn the art of war." For story tells us, the Lacedaemonians at that time by frequent skirmishes had made the Thebans better soldiers than themselves. And therefore Lycurgus, the old lawgiver, forbade them to fight often with the same nation, lest the enemy should learn their discipline. When he understood that the allies took it very ill that in their frequent expeditions they, being great in number, followed the Spartans that were but few, designing to show their mistake about the number, he ordered all the allies to sit down in one body, and the Lacedaemonians in another, by themselves. Then he made proclamation that all the potters should rise first, and when they stood up, the braziers next, then the carpenters, next the masons, and so all other traders in order. Now almost all the allies stood up, and not one of the Spartans, for their law forbids them all mechanical employments. Then said Agesilaus with a smile, "See now how many soldiers we provide more than you." When at the battle of Leuctra many of the Spartans fled, and upon that account were obnoxious to the laws, The Ephors, seeing the city had but few men, and stood in great need of soldiers at that time, would free them from the infamy, and yet still keep the laws in force. Upon that account they put the power of making laws into the hands of Agesilaus. And he, coming into the assembly, said, I will make no new laws, nor will I add anything to those you already have, nor take therefrom, nor change them in any wise. But I will order that the laws you already have be in force from tomorrow. Epaminondas, rushing on with a torrent and tide of force, and the Thebans and their allies being puffed up with this victory, though he had but an inconsiderable number, Agesilaus repulsed them from the city and forced them to retreat. In the battle at Mantinea, he advised the Spartans to neglect the others and fight Epaminondas only, saying, the wise alone is the stout man, and the cause of victory. And therefore, if we take him off, we shall quickly have the rest, for they are fools and worth nothing. And it happened accordingly, for Epaminondas having the better of the day and the Spartans being routed, as he turned about and encouraged his soldiers to pursue, a Lacedaemonian gave him his death wound. He falling, the Spartans that fled with Agesilaus rallied and turned the victory, the Thebans appearing to have much the worse, and the Spartans the better of the day. When Sparta had a great many hired soldiers in pay, and wanted money to carry on the war, Agesilaus, upon the king of Egypt's desire, went to serve him for money. But the meanness of his habit brought him into contempt with the people of that country, for they, according to their bad notions of princes, expected that the king of Sparta should appear like the Persian, gaudily attired. But in a little time he sufficiently convinced them that majesty and glory were to be gotten by prudence and courage. When he found his men discouraged at the number of the enemy, for they were 200,000, and their own fewness, just before the engagement, without any man's privity, he contrived how to encourage them. In the hollow of his left hand he wrote Victory, and taking the liver from the priest, he put it into that hand, and held it a pretty while, pretending he was in doubt and perplexity at some appearance, till the characters were imprinted on the flesh. And then he showed it to the soldiers, telling them the gods gave certain signs of victory by these characters. Upon which, thinking they had sure evidence of good success, they marched resolutely to the battle. When the enemy much exceeded them in number, and were making an entrenchment round his camp, and Nectabius, whom then he assisted, urged him to fight, I would not, said he, hinder our enemies from making their number as small as ours. And when the trench was almost drawn round, ordering his army to the space between, and so fighting upon equal terms with those few soldiers he had, he routed and killed abundance of the enemy, and sent home a great treasure. Dying on his voyage from Egypt, he commanded his attendants not to make any figure or representation of his body. For, said he, if I have done any brave action, that will preserve my memory. If not, neither will 1,000 statues, the works of base mechanics. Of Agesipolis, the son of Cleombrotus. Agesipolis, the son of Cleombrotus, when one told him that Philip had raised Olynthus in a few days, said, well, but he is not able to build such another in twice that time. to one saying that whilst he was king, he himself was an hostage with some other youths, and not their wives or children, he replied, Very good, for it is fit we ourselves should suffer for our own faults. When he designed to send for some whelps from home, and one said, Sir, none must be carried out of the country, he replied, Nor men heretofore, but now they may. Of Agesipolis the son of Pausanias. Agesipolis the son of Pausanias, when the Athenians appealed to the Megarians as arbitrators of the differences between them, said, It is a shame, Athenians, that those who were once the lords of all Greece should understand what is right and just less than the people of Megara. Of Agis, the son of Archidamus. Agis, the son of Archidamus, when the Ephors gave orders, Go, take the youth, and follow this man into his own country, and he shall guide thee to the very citadel, said, How can it be prudent to trust so many youths to the fidelity of him who betrays his own country? Being asked what art was chiefly learned in Sparta, To know, he replied, how to govern and to be governed. He used to say, The Spartans do not enquire how many the enemy are, but where they are. At Mantinea, being advised not to fight the enemy who exceeded him in number, he said, It is necessary for him to fight a great many that would rule a great many. To one inquiring how many the Spartans were, Enough, he replied, to keep rascals at a distance. Marching by the walls of Corinth, and perceiving them to be high and strong and stretching out to a great length, he said, What women live there? To an orator that said speech was the best thing, he rejoined, You then, when you are silent, are worth nothing. When the Argives, after they had been once beaten, faced him more boldly than before, on seeing many of the allies disheartened, he said, Courage, sirs, for when we conquerors shake, what do you think is the condition of the conquered? To an ambassador from the Abderates, when he had ended his long speech, inquiring what answer he should carry to his city, he replied, This, as long as you talked, so long I quietly heard. Some commending the Eleans for exact justice in determining the prizes at the Olympian games, he said, What great wonder is it that in 4 years they can be just one day? To some that told him he was envied by the heirs of the other royal family, Well, said he, their own misfortunes will torment them, and my own and my friends' success besides. When one advised him to give the flying enemy room to run, he said, How shall we fight those that stand to it and resist, if we dare not engage those whom their cowardice makes fly? When one proposed a way to free Greece, well contrived indeed, but hard to be brought about, he said, Friend, thy words want an army and a treasure. To one saying, Philip won't let you set foot upon any other part of Greece, he returned, Sir, we have room enough in our own country. An ambassador from Perinthus to Lacedaemon, after a long tedious speech, asking what answer he should carry back to the Perinthians, he said, What but this, that thou couldst hardly find an end to thy talk, and I kept silent. He went by himself, ambassador to Philip, and Philip saying, What, but one? He replied, I am an ambassador but to one. An old man, observing that the ancient laws were neglected, and that new evil customs crept in, said to him, when he was now grown old himself, All things here at Sparta are turned topsy-turvy. He replied. with a joke. If it is so, it is agreeable to reason, for when I was a boy, I heard my father say that all things were then topsy-turvy, and he heard his father say the same, and it is no wonder if succeeding times are worse than the preceding, but it is a wonder if they happen to be better, or but just as good. Being asked how a man could be always free, he replied, if he contemns death. Of Agis the Younger. Agis the Younger, when Demades said, "The Spartans' swords are so short that our jugglers can easily swallow them," replied, "Yet the Spartans can reach their enemies with these swords." A base fellow often asking who was the bravest of the Spartans, he said, "He that is most unlike thee." Of Agis the Last. Agis, the last king of Lacedaemon, being taken and condemned by the Ephors without hearing, as he was led to the gallows, saw one of the officers weeping. "Do not weep for me," he said, "who, being so unjustly, so barbarously condemned, am in a better condition than my murderers." And having spoken thus, he quietly submitted himself to the halter. Of Acrotatus. Acrotatus, when his parents commanded him to join in some unjust action, refused for some time. But when they grew importunate, he said, "When I was under your power, I had no notion of justice. But now you have delivered me to my country and her laws, and to the best of your power have taught me loyalty and justice. I shall endeavor to follow these rather than you. And since you would have me to do that which is best, and since just actions are best for a private man, and much more for a governor, I shall do what you would have me, and refuse what you command." Of Alcamenes, the son of Teleclus. Alcamenes, the son of Teleclus, being asked how a ruler might best secure his government, replied, "By slighting gain." And to another enquiring why he refused the presents the Messenians made him, he said, "Because if I had taken them, I and the laws could never have agreed." When one said that though he had wealth enough, he lived but meanly, he replied, "Well, it is a glory for one that hath abundance to live as reason, not as appetite, directs." Of Alexandridas. Alexandridas, the son of Leo, said to one that was much concerned at his banishment from the city, "Good sir, be not concerned that you must leave the city, but that you have left justice." To one that talked to the Ephors very pertinently, but a great deal too much, he said, "Sir, your discourse is very good, but ill-timed." And when one asked him why they let their Helot slaves cultivate the fields, and did not take care of them themselves, he replied, "Because we acquired our land, not caring for it, but for ourselves." Another saying, "Desire of reputation causes abundance of mischief, and those are happy that are free from it." Then, he subjoined, "It follows that villains are happy. For do you think that he that commits sacrilege or doth an injury takes any care for credit and reputation?" Another asking why in a battle the Spartans venture so boldly into danger, "Because," said he, "we train ourselves to have a reverential regard for our lives, not as others do, to tremble for them." Another demanding why the judges took so many days to pass sentence in a capital cause, and why he that was acquitted still remained liable to be brought to trial, he replied, "They consult so long, because if they make a mistake in judgment and condemn a man to death, they cannot correct their judgment; and the accused still remains liable, because this provision might enable them to give even a better judgment than before. Of Anaxander, the son of Eurycrates. Anaxander, the son of Eurycrates, to one asking him why the Spartans laid up no money in the exchequer, replied, that the keepers of it might not be tempted to be knaves. Of Anaxilas. Anaxilas, when one wondered for what reason the Ephors did not rise up to the king, since the kings made them, said, it is for the same reason for which they are appointed Ephors, or overseers. Of Androclidas. Androclidas, a Spartan, being maimed in his leg, enlisted in the army. And when some refused him because he was maimed, he said, it must not be those that can run away, but those that can stand to it, that must fight the enemy. Of Antalcidas. Antalcidas, when he was to be initiated in the Samothracian mysteries, and was asked by the priest what great sin he had committed in all his life, replied, if I have committed any, the gods know it already. To an Athenian that called the Lacedaemonians illiterate, he said, true, for we alone have learned no ill from you. Another Athenian saying, we have often beat you back from the Cephissus, he subjoined, but we never repulsed you from the Eurotas. To another, demanding how one might please most men, he replied, by speaking what delights and doing what profits them. A sophist, being about to read him an encomium of Hercules, he said, why, who has blamed him? To Agesilaus, when he was wounded in a battle by the Thebans, he said, sir, you have a fine reward for forcing them to learn the art of war, for by the many skirmishes Agesilaus had with them, they learned discipline and became good soldiers. He said, the youth are the walls of Sparta, and the points of their spears its bounds. To one enquiring why the Lacedaemonians fought with such short swords, he replied, we come up close to our enemies. Of Antiochus. Antiochus, one of the Ephors, when he heard Philip had bestowed some lands on the Messenians, said, well, but hath Philip also given them forces, that they may be able to defend his gift? End of section 28. Section 29 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Laconic Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings of the Spartans, Part 2. Of Aregeus. Aregeus, when some praised not their own but other men's wives, said, faith, about virtuous women there should be no common talk, and what beauty they have, none but their own husbands should understand. As he was walking through Selinus, a city of Sicily, he saw this epitaph upon a tomb: those that extinguished the tyrannic flame, surprised by war and hasty fate, though they are still alive in lasting fame, lie buried near Selinus's gate. And said, you died deservedly for quenching it when already in a flame, for you should have hindered it from coming to a blaze. Of Ariston. Ariston, when one commended the saying of Cleomenes, who, being asked what a good king should do, replied, good turns to his friends and evil to his enemies, said, how much better is it, sir, to do good to our friends, and make our enemies our friends? Though upon all hands it is agreed Socrates spoke this first, yet he hath the credit of it too. To one asking how many the Spartans were in number, he replied, enough to chase our enemies. An Athenian making a funeral oration in praise of those that fell by the hand of the Lacedaemonians, he said, what brave fellows then were ours that conquered these? Of Archidamidas. Archidamidas said to one commending Charillus for being kind to all alike, how can he deserve commendation that is gentle to the wicked and unjust? When one was angry with Hecataeus the sophist, because when admitted to the public entertainment he said nothing, he said, sir, you seem not to understand that he that knows how to speak knows also when to speak. Of Archidamus, the son of Zeuxidamus. Archidamus, the son of Zeuxidamus, when one asked him who were governors at Sparta, replied, the laws, and the magistrates according to those laws. To one that praised a fiddler, and admired his skill, he said, how must you prize brave men, when you can give a fiddler such a commendation? When one recommending a musician to him said, this man plays well upon the harp, he returned, and we have this man who makes broth well, as if it were no more to raise pleasure and tickle with a sound than with meats and broths. To one that promised to make his wine sweet, he said, to what purpose? For we shall spend the more and ruin our public mess. When he besieged Corinth, seeing some hares started under the very walls, he said to his soldiers, our enemies may be easily surprised. 2. Choosing him arbitrator, he brought them both into the temple of Minerva of the Brazen House, and made them swear to stand to his determination. And when they had both sworn, he said, I determine that you shall not go out of this temple till you have ended all the differences between you. Dionysius, the Sicilian tyrant, sending his daughters some very rich apparel, he refused it, saying, when this is on, I am afraid they will look ugly and deformed. When he saw his son rashly engaging the Athenians, he said, pray, get more strength or less spirit. Of Archidamus, the son of Agesilaus. Archidamus, the son of Agesilaus, when Philip, after the battle at Chaeronea, sent him a haughty letter, returned this answer, if you measure your shadow, you will find it no greater than before the victory. And being asked how much land the Spartans possessed, he said, as much as their spears reach. Periander, a physician, being well skilled in his profession and of good credit, but writing very bad poems, he said to him, why, Periander, instead of a good physician, are you eager to be called a bad poet? In the war with Philip, when some advised him to fight at some distance from his own country, he replied, let us not mind that, but whether we shall fight bravely and beat our enemies. To some who commended him for routing the Arcadians, he said, it had been better if we had been too hard for them in policy rather than in strength. When he invaded Arcadia, understanding that the Eleans were ready to oppose him, he wrote thus, Archidamus to the Eleans, it is good to be quiet. the allies in the Peloponnesian War consulting what treasure would be sufficient to carry on the war, and desiring to set the tax, he said, war cannot be put on a certain allowance. As soon as ever he saw a dart shot out of an engine brought from Sicily, he cried out, "Good God, true valor is gone for ever." When the Greeks refused to obey him or to stand to those conditions which he had made with Antigonus and Craterus the Macedonians, but would be free, alleging that the Spartans would prove more rigorous lords than the Macedonians, he said, "A sheep always uses the same voice, but a man various and many, till he hath perfected his designs." Of Astycratidas. Astycratidas, after Agis the king was beaten by Antigonus at Megalopolis, was asked, "What will you Spartans do? Will you serve the Macedonians?" He replied, "Why so? Can Antipater hinder us from dying in the defence of Sparta?" Of Bias. Bias, being surprised by an ambush that Iphicrates the Athenian general had laid, and his soldiers demanding what must be done, he replied, "You must provide for your own safety, and I must fight manfully and die." Of Brasidas. Brasidas, catching a mouse amongst some dry figs, the mouse bit him. Upon which he let her go, and said to his companions, "There is nothing so little but it may preserve itself, if it dares resist the invaders." In a battle, being shot through the shield into the body, he drew the dart out, and with it killed the enemy. And one asking how his wound came, he replied, "By the treachery of my shield." As he was leading forth his army, he wrote to the Ephors, "I will accomplish what I wish in this war, or I will die for it." Being killed as he fought to free the Greeks in Thrace, the ambassadors that were sent to Sparta to condole his loss made a visit to his mother, Argileonis, and the first question she asked was, whether Brasidas died bravely. And the Thracians, extolling him and saying there was no such man in the world, "You mistake, sir," said she. "It is true, Brasidas was a good man, but Sparta can show many who are better." Of Damonidas. Damonidas, when the master of the festival set him in the lowest place in the choral dance, said, "Well, sir, you have found a way to make this place, which was infamous before, noble and honorable." Of Damis. Damis, to some letters that were sent to him by Alexander, intimating that he should vote Alexander a god, returned this answer: "We are content that Alexander, if he will, be called a god." Of Damindas. Damindas, when Philip invaded Peloponnesus, and one said that the Spartans would suffer great mischiefs unless they accepted his proposals, said, "Thou woman man, what misery can we suffer that despise death?" Of Derkylidas. Derkylidas, being sent ambassador to Pyrrhus, who was then with his army on the borders of Sparta, and required them either to receive their king Cleonymus, or he would make them know they were no better than other men, replied, "If he is a god, we do not fear him, for we have committed no fault. If a man, we are as good as he." Of Demaratus. Demaratus, when Orontes talked very roughly to him, and one said, "Demaratus, Orontes uses you very roughly," replied, "I have no reason to be angry, for those that speak to please do the mischief, not those that talk out of malice." To one inquiring why they disgrace those that lose their shields in a battle, and not those that lose their headpieces or breastplates, he answered, because these serve for their private safety only, but their shield for the common defence and strength of the whole army. Hearing one play upon the harp, he said, "The man seems to play the fool well." In a certain assembly, when he was asked whether he held his tongue because he was a fool or for want of words, he replied, "A fool cannot hold his tongue." When one asked him why, being king, he fled Sparta, he answered, "Because the laws rule there." A Persian, having by many presents enticed the boy that he loved from him, and saying, "Spartan, I have caught your love." "No, faith," he answered, "but you have bought him." One having revolted from the king of Persia, and by Demaratus's persuasion returning again to his obedience, and the king designing his death, Demaratus said, "It is dishonorable, O king, whilst he was an enemy not to be able to punish him for his revolt, and to kill him now he is a friend." To a parasite of the king that often jeered him about his exile, he said, "Sir, I will not fight you, for you have lost your post in life." Of Emprepes. Emprepes, one of the Ephors, cut out 2 of the 9 strings of Phrynis the musician's harp with a hatchet, saying, "Do not abuse music." Of Epainetus. Epainetus said, that liars were the cause of all villainies and injustice in the world. Of Euboidas. Euboidas, hearing some commend another man's wife, disliked it, and said, "Strangers who are not of the house should never speak of the manner of any woman." Of Eudamidas, the son of Archidamus. Eudamidas, the son of Archidamus and brother of Agis, seeing Xenocrates, now grown old, philosophizing in the academy with some of his acquaintance, asked what old man that was; and it being answered, he is a wise man and one of those that seek after virtue, he replied, "When will he use it, if he is seeking of it now?" Another time, when he heard a philosopher discoursing that none but a learned man could be a good general, he said, "Indeed the discourse is admirable, but he that makes it is of no credit in this matter, for he hath never heard a trumpet sound." Just as Xenocrates had finished his discourse, Eudamidas came into his school, and when one of his companions said, "As soon as we came, he ended," "So he ought," he replied, "if he had spoken all that was needful on the subject." And the other saying, "Yet it were a pleasant thing to hear him," he replied, "If we visited one that had supped already, should we desire him to sit down again?" When one asked him why, when all the citizens voted a war with the Macedonians, he appeared for peace, he answered, "Because I have no mind to convince them of their mistake." And when another encouraged them to this war, mentioning their various victories over the Persians, he said, "Sir, you appear not to see that this would be as absurd as to set upon 50 wolves, because you have beaten 1,000 sheep." A musician, playing very well, some asked him what manner of man he was in his opinion, and he answered, "A great seducer in a small matter." Hearing one commending Athens, he said, "Who could have reason to praise that city which no man ever loved because he had been made better in it?" An Argive, saying that the Spartans being taken from their own customs grew worse by travel, he replied, "But you, when you come into Sparta, do not return worse, but much better. When Alexander ordered by public proclamation in the Olympic games that all exiles whatever, except the Thebans, had free liberty to return to their own country, Eudamidas said, "This is a woeful proclamation to you Thebans, but yet honorable; for of all the Grecians, Alexander fears only you." Being asked why before a battle they sacrificed to the Muses, he replied, "That our brave actions may be worthily recorded." Of Eurycratidas, the son of Anaxandridas. Eurycratidas, the son of Anaxandridas, when one asked him why the Ephor sat every day to determine causes about contracts, replied, "That we may learn to keep our word even with our enemies." Of Zeuxidamus. Zeuxidamus, when one asked him why they did not set down all their laws concerning bravery and courage in writing, and let the young men read them, answered, because they should be accustomed to mind valiant actions rather than books and writings. Anatolian saying that war was better than peace for those that would be brave men. "No, faith," said he, "but death is better than life." Of Herondas. Herondas, when one at Athens was condemned for idleness, being informed of it, desired one to show him the man that had been convicted of so gentlemanly an offense. Of Thearidas. Thearidas, whetting his sword, being asked, "Is it sharp, Thearidas?" replied, "Yes, sharper than a slander." Of Themisteas. Themisteas the prophet foretold to King Leonidas his own and his soldiers' destruction at Thermopylae, and being commanded by Leonidas to return to Sparta, under pretence of informing the state how affairs stood, but really that he might not perish with the rest, he refused, saying, "I was sent as a soldier, not as a courier to carry news." Of Theopompus. Theopompus, when one asked him how a monarch may be safe, replied, "If he will give his friends just freedom to speak the truth, and to the best of his power not allow his subjects to be oppressed." To a guest of his that said, "In my own country I am called a lover of the Spartans," he replied, "It would be more honorable for you to be called a lover of your citizens than a lover of the Spartans." An ambassador from Elis, saying that his city sent him because he was the only man amongst them that admired and followed the Spartan way of living. Theopompus asked, "And pray, sir, which way is best, yours or the other citizens?" And the ambassador replying, "Mine," he subjoined, "How then can that city stand, in which amongst so many inhabitants there is but one good man?" When one said that Sparta was preserved because the kings knew how to govern, "No," he replied, "but because the citizens know how to be governed." The Pylians voting him greater honors, he wrote to them thus: "Moderate honors time augments, but it defaces the immoderate." Of Thorycion. Thorycion, on his return from Delphi, seeing Philip's army possessed of the narrow passage at the isthmus, said, "Peloponnesus hath very bad porters in you Corinthians." Of Thectamenes. Thectamenes, when the Ephors condemned him to die, went away smiling; and one of the company asked him whether he despised the judicial proceedings of Sparta. "No," said he, "but I am glad that I am ordered to pay a fine which I can pay out of my own stock, without being beholden to any man or taking up money upon interest. Of Hippodamus. Hippodamus, when Agis was joined in command with Archidamus, being sent with Agis to Sparta to look after affairs there, said, "But shall I not die a more glorious death fighting valiantly in defence of Sparta?" He was above 80 years of age, yet he put on his armor, fought on the right hand of the king, and died bravely. Of Hippocratidas. Hippocratidas, when the governor of Caria sent him word that he had a Spartan in his hands who concealed a conspiracy that he was privy to, and asked how he should deal with him, returned this answer: "If you have done him any great kindness, kill him; if not, banish him as a base fellow, too mean-spirited to be good." A youth whom his lover followed, meeting him and blushing at the encounter, he said, "You should keep such company that, whoever sees you, you will have no reason to change color." Of Callicratidas. Callicratidas the admiral, when some of Lysander's friends desired him to permit them to kill one of the enemy, and offered 50 talents for the favor, though he wanted money extremely to buy provision for his soldiers, refused. And when Cleander urged him and said, "Sir, I would have taken the money if I were you," he replied, "So would I, were I Cleander." When he came to Sardis to Cyrus the Younger, who was then an ally of the Lacedaemonians, about a sum of money to equip his navy, on the first day he ordered his officers to tell Cyrus that he desired audience; but being told that he was drinking, "Well," said he, "I shall stay till he hath done." But understanding that he could not be admitted that day, he presently left the court, and thereupon was thought a rude and uncivil fellow. On the next day, when he received the same answer and could not be admitted, he said, "I must not be so eager for money as to do any thing unbecoming Sparta." And presently he returned to Ephesus, cursing those who had first endured the insolence of the barbarians, and had taught them to rely upon their wealth and abuse others. And he swore to his companions that as soon as ever he came to Sparta, he would do all that lay in his power to reconcile the Greek states, that they might be more dreadful to the barbarians, and not forced to seek assistance from them to ruin one another. Being asked what manner of men the Ionians were, he replied, "Bad freemen, but good slaves." When Cyrus sent his soldiers their pay, and some particular presents to himself, he received the pay, but sent back the presents, saying that there was no need of any private friendship between them, for the common league with the Lacedaemonians included him. Designing to engage near Arginusae, when Hermon the pilot said, "It is advisable to tack about, for the Athenians exceed us in number," he exclaimed, "What then? It is base and dishonorable to Sparta to fly, but to stand to it and die or conquer is brave and noble." As he was sacrificing before the battle, when he heard the priest presaging that the army would conquer but the captain fall, undauntedly he said, "Sparta doth not depend on one man. My country will receive no great loss by my death, but a considerable one by my yielding to the enemy." And ordering Cleander to succeed as admiral, he readily engaged, and died in the battle. Of Cleombrotus, the son of Pausanias. Cleombrotus, the son of Pausanias, when a friend of his contended with his father which was the best man, said, "Sir, my father must be better than you, till you get a son as well as he. Of Cleomenes, the son of Anaxandridas. Cleomenes, the son of Anaxandridas, was wont to say that Homer was the poet of the Lacedaemonians, Hesiod of the Helots. For one taught the art of war, and the other husbandry. Having made a truce for 7 days with the Argives, he watched his opportunity the 3rd night, and perceiving them secure and negligent by reason of the truce, he fell upon them whilst they were asleep, killed some, and took others prisoners. Upon this, being upbraided for breach of articles, he said that his oath did not extend to night as well as day, and to hurt a man's enemies any way, both before God and man, was much better than to be just. It happened that he missed taking Argos, in hopes of which he broke his oath. For the women taking the old arms out of the temples defended the city. And afterwards, running stark mad, he seized a knife and ripped himself up from the very ankles to the vital parts, and thus died, grinning and laughing. The priest, advising him not to march to Argos, for he would be forced to a dishonorable retreat, when he came near the city and saw the gates shut and the women upon the walls, he said, "What, sir priests, will this be a dishonorable retreat, when, the men being all lost, the women have shut the gates?" When some of the Argives railed at him as an impious and forsworn wretch, he said, "Well, it is in your power to rail at me, and in mine to mischief you." The Samian ambassadors, urging him to make war on the tyrant Polycrates, and making long harangues on that account, he said, "The beginning of your speech I don't remember, and therefore I cannot understand the middle, and the last I don't like." A pirate spoiling the country, and when he was taken, saying, "I had no provision for my soldiers, and therefore went to those who had store and would not give it willingly, to force it from them," Cleomenes said, "True villainy goes the shortest way to work." A base fellow railing at him, he said, "Well, I think thou railest at everybody, that being employed to defend ourselves, we may have no time to speak of thy baseness." One of the citizens, saying that a good king should be always mild and gracious, "True," said he, "as long as he doth not make himself contemptible." Being tormented with a long disease, he consulted the priests and expiators, to whom he formerly gave no credit. And when a friend of his wondered at the action, "Why dost thou wonder?" said he, "for I am not the same man I was then, and since I am not the same, I do not approve the same things." A sophist discoursing of courage, he laughed exceedingly. And the sophist saying, "Why do you laugh, Cleomenes, when you hear one treat of courage, especially since you are a king?" "Because, sir," said he, "if a swallow should discourse of it, I should laugh; but if an eagle, I should hearken attentively." When the Argives boasted that they would retrieve their defeat by a new battle, he said, "I wonder if the addition of 2 syllables has made you braver than you were before." When one railed at him and said, "Thou art luxurious, Cleomenes," "Well," he replied, "that is better than to be unjust, but thou art covetous, although thou art master of abundance of superfluities." A friend, willing to recommend a musician to him, besides other large commendations, said he was the best musician in all Greece. Cleomenes, pointing to one that stood by, said, "Faith, sir, that fellow is my best cook." Meander, the the Samian tyrant, flying to Sparta upon the invasion of the Persian, discovering what treasure he had brought, and offering Cleomenes as much as he would have, Cleomenes refused, and beside took care that he should not give any of the citizens a farthing, but going to the Ephors, told them that it would be good for Sparta to send that Samian guest of his out of Peloponnesus, lest he should persuade any of the Lacedaemonians to be a knave. And they, taking his advice, ordered Meander to be gone that very day. One asking why, since they had beaten the Argives so often, they did not totally destroy them, he replied, that we may have some to exercise our youth. One demanding why the Spartans did not dedicate the spoils of their enemies to the gods, because, said he, they are taken from cowards, and such things as are betrayed to us by the cowardice of the possessors are fit neither for our youth to see, nor to be dedicated to the gods. Of Cleomenes, the son of Cleombrotus. Cleomenes, the son of Cleombrotus, to one that presented him some gamecocks, and said, Sir, these will die before they run, returned, Pray let me have some of that breed which will kill these, for certainly they are the better of the two. Of Labotus. Labotus said to one that made a long discourse, Why such great preambles to so small a matter? A speech should be no bigger than the subject. Of Leotychidas. Leotychidas the first, when one said he was very inconstant, replied, My inconstancy proceeds from the variety of times, and not, as yours, from innate baseness. And to another, asking him what was the best way to secure his present happiness, he answered, Not to trust all to fortune. And to another, enquiring what freeborn boys should principally learn, That, said he, which will profit them when they are grown men. And to another, asking why the Spartans drink little, he replied, That we may consult concerning others, and not others concerning us. Of Leotychidas, the son of Aristo. Leotychidas, the son of Aristo, when one told him that Demaratus's sons spake ill of him, replied, Faith, no wonder, for not one of them can speak well. A serpent twisting about the key of his inmost door, and the priests declaring it a prodigy. I cannot think it so, said he, but it had been one if the key had twisted round the serpent. To Philip, a priest of Orpheus's mysteries, in extreme poverty, saying that those whom he initiated were very happy after death, he said, Why then, you sot, don't you die quickly, and bewail your poverty and misery no more? Of Leo, the son of Eucratidas. Leo, the son of Eucratidas, being asked in what city a man might live with the greatest safety, replied, In that where the inhabitants have neither too much nor too little, where justice is strong and injustice weak. Seeing the racers in the Olympian games very solicitous at starting to get some advantage of one another, he said, How much more careful are these racers to be counted swift than just. To one discoursing of some profitable matters out of due season, he said, Sir, you do a very good thing at a very bad time. Of Leonidas, the son of Anaxandridas. Leonidas, the son of Anaxandridas and brother to Cleomenes, when one said to him, Abating that you are king, you are no better than we, replied, But unless I had been better than you, I had not been king. His wife, Gorgo, when he went forth to Thermopylae to fight the Persian, asked him what command he left with her, and he replied, Marry brave men, and bear them brave children. The Ephors saying, You lead but few to Thermopylae. There are many, said he, considering on what design we go. And when they again asked him whether he had any other enterprise in his thought, he replied, I pretend to go to hinder the barbarians' passage, but really to die fighting for the Greeks. When he was at Thermopylae, he said to his soldiers, They report the enemy is at hand, and we lose time, for we must either beat the barbarian or die ourselves. And to another, saying, What, the flights of the Persian arrows will darken the very sun, he said, Therefore it will be pleasant for us to fight in the shade. And another, saying, What, Leonidas, do you come to fight so great a number with so few? He returned, If you esteem number, all Greece is not able to match a small part of that army. If courage, this number is sufficient. And to another discoursing after the same manner, he said, I have enough, since they are to be killed. When Xerxes wrote to him thus, Sir, you may forbear to fight against the gods, but may follow my interest and be lord of all Greece, he answered, If you understood wherein consisted the happiness of life, you would not covet other men's. But know that I would rather die for the liberty of Greece than be a monarch over my countrymen. And Xerxes, writing to him again thus, Send me thy arms, he returned, Come and take them. When he resolved to fall upon the enemy, and his captains of the war told him he must stay till the forces of the allies had joined him, he said, Do you think all those that intend to fight are not here already? Or do you not understand that those only fight who fear and reverence their kings? And he ordered his soldiers so to dine, as if they were to sup in another world. And being asked why the bravest men prefer an honorable death before an inglorious life, he replied, Because they believe one is the gift of nature, while the other is peculiarly their own. Being desirous to save the striplings that were with him, and knowing very well that if he dealt openly with them none would accept his kindness, he gave each of them privately letters to carry to the Ephors. He desired likewise to save 3 of those that were grown men, but they, having some notice of his design, refused the letters. And one of them said, I came, sir, to be a soldier, and not a courier. And the second, I shall be a better man if here than if away. And the third, I will not be behind these, but the first in the fight. Of Lochagus. Lochagus, the father of Polyanides and Siron, when one told him one of his sons was dead, said, I knew long ago that he must die. Of Lycurgus, the lawgiver. Lycurgus, the lawgiver, designing to reclaim his citizens from their former luxury, and bring them to a more sober course of life and make them brave men, for they were then loose and delicate, bred up 2 whelps of the same litter. One he kept at home, bred him tenderly, and fed him well, but the other he taught to hunt, and used him to the chase. Both these dogs he brought out into the public assembly, and setting down some scraps of meat, and letting go a hare at the same time, each of the dogs ran greedily to what they had been accustomed. And the hunter, catching the hare, Lycurgus said, See, countrymen, how these two, though of the same litter, by my breeding them are become very different, and that custom and exercise conduces more than nature to make things brave and excellent. Some say that he did not bring out two whelps of the same kind, but one a house dog and the other a hunter, the former of which, though the baser kind, he had accustomed to the woods, and the other, though more noble, kept lazily at home; and when in public, each of them pursuing his usual delight, he had given a clear evidence that education is of considerable force in raising bad or good inclinations. He said, "Therefore, countrymen, our honorable extraction, that idol of the crowd, though from Hercules himself, profits us little, unless we learn and exercise all our life in such famous exploits as made him accounted the most noble and the most glorious in the world." When he made a division of the land, giving each man an equal portion, it is reported that some while after, in his return from a journey, as he passed through the country in harvest time and saw the cocks of wheat all equal and lying promiscuously, he was extremely pleased, and with a smile said to his companions, "All Sparta looks like the possession of many loving brothers who have lately divided their estate." Having discharged every man from his debts, he endeavored likewise to divide all movables equally amongst all, that he might have no inequality in his commonwealth. But seeing that the rich men would hardly endure this open and apparent spoil, he cried down all gold and silver coin, and ordered nothing but iron to be current, and rated every man's estate, and defined how much it was worth upon exchange for that money. By this means all injustice was banished in Sparta, for none would steal, none take bribes, none cheat or rob any man of that which he could not conceal, which none would envy, which could not be used without discovery, or carried into other countries with advantage. Besides, this contrivance freed them from all superfluous arts; for no merchant, sophist, fortune teller, or mountebank would live amongst them. No carver, no contriver ever troubled Sparta, because he cried down all money that was advantageous to them, and permitted none but this iron coin, each piece of which was an Aegina pound in weight, and less than a penny in value. Designing farther to check all luxury and greediness after wealth, he instituted public meals, where all the citizens were obliged to eat. And when some of his friends demanded what he designed by this institution, and why he divided the citizens, when in arms, into small companies, he replied, that they may more easily hear the word of command, and if there are any designs against the state, the conspiracy may join but few; and besides, that there may be an equality in the provision, and that neither in meat nor drink, seats, tables, or any furniture, the rich may be better provided than the poor. When he had by this contrivance made wealth less desirable, it being unfit both for use and show, he said to his familiars, "What a brave thing is it, my friends, by our actions to make Plutus appear, as he is indeed, blind." He took care that none should sup at home, and afterwards, when they were full of other victuals, come to the public entertainments; for all the rest reproached him that did not feed with them as a glutton and of too delicate a palate for the public provision. And when he was discovered, he was severely punished. and therefore Agis the king, when after a long absence he returned from the camp, the Athenians were beaten in the expedition, willing to sup at home with his wife once, sent a servant for his allowance. The officers refused, and the next day the ephors fined him for the fault. The wealthy citizens, being offended at these constitutions, made a mutiny against him, abused, threw stones, and designed to kill him. Thus pursued, he ran through the marketplace towards the temple of Minerva of the Brazen House, and reached it before any of the others. Only Alcander, pursuing close, struck him as he turned about, and beat out one eye. Afterward, the commonwealth delivered up this Alcander to his mercy, but he neither inflicted any punishment nor gave him an ill word, but kindly entertained him at his own house, and brought him to be his friend, an admirer of his course of life, and very well affected to all his laws. Yet he built a monument of this sad disaster in the temple of Minerva, naming it Optiletis, for the Dorians in that country call eyes optiloi. Being asked why he used no written laws, he replied, because those that are well instructed are able to suit matters to the present occasion. And another time, when some enquired why he had ordained that the timber which roofed the houses should be wrought with the axe only, and the doors with no other instrument but the saw, he answered, that my citizens might be moderate in every thing which they bring into their houses, and possess nothing which others so much prize and value. And hence it is reported that King Leotychides the First, supping with a friend, and seeing the roof curiously arched and richly wrought, asked him whether in that country the trees grew square. And some, demanding why he forbade them to war often with the same nation, he replied, lest being often forced to stand on their defence, they should get experience and be masters of our art. And therefore it was a great fault in Agesilaus that by his frequent incursions into Boeotia he made the Thebans a match for the Lacedaemonians. And another, asking why he exercised the virgins' bodies with racing, wrestling, throwing the bar, and the like, he answered, that the first rooting of the children being strong and firm, their growth might be proportionable, and that the women might have strength to bear and more easily undergo the pains of travail, or, if necessity should require, be able to fight for themselves, their country, and their children. Some being displeased that the virgins went about naked at certain solemnities, and demanding the reason of that custom, he replied, that using the same exercises with men, they might equal them in strength and health of body, and in courage and bravery of mind, and be above that mean opinion which the vulgar had of them. And hence goes the story of Gorgo, wife of Leonidas, that when a stranger, a friend of hers, said, you Spartan women alone rule men, she replied, good reason, for we alone bear men. By ordering that no bachelor should be admitted a spectator of these naked solemnities, and fixing some other disgrace on them, he made them all eager to be married and get children. Besides, he deprived them of that honor and observance which the young men were bound to pay their elders. And upon that account none can blame what was said to Dercyllidas, though a brave captain, for as he approached, one of the young men refused to rise up and give him place, saying, you have not begotten any to give place to me. When one asked him why he allowed no dowry to be given with a maid, he answered, that none might be slighted for their poverty or courted for their wealth, but that every one, considering the manners of the maid, might choose for the sake of virtue. And for the same reason he forbade all painting of the face and curiousness in dress and ornament. To one that asked him why he made a law that before such an age neither sex should marry, he answered, that the children might be lusty, being born of persons of full age. And to one wondering why he would not suffer the husband to lie all night with his wife, but commanded them to be most of the day and all the night with their fellows, and creep to their wives cautiously and by stealth, he said, I do it that they may be strong in body, having never been satiated and surfeited with pleasure, that they may be always fresh in love, and their children more strong and lusty. He forbade all perfumes, as nothing but good oil corrupted, and the dyer's art, as a flatterer and enticer of the sense. And he ejected all skilled in ornament and dressing, as those who by their lewd devices corrupt the true arts of decency and living well. At that time the women were so chaste and such strangers to that lightness to which they were afterwards addicted, that adultery was incredible. And there goes a saying of Geradatas, one of the ancient Spartans, who, being asked by a stranger what punishment the Spartans appointed for adulterers, for Lycurgus mentioned none, he said, Sir, we have no adulterers amongst us. And he replying, But suppose there should be? Geradatas made the same reply, For how, said he, could there be an adulterer in Sparta, where wealth, delicacy, and all ornaments are disesteemed, and modesty, neatness, and obedience to the governors only are in request? When one desired him to establish a democracy in Sparta, he said, Pray, sir, do you first set up that form in your own family. And to another, demanding why he ordered such mean sacrifices, he answered, That we may always be able to honor the gods. He permitted the citizens those exercises only in which the hand is not stretched out. And one demanding his reason, he replied, That none in any labor may be accustomed to be weary. And another, enquiring why he ordered that in a war the camp should be often changed, he answered, That we may damage our enemies the more. Another, demanding why he forbade to storm a castle, he said, Lest my brave men should be killed by a woman, a boy, or some man of as mean courage. When the Thebans asked his advice about the sacrifices and lamentation which they instituted in honor of Leucothea, he gave them this: If you think her a goddess, do not lament; if a woman, do not sacrifice to her as a goddess. To some of the citizens inquiring, How shall we avoid the invasions of enemies? He replied, If you are poor and one covets no more than another. And to others, demanding why he did not wall his city, he said, That city is not unwalled which is encompassed with men and not brick. The Spartans are curious in their hair, and tell us that Lycurgus said, It makes the handsome more amiable, and the ugly more terrible. He ordered that in a war they should pursue the routed enemy so far as to secure the victory, and then retreat, saying it was unbecoming the Grecian bravery to butcher those that fled, and beside it was useful for their enemies, knowing that they spared all that yielded and cut in pieces the opposers, would easily conclude that it was safer to fly than to stand stoutly to it and resist. When one asked him why he charged his soldiers not to meddle with the spoil of their slain enemies, he replied, lest while they are eager on their prey, they neglect their fighting, but also that they may keep their order and their poverty together. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Laconic Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings of the Spartans. Part 3. Of Lysander. Lysander, when Dionysius sent him 2 gowns, and bade him choose which he would carry to his daughter, said, she can choose best, and so took both away with him. This Lysander, being a very crafty fellow, frequently using subtle tricks and notable deceits, placing all justice and honesty in profit and advantage, would confess that truth indeed was better than a lie, but the worth and dignity of either was to be defined by their usefulness to our affairs. And to some that were bitter upon him for these deceitful practices as unworthy of Hercules's family, and owing his success to little mean tricks and not plain force and open dealing, he answered with a smile, when the lion's skin cannot prevail, a little of the fox's must be used. And to others that upbraided him for breaking his oaths made at Miletus, he said, boys must be cheated with cockle bones, and men with oaths. Having surprised the Athenians by an ambush near the Goat rivers and routed them, and afterwards by famine forced the city to surrender, he wrote to the Ephors, Athens is taken. When the Argives were in a debate with the Lacedaemonians about their confines, and seemed to have the better reasons on their side, drawing his sword, he said, he that hath this is the best pleader about confines. Leading his army through Boeotia, and finding that state wavering and not fixed on either party, he sent to know whether he should march through their country with his spears up or down. At an assembly of the states of Greece, when a Megarian talked saucily to him, he said, Sir, your words want a city. The Corinthians revolting, and he approaching to the walls that he saw the Spartans not eager to storm, while at the same time hares were skipping over the trenches of the town, are you not ashamed, said he, to be afraid of those enemies whose slothfulness suffers even hares to sleep upon their walls? At Samothrace, as he was consulting the oracle, the priests ordered him to confess the greatest crime he had been guilty of in his whole life. What, said he, is this your own or the gods' command? And the priests replying, the gods, said he, do you withdraw, and I will tell them, if they make any such demand. A Persian asking him what polity he liked, that, he replied, which assigns stout men and cowards suitable rewards. To one that said, Sir, I always commend you and speak in your behalf. Well, said he, I have 2 oxen in the field, and though neither says one word, I know very well which is the laborious and which the lazy. To one that railed at him he said, Speak, sir, let us have it all fast, if thou canst empty thy soul of those wicked thoughts which thou seemest full of. Some time after his death, there happening a difference between the Spartans and their allies, Agesilaus went to Lysander's house to inspect some papers that lay in his custody relating to that matter, and there found an oration composed for Lysander concerning the government, setting forth that it was expedient to set aside the families of the Europrotidae and Agidae, to admit all to an equal claim, and choose their king out of the worthiest men, that the crown might be the reward not of those that shared in the blood of Hercules, but of those who were like him for virtue and courage, that virtue that exalted him into a god. This oration Agesilaus was resolved to publish, to show the Spartans how much they were mistaken in Lysander, and to discredit his friends. But they say, Cratidas, the president of the Ephors, fearing this oration, if published, would prevail upon the people, advised Agesilaus to be quiet, telling him that he should not dig up Lysander, but rather bury that oration with him, being so cunningly contrived, so powerful to persuade. Those that courted his daughters, and when at his death he appeared to be poor, forsook them, the Ephors find, because whilst they thought him rich they caressed him, but scorned him when by his poverty they knew him to be just and honest. Of Namertes. Namertes, being on an embassy when one of that country told him he was a happy man in having so many friends, asked him if he knew any certain way to try whether a man had many friends or not. And the other being earnest to be told, Namertes replied, Adversity. Of Nicander. Nicander, when one told him that the Argives spake very ill of him, said, Well, they suffer for speaking ill of good men. And to one that inquired why they wore long hair and long beards, he answered, Because man's natural ornaments are the handsomest and the cheapest. An Athenian saying, Nicander, you Spartans are extremely idle. You say true, he answered, but we do not busy ourselves like you in every trifle. Of Panthoidas. When Panthoidas was ambassador in Asia, and some showed him a strong fortification, Faith, said he, it is a fine cloister for women. In the Academy, when the philosophers had made a great many and excellent discourses, and asked Panthoidas how he liked them, Indeed, said he, I think them very good, but of no profit at all, since you yourselves do not use them. Of Pausanias, the son of Cleombrotus. Pausanias, the son of Cleombrotus, when the Delians pleaded their title to the island against the Athenians, and urged that according to their law no women were ever brought to bed, or any carcass buried in the isle, said, How then can that be your country, in which not one of you was born or shall ever lie? The exiles, urging him to march against the Athenians, and saying that when he was proclaimed victor in the Olympic games, these alone hissed. How, says he, since they hissed whilst we did them good, what do you think they will do when abused? When one asked him why they made Tyrtaeus the poet a citizen, he answered, that no foreigner should be our captain. A man of a weak and puny body, advising to fight the enemy both by sea and land, "Pray, sir," says he, "will you strip and show what a man you are who advise to engage?" When some amongst the spoils of the barbarians admired the richness of their clothes, it had been better, he said, that they had been men of worth themselves than that they should possess things of worth. After the victory over the Medes at Plataea, he commanded his officers to set before him the Persian banquet that was already dressed, which, appearing very sumptuous, "By heaven," quoth he, "the Persian is an abominable glutton, who, when he hath such delicacies at home, comes to eat our barley cakes." Of Pausanias, the son of Plistoanax. Pausanias, the son of Plistoanax, replied to one that asked him why it was not lawful for the Spartans to abrogate any of their old laws, because men ought to be subject to laws, and not the laws to men. When banished and at Tegea, he commended the Lacedaemonians. One said to him, "Why then did you not stay at Sparta?" And he returned, "Physicians are conversant not amongst the healthy, but the diseased." To one asking him how they should conquer the Thracians, he replied, "If we make the best man our captain." A physician, after he had felt his pulse and considered his constitution, saying, "He ails nothing." "It is because, sir," he replied, "I use none of your physic." When one of his friends blamed him for giving a physician an ill character, since he had no experience of his skill, nor received any injury from him, "No, faith," said he, "for had I tried him, I had not lived to give this character." And when the physician said, "Sir, you are an old man." "That happens," he replied, "because you were never my doctor." And he was used to say that he was the best physician who did not let his patients rot above ground, but quickly buried them. Of Paedaretus. Paedaretus, when one told him the enemies were numerous, said, "Therefore we shall get the greater reputation, for we shall kill the more." Seeing a man soft by nature and a coward commended by the citizens for his lenity and good disposition, he said, "We should not praise men that are like women, nor women that are like men, unless some extremity forceth a woman to stand upon her guard." When he was not chosen into the 300, the chief order in the city, he went away laughing and very jocund. And the Ephors calling him back and asking why he laughed, "Why," said he, "I congratulate the happiness of the city that enjoys 300 citizens better than myself." Of Plistarchus. Plistarchus, the son of Leonidas, to one asking him why they did not take their names from the first kings, replied, "Because the former were rather captains than kings, but the later otherwise." A certain advocate using 1,000 little jests in his pleading, "Sir," said he, "you do not consider that, as those that often wrestle are wrestlers at last, so you by often exciting laughter will become ridiculous yourself." When one told him that a notorious railer spoke well of him, "I'll lay my life," said he, "somebody hath told him I am dead, for he can speak well of no man living." Of Plistoanax. Plistoanax, the son of Pausanias, when an Athenian orator called the Lacedaemonians unlearned fellows, said, "'Tis true, for we alone of all the Greeks have not learned any ill from you." Of Polydorus. Polydorus, the son of Alcamenes, when one often threatened his enemies, said to him, "Do not you perceive, sir, that you waste a great part of your revenge?" As he marched his army against Messene, a friend asked him if he would fight against his brothers. "No," said he, "but I put in for an estate to which none as yet hath any good title." The Argives, after the fight of the 300 being totally routed in a set battle, the allies urged him not to let the opportunity slip, but storm and take the city of the enemy; for it would be very easy, now all the men were destroyed, and none but women left. He replied, "I love to vanquish my enemies when I fight on equal terms. Nor do I think it just in him who was commissioned to contest about the confines of the two states, to desire to be master of the city; for I came only to recover our own territories, and not to seize theirs." Being asked once why the Spartans ventured so bravely in battle, "Because," said he, "we have learned to reverence and not fear our leaders." Of Polycratidas. Polycratidas, being joined with others in an embassy to the lieutenants of the king, being asked whether they came as private or public persons, returned, "If we obtain our demands, as public; if not, as private." Of Phoebidas. Phoebidas, just before the battle at Leuctra, when some said, "This day will show who is a brave man," replied, "'Tis a fine day indeed that can show a brave man alive." Of Zoos. It is reported of Zoos that, when his army was shut up by the Clitorians in a disadvantageous strait and wanted water, he agreed to restore all the places he had taken, if all his men should drink of the neighboring fountain. Now the enemy had secured the spring and guarded it. These articles being sworn to, he convened his soldiers, and promised to give him the kingdom who would forbear drinking; but none accepting it, he went to the water, sprinkled himself, and so departed, whilst the enemies looked on. And he therefore refused to restore the places, because he himself had not drunk. Of Telecrus. Telecrus, to one reporting that his father spake ill of him, replied, he would not speak so unless he had reason for it. When his brother said, "The citizens have not that kindness for me they have for you, but use me more coarsely, though born of the same parents," he replied, "You do not know how to bear an injury, and I do." Being asked what was the reason of that custom among the Spartans for the younger to rise up in reverence to the elder, "Because," said he, "by this behavior towards those to whom they have no relation, they may learn to reverence their parents more." To one enquiring what wealth he had, he returned, "No more than enough." Of Charillus. Charillus, being asked why Lycurgus made so few laws, "Because," he replied, "those whose words are few need but few laws." Another enquiring why their virgins appear in public unveiled, and their wives veiled, "Because," said he, "virgins ought to find husbands, married women keep those they have." To a slave saucily opposing him, he said, "I would kill thee if I were not angry." And being asked what polity he thought best, "That," said he, "in which most of the citizens without any disturbance contend about virtue." And to a friend enquiring why amongst them all the images of the gods were armed, he replied, that those reproaches we cast upon men for their cowardice may not reflect upon the gods, and that our youth may not supplicate the deities unarmed. The remarkable speeches of some obscure men amongst the Spartans. When the Samian ambassadors had made a long harangue, the Spartans answered, "We have forgot the first part, and so cannot understand the last." To the Thebans, violently contesting with them about something, they replied, "Your spirit should be less, or your forces greater." A Lacedaemonian being asked why he kept his beard so long, "That seeing my grey hairs," he replied, "I may do nothing but what becomes them." One commending the best warriors, a Spartan that overheard said, "At Troy." Another, hearing that some forced their guests to drink after supper, said, "What, not to eat too?" Pindar, in his poems, having called Athens the prop of Greece, a Spartan said, "Greece would soon fall if it leaned on such a prop." When one, seeing the Athenians pictured killing the Spartans, said, "The Athenians are stout fellows." "Yes," subjoined a Spartan, "in a picture." To one that was very attentive to a scandalous accusation, a Spartan said, "Pray, sir, be not prodigal of your ears against me." And to one under correction that cried out, "I offend against my will," another said, "Therefore suffer against thy will." One seeing some journeying in a chariot said, "God forbid that I should sit where I cannot rise up to reverence my elders." Some Chian travellers vomiting after supper in the consistory, and dunging in the very seats of the ephors, first they made strict inquiry whether the offenders were citizens or not; but finding they were Chians, they publicly proclaimed that they gave the Chians leave to be filthy and uncivil. When one saw a merchant sell hard almonds at double the price that others were usually sold at, he said, "Are stones scarce?" Another, pulling a nightingale, and finding but a very small body, said, "Thou art voice and nothing else." Another Spartan, seeing Diogenes the Cynic in very cold weather embrace a brazen statue, asked whether he was not very cold, and he replying, "No," he rejoined, "What great matter then is it that you do?" A Metapontine, being jeered by a Spartan for cowardice, replied, "Nay, sir, we are masters of some of the territories of other states." "Then," said the Spartan, "you are not only cowards, but unjust." A traveller at Sparta, standing long upon one leg, said to a Lacedaemonian, "I do not believe you can do as much." "True," said he, "but every goose can." To one valuing himself upon his skill in oratory, a Spartan said, "By heaven, there never was and never can be any art without truth." An Argive saying, "We have the tombs of many Spartans amongst us," a Spartan replied, "But we cannot show the grave of one Argive," meaning that they had often invaded Argos, but the Argives never Sparta. A Spartan that was taken captive and to be sold, when the crier said, "Here's a Spartan to be sold," stopped his mouth, saying, "Cry a captive." One of the soldiers of Lysimachus, being asked by him whether he was a true Spartan or one of the Helot slaves, replied, "Do you imagine a Lacedaemonian would serve you for a groat a day?" The Thebans, having beaten the Lacedaemonians at Leuctra, marched to the river Eurotas itself, where one of them boasting said, "Where are the Spartans now?" To whom a captive replied, "They are not at hand, sir, for if they had been, you had not come so far." The Athenians, having surrendered their own city to the Spartans, requested that they might be permitted to enjoy Samos only, upon which the Spartans said, "When you are not at your own disposal, would you be lords of others?" And hence came that proverb, "He that is not master of himself begs Samos." When the Lacedaemonians had taken a town by storm, the Ephors said, "The exercise of our youth is lost, for now they will have none to contend with them." The Persian offering to raze a city that had frequent quarrels and skirmishes with the Spartans, they desired him to forbear, and not take away the whetstone of their youth. They appointed no masters to instruct their boys in wrestling, that they might contend not in sleights of art and little tricks, but in strength and courage. And therefore Lysander, being asked by what means Charon was too hard for him, replied, "By sleights and cunning." When Philip, having entered their territories, sent to know whether he should come as an enemy or a friend, the Spartans returned, "Neither." Hearing that the ambassador they had sent to Antigonus the son of Demetrius had called him king, they fined him, though he had obtained of him in time of scarcity a bushel of wheat for every person in the city. A vicious person giving excellent good counsel, they received it, but took it from him and attributed it to another, a man regular and of a good life. When some brothers differed, they fined the father for neglecting his sons and suffering them to be at strife. They fined likewise a musician that came amongst them for playing the harp with his fingers. Two boys fighting, one wounded the other mortally with a hook, and when his acquaintance, just as he was dying, vowed to revenge his death and have the blood of him that killed him, "By no means," saith he, "it is unjust, for I had done the same thing if I had been stout and more speedy in my stroke." Another boy, at the time when freemen's sons are allowed to steal what they can, and it is a disgrace to be discovered, when some of his companions had stolen a young fox and delivered it to him, and the owners came to search, hid it under his gown. And though the angry little beast bit through his side to his very guts, he endured it quietly, that he might not be discovered. When the searchers were gone, and the boys saw what had happened, they chid him roundly, saying, "It had been better to produce the fox than thus to conceal him by losing your own life." "No, no," he replied, "it is much better to die in torments than to let my softness betray me, and suffer a life that had been scandalous." Some meeting certain Spartans upon the road said, "Sirs, you have good luck, for the robbers are just gone." "Faith," they replied, "they have good luck that they did not meet with us." A Lacedaemonian, being asked what he knew, answered, "To be free." A Spartan boy, being taken by Antigonus and sold, obeyed his master readily in every thing that he thought not below a freeman to do. But when he was commanded to bring a chamber pot, unable to contain, he said, "I will not serve." But his master pressing him, he ran to the top of the house, and saying, "You shall find what you have bought," threw himself down headlong and died. Another being to be sold, when the chapman asked him, "Wilt thou be towardly if I buy thee?" "Yes," he returned, "and if you do not buy me." Another captive, when the crier said, "Here's a slave to be sold," cried out, "You villain, why not a captive?" A Spartan, who had a fly engraven on his shield no bigger than nature hath made that creature, when some jeered him as if he did it on purpose that he might not be taken notice of, replied, "It is that I may be known, for I advance so near my enemies that they can well perceive my impress, as little as it is." Another, when at an entertainment a harp was brought in, said, "It is not the custom of Spartans to play the fool." A Spartan, being asked whether the way to Sparta was safe or not, replied, "That is according as you go down thither, for lions that approach rue their coming, and hares we hunt in their very coverts." A Spartan wrestling, when he could not make his adversary that had got the upper hand of him loose his hold, and was unable to avoid the fall, bit him by the arm. And the other saying, "Spartan, thou bitest like a woman." "No," said he, "but like a lion." A lame man, marching out to war and being laughed at, said, "There is no need of those that can run away, but of those that can stand to it and defend their post." Another, being shot through, said with his last breath, "It doth not trouble me that I die, but that I should be killed by a woman before I had performed some notable exploit." One coming into an inn, and giving the host a piece of meat to make ready for him, when the host demanded some cheese and oil besides, "What," says the Spartan, "if I had cheese, should I want meat?" When one called Lampis of Aegina happy, because he seemed a rich man having many ships of his own at sea, a Spartan said, "I do not like that happiness that hangs by a cord." One telling a Spartan that he lied, the Spartan returned, "True, for we are free. But others, unless they speak truth, will suffer for it." When one had undertaken to make a carcass stand upright, and tried every way to no purpose, "Faith," said he, "there wants something within." Tynnichus bore his son Thrasybulus's death very patiently, and there is this epigram made upon him: "Stout Thrasybulus on his shield was brought From bloody fields where he had bravely fought. The Argives beat, and as he stoutly pressed, 7 spears, and death attending, pierced his breast. The father took the corpse, and as he bled, he laid it on the funeral pile, and said, 'Be cowards mourned, I'll spend no tear nor groan, whilst thus I burn a Spartan and my son.'" The keeper of the bath allowing more water than ordinary to Alcibiades the Athenian, a Spartan said, "What, is he more foul that he wants more than others?" Philip, making an inroad upon Sparta, and all the Spartans expecting to be cut off, he said to one of them, "Now what will you Spartans do?" And he replied, "What but to die bravely? For only we of all the Greeks have learned to be free and not endure a yoke." When Agis was beaten and Antipater demanded 50 boys for hostages, Eteocles, one of the then ephors, answered, "Boys we will not give, lest swerving from the customs of their country they prove slothful and untoward, and so incapable of the privilege of citizens. But of women and old men you shall have twice as many." And when upon refusal he threatened some sharp afflictions, he returned, "If you lay upon us somewhat worse than death, we shall die the more readily." An old man in the Olympic games, being desirous to see the sport, and unprovided of a seat, went about from place to place, was laughed and jeered at, but none offered him the civility. But when he came to the Spartans' quarter, all the boys and some of the men rose from their seats and made him room. At this all the Greeks clapped and praised their behavior. Upon which the good old man, shaking his hoary hairs, with tears in his eyes, said, "Good God, how well all the Greeks know what is good, and yet only the Lacedaemonians practice it." And some say the same thing was done at Athens. For at the great solemnity of the Athenians, the Panathenaic festival, the Attics abused an old man, calling him as if they designed to make room for him, and when he came, putting him off again. And when after this manner he had passed through almost all, he came to that quarter where the Spartan spectators sat, and all of them presently rose up and gave him place. The whole multitude, extremely taken with this action, clapped and shouted. Upon which one of the Spartans said, "By heaven, these Athenians know what should be done, but are not much for doing it." A beggar, asking an alms of a Lacedaemonian, he said, "Well should I give thee anything, thou wilt be the greater beggar, for he that first gave thee money made thee idle, and is the cause of this base and dishonorable way of living." Another Spartan, seeing a fellow gathering charity for the gods' sake, said, "I will never regard those as gods that are poorer than myself." Another, having taken one in adultery with an ugly whore, cried out, "Poor man, how great was thy necessity!" Another, hearing an orator very lofty and swelling in his speech, said, "Faith, this is a brave man, how excellently he rolls his tongue about nothing." A stranger being at Sparta, and observing how much the young men reverenced the old, said, "At Sparta alone it is desirable to be old." A Lacedaemonian, being asked what manner of poet Tyrtaeus was, replied, "Excellent to whet the courage of our youth." Another, that had very sore eyes, listed himself a soldier. When some said to him, "Poor man, whither in that condition, and what wilt thou do in a fight?" he returned, "If I can do nothing else, I shall blunt the enemy's sword." Burrus and Spertus, two Lacedaemonians, going voluntarily to Xerxes the Persian to suffer that punishment which the oracle had adjudged due to Sparta for killing those ambassadors the king had sent, as soon as they came, desired Xerxes to put them to death as he pleased, that they might make satisfaction for the Spartans. But he, surprised at this gallantry, forgave the men and desired their service in his court. To which they replied, "How can we stay here and leave our country, our laws, and those men for whom we came so far to die?" Indarnes, the general, pressing them to make peace, and promising them equal honors with the king's greatest favorites, they returned, "Sir, you seem to be ignorant of the value of liberty, which no man in his wits would change for the Persian empire." A Spartan in a journey, when a friend of his had purposely avoided him the day before, and the next day, having obtained very rich furniture, splendidly received him, trampled on his tapestry, saying, "This was the cause why I had not so much as a mat to sleep upon last night." Another coming to Athens, and seeing the Athenians crying saltfish and dainties to sell up and down the streets, others gathering taxes, keeping stews, and busied about 1,000 such dishonest trades, and looking on nothing as base and unbecoming. After his return, When his acquaintance inquired how things were at Athens, he replied, "All well," intimating by this irony that all things there were esteemed good and commendable, and nothing base. Another, being questioned about something, denied it, and the enquirer rejoining, "Thou liest," he replied, "and art not thou a fool to ask me what you know yourself very well?" Some Lacedaemonians, being sent ambassadors to the tyrant Lygdamus, pretending sickness he deferred their audience a long time. They said to one of his officers, "Pray, sir, assure him that we did not come to wrestle, but to treat with him." A priest, initiating a Spartan in holy mysteries, asked him what was the greatest wickedness he was ever guilty of. And he replying, "The gods know very well," and the priest pressing him the more and saying he must needs discover, the Spartan asked, "To whom? To thee or to the god?" And the priest saying, "To the god," he rejoined, "Then do you withdraw." Another at night, passing by a tomb and imagining he saw a ghost, made towards it with his spear, and striking it through, cried out, "Whither dost thou fly, poor twice dead ghost?" Another, having vowed to throw himself headlong from the Leucadian rock, when he came to the top and saw the vast precipice, he went down again. Upon which, being jeered by an acquaintance, he said, "I did not imagine that one vow needed another that was greater." Another in a battle had his sword lifted up to kill his enemy, but the retreat being sounded, he did not let the blow fall. And when one asked him why, when his enemy was at his mercy, he did not use the advantage. "Because," said he, "it is better to obey my leader than kill my enemy." One saying to a Spartan that was worsted in the Olympic games, "Spartan, thy adversary was the better man." "No," he replied, "but the better tripper." End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of Hearing. The Introduction. I have sent, Nicander, the reflections of some spare hours concerning hearing, digested into the following short essay, that, being out of the hands of governors and come to man's estate, you may know how to pay a proper attention to those who would advise you. For that libertinism which some wild young fellows, for want of more happy education, mistake for liberty, subjects them to harder tyrants than their late tutors and masters, even to their own vicious inclinations, which, as it were, break loose upon them. And as Herodotus observes of women, that they put off modesty with their shift, so some young men lay aside with the badges of minority all the sense of shame or fear, and divested of the garment of modesty which sat so well upon them, are covered with insolence. But you, who have often heard that to follow God and to obey reason are all one, cannot but believe that men of best sense, in passing from minority to manhood, do not throw off the government, but simply change their governor. In the room of some mercenary pedant, they receive that divine guide and governor of human life, reason, under whose subjection alone men are properly said to live in freedom. For they only live at their own will who have learned to will as they ought, and that freedom of will which appears in unconstrained appetites and unreasonable actions is mean and narrow, and accompanied with much repentance. For as newly naturalized citizens, who were entire strangers and aliens, are apt to disrelish many administrations of the government, while those who have previously lived in the country, bred up under the constitution and acquainted with it, act without difficulty in their several stations, well satisfied with their condition. In like manner, a man should for a long time have been bred up in philosophy, and accustomed from his earliest years to receive his lessons and instruction mingled with philosophic reason, that so he may come at last as a kind and familiar friend to philosophy, which alone can array young men in the perfect manly robes and ornaments of reason. Therefore I believe some directions concerning hearing will not be ill received by you. Remarks about hearing in general. Of this Theophrastus affirms that it is the most sensitive of all the senses. For the several objects of sight, tasting, and feeling do not excite in us so great disturbances and alterations as the sudden and frightful noises which assault us only at the ears. Yet in reality this sense is more rational than sensitive. For there are many organs and other parts of the body which serve as avenues and inlets to the soul to give admission to vice. There is but one passage of virtue into young minds, and that is by the ears, provided they be preserved all along free from the corruptions of flattery and untainted with lewd discourses. For this reason Xenocrates was of opinion that children ought to have a defence fitted to their ears, rather than fencers or prize players, because the ears only of the latter suffered by the blows, but the morals of the former were hurt and maimed by words. Not that he thereby recommended deafness, or forbade that they should be suffered to hear at all, but he advised only that debauchery might be kept out, till better principles, like so many guardians appointed by philosophy, had taken charge of that part which is so liable to be drawn aside and corrupted by discourse. And Bias of old, being ordered by Amasis to send him the best and withal the worst part of the sacrifice, sent the tongue, because the greatest benefits and disadvantages are derived to us thereby. Thus again many diverting themselves with children touch their ears, bidding them return the like again, by which they seem to intimate to them that such best deserve their love and esteem whose obligations enter at the ears. This is evident, that he that has lain fallow all his days without tasting instruction will not only prove barren and unfruitful of virtue, but very inclinable to vice. For an uncultivated mind, like untilled ground, will soon be overrun with weeds. For if that violent propensity of the mind to pleasure, and jealousy of all that carries any show of pain, which proceed not from external causes or received prejudices, but are the natural springs of evil affections and infinite diseases of the mind, are suffered to take their course and not restrained, or diverted some other way by wholesome instructions, there can be no beast so savage that it may not be called tame and civilized in respect of such a man. More general rules about hearing. Since then it appears that hearing is of so great use and no less danger to young men, I think it a very commendable thing for such a one to reflect continually with himself and consult often with others how he may hear with benefit. And in this particular we may observe many to have been mistaken, that they practice speaking before they have been used enough to hearing. Speaking, they think, will require some study and attention, but hearing cannot be a thing of any difficulty. Those indeed who play the game of tennis learn at the same time how to throw and how to catch the ball. But in the exercise of the tongue we ought to practice how to talk well before we pretend to return, as conception and retention of the fetus precede childbirth. When fowls let fall wind eggs, it is usually said that they are the rudiments of imperfect fruits which will never quicken and have life. And when young men either hear not at all, or retain not what they hear, their discourse comes from them altogether as useless and full of wind, and vain and unregarded turns to air. In filling one vessel from another, they take care to incline and turn it so that nothing be spilled, and that it may be really filling and not emptying. But they think it not worth the heeding to regulate their attention and apply themselves with advantage to a speaker, that nothing of importance may fall beside or escape them. Yet what is beyond comparison ridiculous, if they happen upon any one who has a knack at describing an entertainment or a show, or can relate his dream well, or give an handsome account of a quarrel between himself and another, such a one they hear with the greatest attention, they court him to proceed, and importune him for every circumstance. Whereas let another call them about him for anything useful, to exhort to what is decent, or reprehend what is irregular, or to make up a quarrel, they have not temper enough to away with it, but they fight with all their might to put him down by argument, if they are able, or if not, they haste away to more agreeable fopperies, as if their ears, like faulty earthen vessels, might be filled with anything but what is useful or valuable. But as jockeys take great care in breeding horses to bring them to rein right and endure the bit, so such as have the care of educating children should breed them to endure hearing by allowing them to speak little and hear much. And Spintharus, speaking in commendation of Epaminondas, says he scarce ever met with any man who knew more and spoke less. Some again make the observation that nature has given every man 2 ears and but 1 tongue, as a secret intimation that he ought to speak less than he hears. Directions concerning attention. Well then, silence is at all times a singular ornament of a youth, but especially if he does not interrupt the speaker, nor carp and exorb at everything he says, but patiently expects the conclusion, though his discourse be none of the best. And when he has done, if he does not presently come over him with an objection, but, as Aeschines directs, allows time to add, if he please, to what has been said, or to alter or retract. Whereas such as turn too suddenly upon a speaker neither hear nor are heard themselves, but senselessly chatter to one another, and sin against the laws and rules of decorum. But he that brings along with him a modest and unwearied attention has this advantage, that whatever is beneficial in the discourse he makes his own, and he more readily discovers what is false or impertinent, appearing all the while a friend to truth, rather than to squabbling or rashness. Therefore it was not ill said, that such as design to infuse goodness into the minds of youth must first exclude thence pride and self-conceit more carefully than we squeeze air out of bladders which we wish to fill with something useful, because while they are puffed up with arrogance there is no room to admit anything else. Thus again, envy and detraction and prejudice are in no case good, but always a great impediment to what is so, yet nowhere worse than when they are made the bosom friends and counsellors of a hearer, because they represent the best things to him as unpleasant and impertinent, and men in such circumstances are pleased with anything rather than what deserves their applause. Yet he that grieves at the wealth, glory, or beauty of any is but simply envious, for he repines only at the good of others. But he that is ill-natured to a good speaker is an enemy to his own happiness. For discourse to an hearer, like light to the eye, is a great benefit if he will make the best use of it. Envy in all other instances carries this pretence with it, that it is to be referred to the depraved and ungovernable affections of the mind, but that which is conceived against the speaker arises from an unjust presumption and vainglorious affectation of praise. In such a case the man has not leisure to attend to what he hears, his soul is in continual hurry and disturbance, at one time examining her own habits and endowments, if any way inferior to the speaker, anon watching the behavior and inclination of others, if inclined to praise or admire his discourse, disordered at the praise and enraged at the company, if he meet with any encouragement. She easily lets slip and willingly forgets what has been said, because the remembrance is a pain and vexation to her. She hears what is to come with a great deal of uneasiness and concern, and is never so desirous that the speaker should hasten to an end as when he discourses best. After all is over, she considers not what was said, but has respect only to the common vogue and disposition of the audience. She avoids and flies like one distracted such as seem to be pleased, and herds among the censorious and perverse. If she finds nothing to pervert, then she puts forward other speakers, who, as she asserts, have spoken better and with greater force of argument on the same subject. Thus, by abusing and corrupting what was said, she defeats the use and effect of it on herself. He, therefore, who comes to hear, must for the time come to a kind of truce and accommodation with vain glory, and preserve the same evenness and cheerfulness of humor he would bring with him if he were invited to a festival entertainment or the first fruits sacrifice, applauding the orator's power when he speaks to the purpose, and where he fails, receiving kindly his readiness to communicate what he knows, and to persuade others by what wrought upon himself. Where he comes off with success, he must not impute it to chance or peradventure, but attribute all to study and diligence and art, not only admiring, but studiously emulating the like. Where he has done amiss, he must pry curiously into the causes and origin of the mistake. For what Xenophon says of discreet housekeepers, that they make an advantage of their enemies as well as their friends, is in some sort true of vigilant and attentive hearers, who reap no less benefit from an ill than a good orator. For the meanness and poverty of a thought, the emptiness and flatness of an expression, the unseasonableness of a figure, and the impertinence of falling into a foolish ecstasy of joy or commendation, and the like, are better discovered by a bystander than by the speaker himself. Therefore his oversight or indiscretion must be brought home to ourselves, that we may examine if nothing of the same kind has skulked there and imposed on us all the while. For there is nothing in the world more easy than to discover the faults of others, but it is done to no effect if we do not make it useful to ourselves in correcting and avoiding the like failures. When therefore you animadvert upon other men's miscarriages, forget not to put that question of Plato to yourself, Am not I such another? We must trace out our own way of writing in the discourses of other men, as in another's eyes we see the reflection of our own, that we may learn not to be too free in censuring others, and may use more circumspection ourselves in speaking. To this design the following method of comparison may be very instrumental. If upon our return from hearing we take what seemed to us not well or sufficiently handled, and attempt it afresh ourselves, endeavoring to fill out one part or correct another, to vary this or model that into a new form from the very beginning. And thus Plato examined the oration of Lysias. For it is a thing of no great difficulty to raise objections against another man's oration, nay, it is a very easy matter, but to produce a better in its place is a work extremely troublesome. As the Spartan who was told Philip had demolished the city Olynthus made this reply, but he cannot raise such another. When then it appears, upon handling the same topic, that we do not much excel those who undertook it before, this will abate much of our censorious humor, and our pride and self-conceit will be exposed and checked by such comparisons. Caution about admiration. To contempt is opposed admiration, which indeed argues a more candid and better disposition. But even in this case no small care is to be observed, and perhaps even greater. For although such as are contemptuous and self-conceited receive but little good from what they hear, yet the good-natured and such as are given to admire everything take a great deal of harm. And Heraclitus was not mistaken when he said that a fool was put in a flutter at everything he heard. We ought indeed to use all the candor imaginable in praising the speaker, yet withal as great caution in yielding our assent to what he says. To look upon his expression and action with a favorable construction, but to inspect the usefulness and truth of his doctrine with the nicest and most critical judgment, that speakers may cease to be malicious, and that what they say may do no mischief. For many false and dangerous principles steal upon us through the authority of the speaker and our own credulity. The Spartan Ephas, approving the judgment of one of an ill conversation, ordered it to be communicated to the people, by a person of better life and reputation, thereby wisely and politically using them to give more deference to the morals than to the words of such as pretend to advise them. But now in philosophy the reputation of the speaker must be pulled off, and his words examined naked and without a mask. For in hearing as in war there are many false alarms. The hoary head of the speaker or his gesture, his magisterial look or his assuming pride, and above all the noise and clapping of the auditory, bear great sway with a raw and inexperienced hearer, who is easily carried away with the tide. The very expression, if sweet and full and representing things with some pomp and greatness, has a secret power to impose upon us. For as many lapses in such as sing to an instrument escape the hearers, so luxuriancy and pomp of style dazzle the hearer so that he cannot see clearly the argument in hand. And Melanthius, as it is said, being asked his opinion concerning a tragedy of Diogenes, made answer that the words intercepted his sight of it. But most sophists in their declamations and speeches not only make use of words to veil and muffle their design, but with affected tone and softness of voice they draw aside and bewitch their followers, for the empty pleasure which they create reaping a more empty glory. So that the saying of Dionysius is very applicable to them, who, being one day extremely pleased with a harper that placed excellently well before him, promised the fellow a great reward, yet afterwards would give him nothing, pretending he had kept his word. For, said he, as long as you pleased me by your playing, so long were you pleased by hope of the reward. And such also is the reward this kind of harangues bring to the authors. The hearers admire as long as they are pleased and tickled, but the satisfaction on one hand and glory on the other conclude with the oration, and the hearers lose their time idly, and the speakers their whole life. How to separate the useful part of a discourse. No, we must separate the trash and trumpery of an oration, that we may come at the more fruitful and useful part, not imitating those women who busy themselves in gathering nosegays and making garlands, but the more useful industry of bees. The former indeed plait and weave together the sweetest and gayest flowers, and their skill is mighty pretty, but it lasts for one day only, and even then is of little or no use, whereas the bees, passing by the beds of violets and roses and hyacinth, fix on the prickly and biting thyme, and settle upon this intent on the yellow honey, and taking thence what they need for their work, they fly home laden. In like manner, a well-meaning sincere hearer ought to pass by the flowers of an oration, leaving the gaudy show and theatrical part to entertain dronish sophists, and, diving into the very mind of the speaker and the sense of his speech, he must draw thence what is necessary for his own service, remembering withal that he is not come to the theatre or music meeting, but is present at the schools and auditories of philosophy, to learn to rectify his way of life by what he hears. In order thereunto, he ought to inspect diligently and try faithfully the state and temper of his mind, after hearing, if any of his affections are more moderate, if any afflictions grow lighter, if his constancy and greatness of spirit are confirmed, if he feels any divine emotions or inward workings of virtue and goodness upon his soul. For it becomes us but ill, when we rise from the barber's chair, to be so long in consulting the mirror, or to stroke our heads and examine so curiously the style in which our hair is trimmed and dressed, and then, at our return from hearing in the schools, to think it needless to look into ourselves, or examine whether our own mind has discharged any turbulent or unprofitable affections, and is grown more sedate and serene. For, as Ariston was wont to say, the bath and discourse are of no use unless they are purgative. Let then a young man be pleased and entertained with the discourse, but let him not make his pleasure the only end of hearing, nor think he may come from the school of a philosopher singing and sportive, nor let him call for perfumes and essences when he has need of a poultice and fomentations. But let him learn to be thankful to him that purges away the darkness and stupidity of his mind, though, as we clear beehives by smoking, with an offensive or unpalatable discourse. For though it lies upon a speaker to take some care that his expression be pleasing and plausible, yet a hearer ought not to make that the first thing he looks after. Afterward, indeed, when he has satisfied his appetite with the substance and has taken breath, he may be allowed the curiosity of examining the style and expression, whether it has anything delicate or extraordinary, as men quench their thirst before they have time to admire the embossing of the bowl. But now such a one as is not intent on the subject matter, but demands merely that the style shall be plain and pure Attic, is much of his foolish humour, who refuses an antidote unless it be mixed in Attic porcelain, or who will not put on a coat in the winter because the cloth is not made of Attic wool, but who can yet sit still, doing nothing and stirring not, under such a thin and threadbare cloak as an oration of Lysias. That extreme dearth of judgment and good sense, and that abundance of subtlety and sophistry which is crept into the schools, is all owing to these corruptions of the youngsters, who, observing neither the lives nor public conversation of philosophers, mind nothing but words and jingle, and express themselves extravagantly upon what they think well said, without ever understanding or inquiring if it be useful and necessary, or needless and vain. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of Hearing, Part 2. Of asking questions. After this, it will be convenient to lay down some directions touching asking of questions. For it is true, he that comes to a great collation must eat what is set before him, not rudely calling for what is not to be had, nor finding fault with the provision. But he that is invited to partake of a discourse, if it be with that proviso, must hear with silence, for such disagreeable hearers as occasion digressions by asking impertinent questions and starting foolish doubts, are a hindrance both to the speaker and the discourse, without benefiting themselves. But when the speaker encourages them to propose their objections, he must take care that the question be of some consequence. The suitors in Homer scorned and derided Ulysses. To no brave prize aspired the worthless swain, 'twas but for scraps he asked, and asked in vain. Because they thought it required a great and heroic soul no less to ask than to bestow great gifts. But there is much better reason to slight and laugh at such a hearer as can please himself in asking little trifling questions. Thus some young fellows, to proclaim their smattering in logic and mathematics, upon all occasions inquire about the divisibility of the infinite, or about motion through a diagonal, or upon the sides. But we may answer them with Philotimus, who, being asked by a consumptive, phthisical person for a remedy against a whitlow, and perceiving the condition he was in by his colour and his shortness of breath, replied, Sir, you have no reason to be apprehensive of that. So we must tell them, you have no reason, young gentlemen, to trouble yourselves about these questions, but how to shake off your conceit and arrogance, to have done with your intrigues and fopperies, and to settle immediately upon a modest and well-governed course of life, is the question for you. Great regard is to be had also to the genius and talent of a speaker, that we may inquire about such things as are in his way, and not take him out of his knowledge, as if one should propose physical or mathematical queries to a moral philosophy reader, or apply himself to one who prides himself on his knowledge of physics to give his opinion on conditional propositions, or to resolve a fallacy in logic. For as he that goes about to cleave wood with a key, or to unlock a door with an axe, does not so much misemploy those instruments as deprive himself of the proper use of them, so such as are not content with what a speaker offers them, but call for such things as he is a stranger to, not only are disappointed, but incur the suspicion of malice and ill nature. Be cautious also how you ask questions yourself, or ask too often. for that betrays somewhat of conceit and ostentation. But to wait civilly while another proposes his scruples argues a studious spirit and willingness that others should be informed, unless some sudden perturbation of mind require to be repressed, or some distemper to be assuaged. For perhaps, as Heraclitus says, it is an ill thing to conceal even a man's ignorance, it must be laid open, that the remedy may be applied. So also if anger or superstition, or a violent quarrel with your domestics, or the mad passion of love, which doth the very heartstrings move that never were stirred before, excite any commotion in your mind, you are not, for fear of being galled by reproof, to fly to such as are treating of other arguments, but you must frequent those places where your particular case is stating, and after lecture address yourself privately to the speaker for better information and fuller satisfaction therein. On the contrary, men commonly flatter themselves and admire the philosopher so long as he discourses of indifferent things, but if he come home to themselves and deal freely with them about their real interests, this they think is beyond all enduring, or at best a needless piece of supererogation. For they naturally think that they ought to hear philosophy in the schools, like actors on the stage, while in matters out of the school they believe them to be no better men than themselves. And, to confess the truth, they have but reason to think so of many sophists, who, having once left the desk and laid aside their books, in the serious concerns of human life are utterly insignificant and even more ignorant than the vulgar. But they do not know that even the austerity or raillery of real philosophers, their very nod or look, their smile or frown, and especially their admonitions directed to particular persons, are of weighty importance to such as can brook or attend to them. Directions concerning praising. As for commendation, some caution and mean is to be observed in it, because to be either deficient or excessive in that particular shows a base spirit. He is but a morose and rigid hearer, whom no part of an oration can work upon or move, one who is full of secret presumptuous opinion of himself, and of an inbred conceit that he could do better things himself, one who dares not alter his countenance as occasion requires, or let fall the least word to testify his good wishes, but with silence and affected gravity hunts after the reputation of a sagacious and profound person, and thinks that all the praise is lost to himself which he bestows on others, as if it were money. For many rest that sentence of Pythagoras, who used to say that he had learned by philosophy to admire nothing. But these men think that to admire nobody and to honor nobody consists in despising everybody, and they aim at seeming grave by being contemptuous. Philosophy, indeed, removes that foolish admiration and surprise which proceeds from doubt or ignorance by laying open to us the causes of things, but endeavors not to destroy all good nature and humanity. And those who are truly good take it for their greatest honor and commendation to be just in paying honor and commendation where it is due to others. And for a man to adorn another is a most glorious ornament, proceeding from a generous abundance of glory and honor in himself, while those who are niggardly in praising others only betray how poor and bare they are of praises at home. Not to be too prone to commend. Yet to use no consideration at all, but to stand up and make a clamor at every word or syllable, is to offend in the other extreme. Such fluttering fellows for the most part oblige not the speakers themselves, and are always a plague and common grievance to the hearers, exciting them many times against their inclination, and forcing them for very shame to join in the tumult. In the end, he that raised the disturbance receives no benefit by the discourse, but goes away with the character of a scoffer or flatterer or novice. A judge, it is true, ought to hear and determine without favor or ill will, regarding only what is just and equitable. But in philosophical proceedings the case is altered, where neither law nor oaths tie us up from being favorable to the speaker. And the ancients in their temples were wont to place the statue of Mercury among the Graces, intimating that orators ought to find a propitious and good-natured audience. For they thought it past all belief that any man could prove so much a blockhead or come so wide of the purpose that, though he should make no remarks of his own and quote none of others worthy taking notice of, or though the argument and the design of his discourse might not be commendable, yet at least the order and disposition, or the style, should not deserve some applause, as oft amidst the furze and thorny brakes the tender violets more securely peep. For if some have undertaken successfully to speak in commendation of vomiting or a fever, and have even made an encomium on a porridge pot, not without some acceptance, certainly a discourse from one that is the least pretence to philosophy cannot but afford some opportunity, though it be a slight one, for commendation to a well-disposed auditory. Plato says that all who are in their bloom in some way excite the amorous man. The fair are the children of the gods, the black are manly, the hook-nosed have a look of majesty, the flat nose gives a graceful air, even the sallow complexion is complimented for looking like honey. In spite of all their defects, he cherishes and loves them all. Thus love, like ivy, must needs find something or other to lay hold on. But much more will a studious hearer and scholar be sure to find some not unworthy reason for praising every speaker. For Plato, in an oration of Lysias, disliking the invention and utterly condemning the disposition as confused, yet praised the style and elocution, because every word was wrought off cleverly and cleanly turned. Thus a man may see cause enough to disapprove the argument of Archilochus, the verse of Parmenides, the poverty of Phocylides, the eternal talk of Euripides, and inequality of style in Sophocles. And among the orators, one has no manner, another is not moving, a third has nothing of ornament, yet every one has his peculiar power of moving and exciting, for which he is praised. Some again do not require of us to testify our acceptance by the voice, a pleasing eye or cheerful look, or a behavior without anything of pain or uneasiness is all that they desire. For the following favors are nowadays bestowed of course upon every oration, though the speaker may speak to no purpose at all, sitting modestly without lolling from one side to the other, looking earnestly on the speaker, in the posture of an attentive listener, and with a countenance which betrays not only no contempt or ill will, but not even a mind otherwise employed. For as the beauty and excellence of everything consists in the concurrence of many different accidents, which contribute to the symmetry and harmony of the whole, so that if but one inconsiderable part be away or absurdly added, deformity immediately follows, in like manner, not only a supercilious look, or forbidding mien, or roving eyes, or waving the body to and fro, or indecent crossing of the legs, but even a nod, a whisper to another, a scornful smile, a sleepy yawn, hanging of the head, or the like, are all likewise great indecorums, and to be avoided with particular care. Yet some there are who can assign a speaker his part, and think no duty incumbent on themselves all the while, who will have them prepare and premeditate what he has to deliver, and yet throw themselves into an auditory without any preparation or consideration, as if they were invited to a feast to revel and take their pleasures at another's cost. Yet it is known that even a guest has some things required of him to make him suitable and agreeable, and certainly a hearer has much more, because he ought to be a sharer in the discourse and an assistant to the speaker. Neither will it become him to be severe at all turns upon every slight miscarriage, or perpetually putting the speaker's elocution and action to the test, while he himself is guilty of grosser enormities in hearing, without danger or control. But as at tennis, he that takes the ball turns and winds his body according to the motion of the server, so a kind of proportion is to be observed between the speaker and the hearer, if both will discharge their several duties. Care to be observed in praising persons of all qualities. Neither ought we to use any expressions of praise indifferently. For it is an ill thing which Epicurus relates, that, upon reading any epistles from his friends, those about him broke out into tumultuous applauses, and such as daily introduce new forms into our auditories, as divinely said, superhuman, inimitable, as if those used by Plato, Socrates, and Hyperides, well, wisely, truly said, were not sufficiently expressive, exceed the bounds of decency and modesty, nay indeed, do but affront the speaker, as though he were fond of such extravagant praises. Nor are they less odious and troublesome who confirm approbation with impertinent oaths, as if they were giving their testimony for a speaker in a court of judicature. And so likewise is it with such as observe not to give just deference to the quality of persons, who to a philosopher are apt to cry out, smartly said, or to a reverend gentleman, wittily, floridly, applying to philosophy such trifles as are proper to scholastic exercises and declamations, and giving meretricious applause to a sober discourse, as if a man should compliment the conqueror in the Olympic games with a garland of lilies or roses, instead of laurel or wild olive. Euripides the poet, one day at a rehearsal, instructing the chorus in a part that was set to a serious air, one of the company unexpectedly fell out a-laughing. Sir, said he, unless you were very stupid and insensible, you could not laugh while I sing in the grave Mixolydian mood. In like manner a master of philosophy and politics may put a stop to the unseasonable levity and pertness of a youngster by telling him, you seem to be a madman and unacquainted with all manner of civility, otherwise you would not hum over your tunes or practise your new steps while I am discoursing of gods, or the laws, or the supreme magistrate. For consider seriously what a very scandalous thing it is that, while a philosopher is in his discourse, the passengers in the street, from the clamour and hooting of the hearers, should have reason to make it a question whether some piper or harper or morris dancer were got in among them. Of bearing admonitions and reproofs. Admonitions and reprimands ought to be taken neither altogether insensibly nor yet sheepishly. For such as carry off a disgrace from a philosopher carelessly and without due concern, so as to grin at his reprehensions or scoffingly to praise him for them, as sharping parasites applaud the scurrilous reflection of their cullies, such I say are shameless and insolent, and betray only their invincible impudence, which is no good or true argument of courage. Yet to bear handsomely without passion an innocent jest in raillery is not unbecoming the breeding of a gentleman, but a good accomplishment and altogether worthy of a Spartan. But when an exhortation to amendment of manners, like a bitter potion, is made up of harsh and unpleasant words, in such a case for a youth, instead of hearing submissively and running into a sweat, or being seized with dizziness, when the mind is on fire with shame and confusion, to remain unmoved, or sneer, or dissemble his concernment, is the certain sign of a dissolute and ill-bred man, one whose soul, like callous flesh, being hardened with the course of debauchery, will receive no scar or impression. Some young men indeed there are of a contrary disposition, who having undergone one rebuke, fly off without ever looking back, turn renegades, and quite desert philosophy. These being naturally very modest, have a good disposition toward a healthful habit of mind, but vitiate it by too much tenderness and effeminacy, which disables them for bearing a reproof, or manfully submitting to a correction, and run after more pleasing harangues, wherewith some flatterers and sophists soothe and bewitch them, without any benefit or advantage. For as he that flies from the surgeon after incision, and will not suffer the ligature to be applied, endures that part of his skill only which is painful, rejecting what would give him ease, so such a one as being lanced and scarified by a sharp oration has not patience till the wound be skinned over, goes away from philosophy tortured and harassed, without that benefit he might receive thereby. For not only Telephus's wound was cured by rusty filings of the spear, as Euripides has it, but whatever pain philosophy may occasion to a meek disposition will be cured and removed by the same discourse that gave the wound. He therefore that is reprehended must endure a while and away with some pain, not presently be discouraged or out of heart. Let him behave himself as though he were to be initiated into the mysteries of philosophy, still hoping, after the lustrations and more troublesome ceremonies are undergone, he shall enjoy some considerable effect of his present troubles and inconveniences. Or suppose he be wrongfully chidden, it is but handsome to expect the conclusion. After that he may make his defence, and desire that such freedom and violence may be reserved to repress some other misdemeanor which really deserves it. The difficulties in philosophy vincible. But besides this, as in grammar, music, and the exercises of activity, there are many things which to young beginners appear troublesome, laborious, and obscure, which at a fuller knowledge, like acquaintance among men, makes more agreeable, ready, and feasible. In like manner, though philosophy in its first terms and notions may seem uncouth and strange, yet a man must not be so far discouraged at the first elements as to throw it up altogether, but he must bid at all and ply his business hard, and patiently expect that acquaintance which will make all easy and pleasant, and it will not be long in coming, bringing great light into things, and exciting ardent affections to virtue, without which to endure to live, after one has through his own effeminacy fallen from philosophy, is an argument of a mean spirit and servile disposition. I must confess there is some difficulty in the things themselves, which is not easily conquered by raw and unexperienced beginners. Yet the greatest part of the difficulty they bring upon themselves by their own ignorance and inadvertency, falling into the same error from two contrary causes. For some, out of a foolish bashfulness and desire to be easy to the speaker, are loath to be inquisitive or have the thing made plain to them, and so they nod their assent to everything that is said, as if they fully comprehended it. And others, out of unseasonable vainglory, and vying with their fellows that they may vaunt their readiness of wit and quickness of apprehension, pretend to understand things before they do, and never understand them at all. Now the consequence in both cases is this: the modest go away in a great deal of anxiety and doubt, and are forced in the end, with greater disgrace, to interrupt the speaker to be informed again, and the vainglorious are troubled to keep close and conceal the ignorance they carry about them. Therefore, all such sheepishness and self-conceit being set aside, let us learn to lay up in our minds whatever is usually said, enduring to be laughed at by such as set up for wits and railers. This course took Cleanthes and Xenocrates, who, being somewhat slower than their fellows, did not therefore give over hearing or despond, but prevented the jests of others by comparing themselves to narrow-mouthed vessels and to copper plates, because though they received learning with some difficulty, yet they retained it surely. For he that will be a good man must not only, as Phocylides says, expect much fraud and many a time be caught, but be laughed at and disgraced, and endure many scurrilous and virulent reflections. He must also encounter ignorance and wrestle with it with all the strength of his mind, and subdue it too. Neither, on the other hand, must the faults be passed by which some troublesome people commit out of mere laziness and negligence, such men as will not bestow any pains in considering themselves, but asking often the same questions are a perpetual vexation to the speaker, like callow birds always gaping at the bill of the old one, and still reaching after what has been prepared and worked over by others. Another sort there are who, affecting the reputation of quickness and attention, confound the speaker with their pragmatical curiosity and jargon, always hailing in something unnecessary, and require demonstrations of things foreign to the business in hand. Thus a short way is long and tedious made, as Sophocles says, and that not only to themselves but others also. For by taking off the speaker with vain and unnecessary questions, they retard the progress of instruction, like travellers in the road, by impertinent halts and stops. Hieronymus compares these men to lazy and greedy curs, which within doors bite and tear the skins of wild animals, and lie tugging at their shaggy hair, but in the field dare not fasten upon beasts themselves. A concluding exhortation. Yet one exhortation let me leave with these people, that having received the general heads of things, they would supply the rest by their own industry, making their memory a guide to their invention, and that, looking on the discourse of others only as a kind of first principle or seed, they would take care to cherish and increase it. For the mind requires not like an earthen vessel to be filled up; convenient fuel and element only will inflame it with a desire of knowledge and ardent love of truth. Now, as it would be with a man who, going to his neighbor's to borrow fire, and finding there a great and bright fire, should sit down to warm himself and forget to go home, so is it with the one who comes to another to learn, if he does not think himself obliged to kindle his own fire within and inflame his own mind, but continues sitting by his master as if he were enchanted, delighted by hearing. Such a one, although he make it the name of a philosopher, as we get a bright colour by sitting by the fire, will never clear away the mould and rust of his mind, and dispel the darkness of his understanding by the help of philosophy. In fine, if there is any other precept concerning hearing, it is briefly this: to be careful in observing the last exhortation, that is, to join the exercise of our invention to our hearing; that so, while we lay down the rule that hearing well is the first step to living well, we may not content ourselves with a superficial commonplace knowledge, but endeavour after such a philosophical habit as shall be deeply imprinted on the mind. End of Section 32 of Hearing.
Section 33 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Mack. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarco. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of large acquaintance, or an essay to prove the folly of seeking many friends. Number 1. Menon the Thessalian, a person who had no mean opinion of his own parts, who thought himself well accomplished in all the arts of discourse, and to have reached, as Empedocles words it, the highest pitch of wisdom, was asked by Socrates, "What is virtue?" And he answered readily enough, and as impertinently, that there is one virtue belonging to childhood, another to old age, that there are distinct virtues in men and women, magistrates and private persons, masters and servants. Excellently well, replied Socrates in raillery. When you were asked about one virtue, you have raised as it were a whole swarm, conjecturing not without reason that the man therefore named many, because he knew the nature of none. And may not we ourselves expect and deserve as justly to be scoffed and rallied, who, having not yet contracted one firm friendship, seem nevertheless exceeding cautious of too many? It is almost the same thing as if one maimed and blind should appear solicitous, lest like Briareus he may chance to be furnished with 100 hands, and become all over eyes like Argus. However, we cannot but extol the sense of that young man in Menander the poet, who said that he counted every man wonderfully honest and happy who had found even the shadow of a friend. Number 2. But all the difficulty lies in finding him, and the chiefest reason is that instead of one choice true friend, nothing under a multitude will content us. Like women of the town who admit the embraces of all gallants that come, at the gay appearance of the last which comes, we neglect and slight the former, and so are unable to hold them. Or rather, like the foster child of Hypsipyle, who, quote, in a green meadow sat cropping the flowers one after another, snatching each prize with delighted heart, insatiable in his childish joy. End quote. So we of riper years, from an inbred affection of novelty and disdain of things already possessed, take up presently with the first promising aspect of every fresh and new blooming friend, and lay all at once the foundations of several acquaintances. But we leave each unfinished, and when we have scarce fixed on one, our love immediately palls there, while we passionately pursue some other. Wherefore, in this affair, to begin at the beginning, at the domestic altar, as the saying is, let us ask the opinion and counsel of our forefathers, and consider what report the records of antiquity make concerning true friends. They are, we find, always reckoned in pairs, as Theseus and Pirithous, Achilles and Patroclus, Orestes and Pylades, Phintias and Damon, Epaminondas and Pelopidas. Friendship, so to speak, is a creature sociable, but affects not a herd or a flock, and that we usually esteem a friend another self, and call him Taush, companion, as much as to say Theush, the other one, is a convincing argument that the number 2 is the adequate and complete measure of friendship. And in truth, a great number of friends or servants is not to be purchased at an easy rate. That which procures love and friendship in the world is a sweet and obliging temper of mind, a lively readiness in doing good offices, together with a constant habit of virtue, than which qualifications nothing is more rarely found in nature. Therefore, to love and to be loved much can have no place in a multitude. But the most eager affection, if divided among numerous objects, like a river divided into several channels, must needs flow at length very weak and languid. Upon this score, those animals love their young most which generate but one. And Homer, describing a beloved child, calls it the only begotten and born in an old age, that is, at such a time when the parents neither have nor hope for another. Number 3. Yet I do not assert we ought to confine ourselves to only one friend, but among the rest there should be one eminently so, like a well-beloved and only son, not casually picked up at a tavern or eating-house or in a tennis court, nor at a game of hazard, nor at an accidental meeting in the wrestling place or the market, as is too common nowadays, but one chosen upon long and mature deliberation, with whom, according to that celebrated proverb, we have eaten a bushel of salt. The palaces of noble men and princes appear guarded with splendid retinues of diligent obsequious servants, and every room is crowded with a throng of visitors, who caress the great man with all the endearing gestures and expressions that wit and breeding can invent. And it may be thought, I confess, at first sight, that such are very fortunate in having so many cordial, real friends at their command, whereas it is all bare pageantry and show. Change the scene, and you may observe a far greater number of flies as industriously busy in their kitchens, and as these would vanish were the dishes empty and clean, so neither would that other sort of insect pay any farther respect were nothing to be got by it. There are chiefly these requisites to a true friendship: virtue, as a thing lovely and desirable; familiarity, as pleasant; and advantage, as necessary. For we must first choose a friend upon a right judgment made of his excellent qualities. Having chosen him, we must perceive a pleasure in his conversation, and upon occasion he must be useful to us in our concerns, all which, especially in judgment in our choice the main point of all, are inconsistent with a numerous acquaintance. And first of all, to draw a parallel in other matters, if there is no small time required to select a great many persons together who can dance and sing in exact time to the same tune, manage oars with a like strength and vigor, be fit stewards of our estates or tutors of our children, certainly we must acknowledge it much more difficult to meet with a considerable number of friends ready to enter with us the trial of all manner of fortune, of whom every one will, of his good fortune yield thy part to thee, and bear like part in thy calamity. Even a ship at sea runs not the risk of so many storms, nor are any castles, forts, and havens secured with walls, ramparts, and dams against the apprehension of so many dangers, as are the misfortunes against which a constant approved friendship mutually undertakes to afford a defense and refuge. Whoever, without due trial, put themselves upon us for friends, we examine as bad money. And the cheat being discovered, we are glad if of their own accord they withdraw. Or if they persist, at least we wish with great impatience fairly to get rid of them. Yet we must own it is a hard and troublesome task to cast off a disagreeable acquaintance. For as unwholesome meats which nauseate the stomach can neither be retained without hazard of health, nor yet ejected sincere as they were taken, but wholly disguised and defiled with other humors, so a mistaken false friend must either be still entertained and remain a mere vexation to us, as well as uneasy to himself, or else by a kind of convulsion be thrown up like bile, leaving behind the continual torment of private grudgings and hatred. Number 4. Therefore, it highly concerns us not to be too rash in fastening on the next that may accidentally offer, nor presently to affect every one that pretends to be fond of our friendship. Let the search rather begin on our own part, and our choice fix on those who approve themselves really worthy of our respect. What is cheap and with ease obtained is below our notice, and we trample underfoot bushes and brambles that readily catch hold of us, while we diligently clear our way to the vine and olive. So it is always best not to admit to our familiarity persons who officiously stick and twist themselves about us, but we ought rather of our own accord to court the friendship of those who are worthy of our regard, and who prove advantageous to ourselves. Number 5. Therefore, as Zeuxis replied to some who blamed the slowness of his pencil, that he therefore spent a long time in painting, because he designed his work should last for a long eternity. So he that would secure a lasting friendship and acquaintance must first deliberately judge and thoroughly try its worth before he settles it. Suppose then it is hard to make a right judgment in choosing many friends together. It may still be asked whether we may not maintain a familiarity with many persons, or whether that too is impossible. Now, familiarity and converse are the genuine products and enjoyments of true friendship, and the highest pleasure the best friends aim at is continual intercourse and the daily frequenting of one another's company. Quote, "No more shall meet Achilles and his friend, no more our thoughts to those we loved make known, or quit the dearest to converse alone." End quote. And as Menelaus says of Ulysses, quote, "There with commutal zeal we both had strove, in acts of dear benevolence and love, brothers in peace, not rivals in command, and death alone dissolved the friendly band." End quote. Now, much acquaintance has a clear contrary effect, and whereas single friendship by kind discourses and good offices cements, unites, and condenses as it were two parties, quote, "as when the fig tree's juice curdles and binds white milk," end quote. As Empedocles says, this, on the other hand, unties, rends, and breaks the bond, distracts our inclinations with too much variety, and our agreeable just mixture of affection, the very cement of true friends, is wholly lost in so loose and confused a conversation. Hence at once arises great inequality with respect to the services of friendship, and a foolish diffidence in the performance of them. For multiplicity of friends renders those very parts of friendship vain and useless, whence advantage was most expected. Neither can we hope it should be otherwise, if we consider how, quote, "one man is acted upon by his nature, and another by his cares and anxieties," end quote. Nature hath not bestowed the same inclinations on all, nor are we all born to the same fortune, and the occasions of our actions, like the wind, may often favor one of our acquaintance, while they stand cross to another. Number 6. However, suppose by great chance all should agree to crave assistance in the same affair, whether at a consult, exercise of a public trust in the government, canvassing for preferment, entertaining guests, or the like. Yet it is exceeding hard to satisfy all. But now, if they are engaged in diverse concerns at the very same moment of time, and every one should make his particular request to you, one to take a voyage with him, another to assist in pleading his cause, a third to prosecute a criminal, a fourth to help in managing his trade, another to celebrate his wedding, and another to attend a funeral, quote, and the whole cities filled with incense smoke, and songs of triumph mixed with groans resound, end quote. I say in this case, it is utterly impossible to answer the requests of all. To gratify none is absurd, and to serve only one and disoblige the rest is a thing grievous and intolerably rude. Quote, for no one, when he loves a friend, will bear to be neglected. End quote. If indeed you could persuade that inadvertency was the cause of the omission, you might more easily hope a pardon. And to plead forgetfulness is a sort of excuse, which perhaps might pass without much angering your friend. But to allege, quote, I could not be advocate in your cause, being of counsel for another, end quote, or, quote, I could not visit you in a fever, because I was invited to a feast elsewhere, end quote. While it is thus confessed that we neglect one friend to pay our respects to another, is so far from extenuating the offense that it highly aggravates it, and adds all the jealousies of rivalry. But commonly men overlook these and such like inconveniences of a numerous acquaintance, and take only a prospect of its advantages, not in the least reflecting that whoever employs many assistants in his affairs must in gratitude repay his service to as many when they need it. And as Briareus, who with his 100 hands was daily obliged for his bare subsistence to feed 50 stomachs, could thrive no better than ourselves, who supply a single one with 2 hands, so a man of many friends cannot boast any other privilege but that of being a slave to many, and of sharing in all the business, cares, and disquiet that may befall them. Nor can Euripides help him by advising that, quote, best suited to the state of mortal life are mutual friendships formed, with moderation, such as take not root deep in the soul, affections that with ease may be relaxed, or closer bound at will. End quote. That is, we may pull in and let out our friendships like a sail, as the wind happens to blow. Let us rather, good Euripides, turn this saying of yours to enmity, for heats and animosities ought to be moderate, and never reach the inmost recesses of the soul. Hatred, anger, complaints, and jealousies may with good reason be readily appeased and forgotten. Therefore, it is far more advisable, as Pythagoras directs, quote, not to shake hands with too many, end quote. That is, not to make many friends, nor to affect that popular kind of easiness which courts and embraces every acquaintance that occurs, but carries with it on the reverse 1,000 mischiefs, among which, as was before hinted, to bear part of the same cares, to be affected with the same sorrows, and to be embroiled in the same enterprises and dangers with any great number of friends, will be a sort of life hardly tolerable to even the most ingenious and generous tempers. What Chilon the wise man remarked to one who said he had no enemies, namely, quote, thou seemest rather to have no friends, end quote, has a great deal of truth, for enmities always keep pace and are interwoven with friendships. Number 7. And it is impossible any should be friends that resent not mutually the affronts and injuries offered unto either, and that do not hate alike and in common. They also, who are enemies to yourself, will presently suspect and hate your friend. Nay, your other friends too often will envy, calumniate, and undermine him. Wherefore, what the oracle foretold Timesias concerning his planting a colony, that an hive of bees should be changed into a nest of wasps, may not impertinently be applied to those who seek after a hive of friends, but light before they know it upon a wasp nest of enemies. Besides, we should do well to consider that the kindest affections of friends seldom compensate for the misfortunes that befall us from the malice of enemies. It is well known how Alexander treated the families of Philotas and Parmenio, Dionysius those of Dion, Nero those of Plautus, and Tiberius those of Sejanus. All shared the same hard fate of being racked and tortured to death. For as the gold and riches Creon's daughter was adorned with could not secure the good old father from being consumed in her flames, endeavoring too officiously to rescue her, so not a few partake of the calamities and ruin of their friends before they have reaped the least advantage from their prosperity. A misfortune to which philosophers and the best-natured men are the most liable. This was the case of Theseus, who for the sake of his dear Pirithous shared his punishment, and was bound with him in the same eternal chains. Thus in the plague of Athens, says Thucydides, the most generous and virtuous citizens, while without regard to their own safety they visited their sick, frequently perished with their friends. Number 8. Such accidents as these ought to admonish us not to be too prodigal of our virtue, nor inconsiderately to prostitute our perfections to the enjoyment of every little thing that pretends to be our humble admirer. Rather, let us reserve them for the worthy, for those who can love and share another's joys and sorrows like ourselves. And truly, this alone renders it most unlikely that many men should remain friends. That real friendship has always its origin from likeness. For we may observe even brute and inanimate beings affect their like, very readily mixing and uniting with those of their own nature, while with great reluctance and a kind of indignation they shrink from and avoid whatever differs from themselves, and force can scarce oblige them to the loathed embraces. By what motive, then, can we imagine any league of amity can be kept inviolable amidst a multitude, where manners admit of so much variety, where desires and humors will be perpetually jarring, where the several courses of life must needs be almost as unlike as constitutions and faces? A musical concord consists of contrary sounds, and a due composition of flat and sharp notes makes a delightful tune. But as for friendship, that is a sort of harmony all of a piece, and admits not the least inequality, unlikeness, or discord of parts. But here all discourses, opinions, inclinations, and designs serve one common interest, as if several bodies were acted and informed by the same soul. Number 9. Now is there any person living of that industrious, pliant, and universal humor, who can take the pains exactly to imitate all shapes, and will not rather deride the advice of Theognis as absurd and impossible, namely, to learn the craft of the polypus, which puts on the hue of every stone it sticks to? However, the changes of this fish are only superficial, and the colors are produced in the skin, which by its closeness or its laxity receives various impressions from neighboring objects. whereas the resemblance betwixt friends must be far more than skin deep, must be substantial, such as may be traced in every action of their lives, in all their affections, dispositions, words, and purposes, even to their most retired thoughts. To follow the advice of Theognis would be a task worthy of a Proteus, who was neither very fortunate nor very honest, but could by enchantment transform himself in an instant from one shape to another. Even so, he that entertains many friends must be learned and bookish among the learned, go into the arena with wrestlers, drudge cheerfully after a pack of hounds with gentlemen that love hunting, drink with debauchees, and sue for office with politicians. In fine, he must have no proper principles of actions and humors of his own, but those of the present company he converses with. Thus, as the first matter of the philosophers is originally without shape or color, yet being the subject of all natural changes, takes by its own inherent forces the forms of fire, water, air, and solid earth, so a person that affects a numerous friendship must possess a mind full of folds and windings, subject to many passions, inconstant as water, and easy to be transformed into an infinite variety of shapes. But real friendship requires a sedate, stable, and unalterable temper, so that it is a rare thing, and next a miracle to find a constant and sure friend. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Plutarch, The Morals, Volume 1, 1878. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. The first oration of Plutarch concerning the fortune or virtue of Alexander the Great. This is the oration of Fortune, asserting and challenging Alexander to be her masterpiece, and hers alone, in contradiction to which it behooves us to say something on the behalf of philosophy, or rather in the defense of Alexander himself, who cannot choose but spurn away the very thought of having received his empire as a gift at the hands of Fortune, knowing that it was so dearly bought with the price of his lost blood and many wounds, and that in gaining it, full many a bloody day in toilsome fight he spent, and many a wakeful night in battle's management. And all this in opposition to armies almost irresistible, numberless nations, rivers before impassable, and rocks impenetrable, choosing, however, for his chiefest guides and counselors prudence, endurance, fortitude, and steadiness of mind. And now methinks I hear him speaking thus to Fortune, when she signalizes herself with his successes: Envy not my virtue, nor go about to detract from my honor. Darius was a fabric of thine own rearing, who of a servant and the king's courier was by thee advanced to be monarch of all Persia. The same was Sardanapalus, who from a comber of purple wool was raised by thee to wear the royal diadem. But I, subduing as I marched from Arbela, forced my passage even to Susa itself. Cilicia opened me a broad way into Egypt, and the Granicus, o'er which I passed without resistance, trampling under foot the slain carcasses of Mithridates and Spithridates, opened the way into Cilicia. Pamper up thyself, and boast thy kings, that never felt a wound, nor ever saw a finger bleed. For they were fortunate, it is true, thy Ochi and thy Artaxerxes, who were no sooner born, but they were by thee established in the throne of Cyrus. But my body carries many marks of fortune's unkindness, who rather fought against me as an enemy than assisted me as her friend. First, among the Illyrians, I was wounded in the head with a stone, and received a blow in the neck with an iron mace. Then, near the Granicus, my head was a second time gnashed with a barbarian scimitar. At Isis, I was run through the thigh with a sword. At Gaza, I was shot in the ankle with a dart. And not long after, falling heavy from my saddle, I forced my shoulder out of joint. Among the Maracadartae, my shin bone was split with an arrow. The wounds I received in India and my strenuous acts of daring courage will declare the rest. Then among the Ascani, I was shot through the shoulder with another arrow. Encountering the Gandridae, my thigh was wounded, and one of the Meleotes drew his bow with that force, that the well-directed arrow made its way through my iron armor as to lodge itself in my breast, besides the blow in my neck when the scaling ladders brake that were set to the walls, and fortune left me alone to gratify with the fall of so great a person, not a renowned or illustrious enemy, but ignoble and worthless barbarians. So that had not Ptolemy covered me with his shield, and Limnaeus, after he had received 1,000 wounds directed at my body, fallen dead before me, or if the Macedonians, breathing nothing but courage in their prince's rescue, had not opened a timely breach, that barbarous and nameless village might have proved Alexander's tomb. Take the whole expedition together, and what was it but a patient endurance of cold winters and parching droughts, depths of rivers, rocks inaccessible to the winged fowl, amazing sights of strange wild beasts, savage diet, and lastly revolts and treason so far controlling potentates? As to what before the expedition befell me, it is well known that all Greece lay gasping and panting under the fatal effects of the Philippic wars. But then the Thebans, raising themselves upon their feet again after so desperate a fall, shook from their arms the dust of Coronea. With them also joined the Athenians, reaching forth their helping hands. The treacherous Macedonians, studying nothing but revenge, cast their eyes upon the son of Aeropus. The Illyrians break out into an open war, and the Scythians hung in equal balance, seeing their neighbors meditating new revolutions, while Persian gold, literally scattered among the popular leaders of every city, put all Peloponnesus into motion. King Philip's treasuries were at that time empty, and besides he was in debt, as Onesicritus relates, 200 talents. In the midst of so much pressing want and such menacing troubles, a youth but past the age of childhood durst aspire to the conquest of Babylon and Susa, or rather project in his thoughts supreme dominion over all mankind, and all this trusting only to the strength of 30,000 foot and 4,000 horses. For so many there were, by the account which Aristobulus gives, by the relation of King Ptolemy, there were 5,000 horse, from both which Anaximenes varying musters up the foot to 3 and 40,000. And the horse to 5,500. Now the glorious and magnificent sum which fortune had raised up to supply the necessities of so great an expedition was no more than 70 talents, according to Aristobulus, or as Duris records it, only 30 days' provision. You will say, therefore, that Alexander was too harsh and daringly inconsiderate with such a slender support to rush upon so vast an opposition. By no means, for who was ever better fitted than he for splendid enterprises, with all the choicest and most excelling precepts of magnanimity, consideration, wisdom, and virtuous fortitude, with which a philosophical education largely supplied him for this expedition; so that we may properly affirm that he invaded Persia with greater assistance from Aristotle than from his father Philip. As for those who write how Alexander was wont to say that the Iliad and Odyssey had always followed him in his wars, in honor to Homer, I believe them. Nevertheless, if any one affirm that the Iliad and Odyssey were adamant of his train merely as the recreation of his wearied thoughts or pastimes of his leisure hours, but that philosophical learning and commentaries concerning contempt of fear, fortitude, temperance, and nobleness of spirit were the real cabinet provision which he carried along for his personal use, we contemn their assertion. For he was not a person that ever wrote concerning arguments or syllogisms, none of those who observed walks in the Lyceum, or held disputes in the Academy. For they who thus circumscribe philosophy believe it to consist in discoursing, not in action. And yet we find that neither Pythagoras, nor Socrates, Aeschylus, nor Carneades was ever celebrated for his writings, though they were the most approved and esteemed among the philosophers. Yet no such busy wars as these employed their time in civilizing wild and barbarous kings, in building Grecian cities among rude and unpolished nations, nor in settling government and peace among people that lived without humanity or control of law. They only lived at ease, and surrendered the business and trouble of writing to the more conscientious sophists. Whence then came it to pass that they were believed to be philosophers? It was either from their sayings, from the lives they led, or from the precepts which they taught. Upon these grounds let us take a prospect of Alexander, and we shall soon find him, by what he said, by what he acted, and by the lessons he taught, to be a great philosopher. And first, if you please, consider that which seems the farthest distant of all from the common received opinion, and compare the disciples of Alexander with the pupils of Plato and Socrates. The latter instructed persons ingenious, such as speak the same speech, well understand, if nothing else, the Grecian language. But there were many with whom their precepts did not prevail. For men like Critias, Alcibiades, and Cleitophon shook off their doctrine like a bride, and followed the conduct of their own inclinations. On the other side, take a view of Alexander's discipline, and you shall see how he taught the Hyrcanians the conveniency of wedlock, introduced husbandry among the Arceosians, persuaded the Sogdians to preserve and cherish, not to kill, their aged parents, the Persians to reverence and honor, not to marry, their mothers. Most admirable philosophy, which induced the Indians to worship the Grecian deities, and wrought upon the Scythians to bury their deceased friends, not to feed upon their carcasses. We admire the power of Carneades' eloquence for forcing the Carthaginian Clitomachus, called Asdrubal before, to embrace the Grecian customs. No less we wonder at the prevailing reason of Zeno, by whom the Babylonian Diogenes was charmed into the love of philosophy. Yet no sooner had Alexander subdued Asia than Homer became an author in high esteem, and the Persian, Susian, and Gedrosian youth sang the tragedies of Euripides and Sophocles. Among the Athenians, Socrates, introducing foreign deities, was condemned to death at the prosecution of his accusers. But Alexander engaged both Bactria and Caucasus to worship the Grecian gods, which they had never known before. Lastly, Plato, though he proposed but one single form of a commonwealth, could never persuade any people to make use of it by reason of the austerity of his government. But Alexander, building above 70 cities among the barbarous nations, and as it were sowing the Grecian customs and constitutions all over Asia, quite weaned them from their former wild and savage manner of living. The laws of Plato here and there a single person may peradventure study, but myriads of people have made and still make use of Alexander's. And they whom Alexander vanquished were more greatly blessed than they who fled his conquests. For these had none to deliver them from their ancient state of misery. The others the victor compelled to better fortune. True, therefore, was that expression of Themistocles, when he was a fugitive from his native country, and the king entertained him with sumptuous presents, assigning him 3 stipendiary cities to supply his table, one with bread, a second with wine, a third with all manner of costly viands. Ah, young men, said he, had we not been undone, we had surely been undone. It may, however, be more justly averred of those whom Alexander subdued. Had they not been vanquished, they had never been civilized. Egypt had not vaunted her Alexandria, nor Mesopotamia her Seleucia. Sogdiana had not gloried in her Prophasia, nor the Indians boasted in their Bucephalia, nor Caucasus its neighboring Grecian city, by the founding of all which barbarism was extinguished and custom changed the worst into better. If then philosophers assume to themselves their highest applause for cultivating the most fierce and rugged conditions of men, certainly Alexander is to be acknowledged the chiefest of philosophers, who changed the wild and brutish customs of so many various nations, reducing them to order and government. It is true indeed that the so much admired commonwealth of Zeno, first author of the Stoic sect, aims singularly at this, that neither in cities nor in towns we should live under laws distinct one from another, but that we should look upon all men in general to be our fellow countrymen and citizens, observing one manner of living and one kind of order, like a flock feeding together with equal right in one common pasture. This Zeno wrote, fancying to himself, as in a dream, a certain scheme of civil order and the image of a philosophical commonwealth. But Alexander made good his words by his deeds. For he did not, as Aristotle advised him, rule the Grecians like a moderate prince, and insult over the barbarians like an absolute tyrant. Nor did he take particular care of the first as his friends and domestics, and scorn the latter as mere brutes and vegetables, which would have filled his empire with fugitive incendiaries and perfidious tumults. But believing himself sent from heaven as the common moderator and arbiter of all nations, and subduing those by force whom he could not associate to himself by fair offers, he labored thus, that he might bring all regions far and near under the same dominion. And then, as in a festive goblet, mixing lives, manners, customs, wedlock all together, he ordained that every one should take the whole habitable world for his country, of which his camp and army should be the chief metropolis and garrison, that his friends and kindred should be the good and virtuous, and that the vicious only should be accounted foreigners. Nor would he that Greeks and barbarians should be distinguished by long garments, targets, scimitars, or turbans, but that the Grecians should be known by their virtue and courage, and the barbarians by their vices and their cowardice, and that their habit, their diet, their marriage and custom of converse should be everywhere the same, engaged and blended together by the ties of blood and pledges of offspring. Therefore it was that Demaratus the Corinthian, an acquaintance and friend of Philip, when he beheld Alexander in Susa, bursting into tears of more than ordinary joy, bewailed the deceased Greeks, who, as he said, had been bereaved of the greatest blessing on earth, for that they had not seen Alexander sitting upon the throne of Darius. Though most assuredly, for my part, I do not envy the beholders this show, which was only a thing of chance and a happiness of more ordinary kings. But I would gladly have been a spectator of those majestic and sacred nuptials, when, after he had betrothed together 100 Persian brides and 100 Macedonian and Greek bridegrooms, he placed them all at one common table within the compass of one pavilion embroidered with gold, as being all of the same family, and then crowned with a nuptial garland, and being himself the first to sing the epithalamium in honor of the conjunction between the two of the greatest and most potent nations in the world, of only one the bridegroom, and all the bridemen, father, and moderator, he caused the several couples to be severally married. Had I but beheld this sight, ecstasied with pleasure, I should have then cried out, Barbarous and stupid Xerxes, how vain was all thy toil to cover the Hellespont with a floating bridge! Thus rather wise and prudent princes join Asia to Europe. They join and fashion nations together not with boards or planks or surging brigandines, not with inanimated and insensible bonds, but by the ties of legitimate love, chaste nuptials, and the infallible gauge of progeny. But then, when he considered the Eastern garments, Alexander preferred the Persian before the Median habit, though much of the meaner and more frugal garb. Therefore, rejecting the gaudy and cynical ornament of barbarian gallantry, such as were the tiara and candys, together with the upper breeches, according to the report of Eratosthenes, he ordered a mixture of the Macedonian and Persian modes to be observed in all the garments which he wore. As a philosopher, he contented himself with mediocrity, but as the common chieftain of both and as a mild and affable prince, he was willing to gain the affection of the vanquished by the esteem which he showed to the mode of the country, so that they might continue the more steadfast and loyal to the Macedonians, not hating them as their enemies, but loving them as their princes and rulers. This behavior was contrary to that of persons insipid and puffed up with prosperity, who, wedded to their own humors, admire the single colored robe, but cannot endure the tunic broidered with purple, or else are well pleased with the latter and hate the former, like young children, in love with the mode in which, as another nurse, their country's custom first apparelled them. And yet we see that they who hunt wild beasts clothe themselves with their hairy skins, and fowlers make use of feathered jerkins, nor are others less wary how they show themselves to wild bulls in scarlet, or to elephants in white. For those creatures are provoked and enraged at the sight of these colors. If then this potent monarch, designing to reclaim and civilize stubborn and warlike nations, took the same course to soften and allay their inbred fury which others take with wild beasts, and at length brought them to be tame and tractable by making use of their familiar habits, and by submitting to their customary course of life, thereby removing animosity from their breasts and sour looks from their countenances, shall we blame his management? Or rather, must we not admire the wisdom of him who by so slight a change of apparel ruled all Asia? subduing their bodies with his arms and vanquishing their minds with his habit? It is a strange thing. We applaud Socratic Aristippus because, being sometimes clad in a poor threadbare cloak, sometimes in a Milesian robe, he kept a decency in both. But they censure Alexander because he gave some respect to the garb and mode of those whom he had vanquished, as well as to that of his native country, not considering that he was laying the foundation of vast achievements. It was not his design to ransack Asia like a robber, or to despoil and ruin it as the prey and rapine of unexpected good fortune, as afterwards Hannibal pillaged Italy, and before him the Treres ravaged Ionia, and the Scythians harassed Media, but to subdue all the kingdoms of the earth under one form of government, and to make one nation of all mankind. So that if the same deity which hither sent the soul of Alexander had not too soon recalled it, one law had overlooked all the world, and one form of justice had been as it were the common light of one universal government, while now that part of the earth which Alexander never saw remains without a sun. Thus, in the first place, the very scope and aim of Alexander's expedition speaks him a philosopher, as one that sought not to gain for himself luxurious splendor or riches, but to establish concord, peace, and mutual community among all men. Next, let us consider his sayings. Seeing that the souls of other kings and potentates betrayed their conditions and inclinations by their expressions, Antigonus the aged, having heard a certain poet sing before him a short treatise concerning justice, said, "Thou art a fool to mention justice to me, when thou seest me thundering down the cities belonging to other people about their ears. Dionysius the tyrant was wont to say that children were to be cheated with dice, but men with oaths. Upon the monument of Sardanapalus this inscription is to be seen: All I did eat and drink, and all that lust to me vouchsafed I have, all else is gone." What now can a man say of these apothegms, but that the first denotes injustice and immoderate desire of sovereignty, the next impiety, and the third sensuality? But as for the sayings of Alexander, set aside his diadem, his claimed descent from Ammon, and the nobility of his Macedonian extraction, and you would believe them to have been the sayings of Socrates, Plato, or Pythagoras. For we omit the swelling hyperboles of flattery which poets have inscribed under his images and statues, studying rather to extol the power of Alexander rather than his moderation and temperance. As, for example, the statue seems to look to Jove and say, "Take thou Olympus, let me earth obey." And that other, "This is Alexander the son of Jove." But these, as I said, were only the flashes of poetic adulation magnifying his good success. Let us therefore come to such sentences as were really uttered by Alexander himself, beginning first with the early blossoms of his childhood. It is well known that for swiftness in running he exceeded all that were of his years, for which reason some of his most familiar playfellows would have persuaded him to show himself at the Olympic games. He asked them whether there were any kings to contend with him. And when they replied that there were none, he said, "The contest then is unequal, for I can conquer only private men, while they may conquer a king." His father, King Philip, being run through the thigh in a battle against the Trebili, and, though he escaped the danger, being not a little troubled at the deformity of his limping, "Be of good cheer, father," said he, "and show yourself in public, that you may be reminded of your bravery at every step." Are not these the products of a mind truly philosophical, which by an inspired inclination to what is noble already contemns the disfiguring of the body? Nor can we otherwise believe but that he himself gloried in his own wounds, which every time he beheld them called to his remembrance the conquered nation and the victory, what cities he had taken, what kings had surrendered themselves, never striving to conceal or cover those indelible characters and scars of honor, which he always carried about him as the graven testimonies of his virtue and fortitude. Then again, if any dispute arose or judgment were to be given upon any of Homer's verses, either in the schools or at meals, this that follows he always preferred above the rest, both a good king and far renowned in war. Believing that the praise which another by precedency of time had anticipated was to be a law also to himself, and saying that Homer in the same verse had extolled the fortitude of Agamemnon and prophesied of Alexander's. Crossing therefore the Hellespont, he viewed the city of Troy, revolving in his mind the heroic acts of antiquity. At this time one of the chief citizens proffering to him Paris's harp, if he pleased to accept it.
I need it not, said he, for I have that with which Achilles pleased himself already.
When he the mighty deeds of heroes sung, whose fame so loudly o'er the world has rung. But as for Paris, his soft and effeminate harmony was devoted only to the pleasures of amorous courtship. Now it is part of a true philosopher's soul to love wisdom, and chiefly to admire wise men. And this was Alexander's praise beyond all other princes. His high esteem for his master Aristotle we have already mentioned. No less honor did he give to Anaxarchus, the musician, whom he favored as one of his choicest friends. To Pyrrhon and Eleon, the first time he saw him, he gave 1,000 crowns of gold. To Xenocrates, the companion of Plato, he sent an honorary present of 50 talents. Lastly, it is recorded by several that he made Onesicritus, the disciple of Diogenes the Cynic, chief of his palace. But when he came to discourse with Diogenes himself at Corinth, he was struck in such a manner with wonder and astonishment at the course of life and sententious learning of the person, that frequently calling him to mind, he was wont to say, "Were I not Alexander, I would be Diogenes." That is, I would have devoted myself to the study of words, had I not been a philosopher in deeds. He did not say, "Were I not a king, I would be Diogenes," nor "Were I not opulent and Angiades," for he did not prefer fortune over wisdom, nor the purple robe or regal diadem before the beggar's wallet and threadbare mantle. But he said, "Were I not Alexander, I would be Diogenes." That is, had I not designed to intermix barbarians and Greeks, and to civilize the earth as I marched forward, and had I not proposed to search the limits of sea and land, and so extending Macedon to the land-bounding ocean, to have sown Greece in every region all along, and to have diffused justice and peace over all nations, I would not have sat yawning upon the throne of slothful and voluptuous power, but would have labored to imitate the frugality of Diogenes. But now pardon us, Diogenes. We follow the example of Hercules. We emulate Perseus, and tread in the footsteps of Bacchus, our divine ancestor who founded our race. And once more to put those savage mountaineers beyond Caucasus in mind of their ancient Bacchanalian revels. There by report live certain people professing a rigid and austere philosophy, and more frugal than Diogenes, as going altogether naked. Pious men, governed by their own constitutions and devoted wholly to God. They have no occasion for scrip or wallet, for they never lay up provision, having always fresh and new gathered from the earth. The rivers afford them drink, and at night they rest upon the grass and the leaves that fall from the trees. By our means shall they know Diogenes, and Diogenes them. But it behooves us also, as it were, to make a new coin, and to stamp a new face of Grecian civility upon the barbarian metal. Tell me now, can such generous acts of Alexander as these be thought to speak the spontaneous favors of fortune, only an impetuous torrent of success and strength of hand? Do they not rather demonstrate much of fortitude and justice, much of mildness and temperance, and one who managed all things with decorum and consideration, with a sober and intelligent judgment? Not that I, believe me, go about to distinguish between the several acts of Alexander, and to ascribe this to fortitude, that to humanity, another to temperance. But I take every act to be an act of all the virtues mixed together. This is conformable to that Stoic sentence, "What a wise man does, he does by the impulse of all the virtues together." Only one particular virtue seems to head every action, and calling the rest to her assistance, drives on to the end proposed. Therefore we may behold in Alexander a warlike humanity, a meek fortitude, a liberality poised with good husbandry, anger easily appeased, chaste amours, a busy relaxation of mind, and labor not wanting recreation. Whoever like him mixed festivals with combats, revels and jollity with expeditions, nuptials and bacchanals with sieges and difficult attempts? To those that offended against the law, who more severe? To the unfortunate, who more pitiful? To those that made resistance, who more terrible? To suppliants, who more merciful? This gives me an occasion to insert here the saying of Porus. For he, being brought a captive before Alexander, and by him being asked how he expected to be treated, "Royally," said he, "O Alexander." And being further asked whether he desired no more, he replied, "Nothing." For all things are comprehended in that word, "royally." And for my part, I know not how to give a greater applause to the actions of Alexander than by adding the word "philosophically." For in that word all other things are included. Being ravished with the beauty of Roxana, the daughter of Oxyartes, dancing among the captive ladies, he never assailed her with injurious lust, but married her philosophically. Beholding Darius struck to the heart with several arrows, he did not presently sacrifice to the gods or sing triumphal songs to celebrate the end of a long war, but unclasping his own cloak from his shoulders, he threw it over the dead corpse philosophically, as it were to cover the shame of royal calamity. Another time, as he was perusing a private letter sent him by his mother, he observed Hephaestion, who was sitting by him, and read it along with him, little understanding what he did, for which unwary act Alexander forbore to reprove him. Only clapping his signet to his mouth, he thus kindly admonished him that his lips were then sealed up to silence by the friendly confidence which he reposed in him. All this philosophically. And indeed, if these were not acts done philosophically, where shall we find them? Let us compare with his some few acts of those who are by all allowed to be philosophers. Socrates yielded to the lustful embrace of Alcibiades. Alexander, when Philoxenus, governor of the seacoast, wrote to him concerning an Ionian lad that had not his equal for youthful beauty, and desired to know whether he should be sent to him or not, returned him this nipping answer: "Vilest of men, when wast thou ever privy to any desires of mine, that thou shouldst think to flatter me with such abhorrent allurements?" We admire the obstinacy of Xenocrates for refusing the gift of 50 talents which Alexander sent him. But do we take no notice of the munificence of the giver? Or is the bountiful person not to be thought as much of a contemner of money as he that refuses it? Xenocrates needed not riches by reason of his philosophy, but Alexander wanted wealth by reason of that same philosophy, that he might be more liberal to such persons. How often has Alexander borne witness to this in the midst of 1,000 dangers? It is true, we believe, that it is in the power of all men to judge rightly of things, for nature guides us of herself to virtue and bravery. But herein philosophers excel all others, that they have by education acquired a fixed and solid judgment to encounter whatever dangers they meet with. For most men have no such maxims to defend them as this in Homer. Without a sign his sword the brave man draws, and needs no omen but his country's cause. And that other of Demosthenes, death is the certain end of all mankind. But sudden apparitions of imminent danger many times break our resolutions, and the fancy, troubled with the imagination of approaching peril, chases away true judgment from her seat. For fear not only astonishes the memory, according to the saying of Thucydides, but it dissipates all manner of considerations, sense of honor, and resolution, while philosophy binds and keeps them together. End of section 34. Recording by Tony Richardson. Note: the text itself is defective at the end and elsewhere in the last chapter. The sense of the clause just preceding the quotation from Homer is chiefly conjectural. A similar deficiency is found in the end of the second oration on Alexander, which immediately follows. This is section 35 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. The Morals, Volume 1 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. The second oration of Plutarch concerning the fortune or virtue of Alexander the Great, Part 1. We forgot in our yesterday's discourse to tell you that the age wherein Alexander flourished had the happiness to abound in sciences and in persons of transcending natural endowments. Yet this is not to be ascribed to Alexander's, but to their own good fortune, which favored them with such a judge and such a spectator of their particular excellencies as was both able rightly to discern and liberally to reward their understood deserts. Therefore it is recorded of Archestratus, born some ages after, an elegant poet but buried in his own extreme poverty, that a certain person meeting him said, "Hadst thou but lived when Alexander lived, for every verse he would have gratified thee with an island of Cyprus or a territory fair as that of Phoenicia." Which makes me of the opinion that those former famous artists and soaring geniuses may not so properly be said to have lived in the time of Alexander as by Alexander. For as the temperature of the season and limpid thinness of the surrounding air produced plenty of grain and fruit, so the favor, the encouragement, the benignity of a prince increased the number of aspiring geniuses and advanced perfection in sciences. And on the other side, by the envy, covetousness, and contentiousness of those in power, whatever soars to the height of true bravery or invention is utterly quelled and extinguished. Therefore it is reported of Dionysius the tyrant that, being pleased with the music of a certain player on a harp, he promised him a talent for his reward. But when the musician claimed his promise the next day, "Yesterday," said he, "by thee delighted, while thou sangest before me, I gave thee likewise the pleasure of thy hopes. And thence immediately didst thou receive the reward of thy delightful pastime, enjoying at the same time the charming expectation of my promise." In like manner, Alexander, tyrant to the Pheraeans, for it behooves us to distinguish him by that addition, lest we should dishonor his namesake, sitting to see a tragedy, was so affected with delight by the acting, that he found himself moved to a more than ordinary compassion; upon which, leaping suddenly from his seat, as he hastily flung out of the theatre, "How poor and mean it would look," said he, "if I, that have massacred so many of my own citizens and subjects, should be seen here weeping at the misfortunes of Hecuba and Polyxena." And it was an even lay but that he had mischieved the tragedian for having mollified his cruel and merciless disposition like iron softened by fire. Timotheus also, singing to Archelaus, who seemed too parsimonious in remuneration, frequently upbraided him with the following sarcasm: "Base earth-bred silver thou admirest, to whom Archelaus not unwittingly reparteed, but thou dost beg it." Aetius, king of the Scythians, having taken Ismenias, the musician, prisoner, commanded him to play during one of his royal banquets. And when all the rest admired and applauded his harmony, Aetius swore that the neighing of a horse was more delightful to his ears. So great a stranger was he to the habitations of the Muses, as one whose soul lodged always in his stables, fitter, however, to hear asses bray than horses neigh. Therefore, among such kings, what progress or advancement of noble sciences or esteem for learning can be expected? And surely no more can be expected from such as would themselves be rivals, who therefore persecute real artists with all the hatred and envy imaginable. In the number of these was Dionysius before mentioned, who condemned Philoxenus the poet to labor in the quarries, because, being by the tyrant commanded only to correct the tragedy by him written, he struck out every line from the beginning to the end. Nay, I must needs say that Philip, who became a student not till his later years, in these things descended beneath himself. For it being once his character to enter into a dispute about sounds with a musician whom he thought he had foiled in his art, the person modestly and with a smile replied, "May never so great a misfortune befall thee, O king, as to understand these things better than I do." But Alexander, well considering of what persons and things it became him to be the hearer and spectator, and with whom to contend and exercise his strength, made it his business to excel all others in the art of war, and, according to Aeschylus, to be a mighty warrior, terrible to his foes. For having learned this art from his ancestors, the Aeacidae and Hercules, He gave to other arts their due honor and esteem without the least emulation, embracing and favoring what was in them noble and elegant, but never suffering himself to be carried away with the pleasure of being a practitioner in any. In his time flourished the two tragedians Thessalus and Athenodorus, who, contending for the prize, the Cyprian kings supplied the charges of the theatre, and the judges were to be the most renowned captains of the age. But at length Athenodorus being adjudged the victor, "I could have wished," said Alexander, "rather than to have lost a part of my kingdom than to have seen Thessalus vanquished." Yet he neither interceded with the judges nor anywhere disapproved or blamed the judgment. Believing it became him to be superior to all others, only to submit to justice. To the comedian Lyco of Scaphae, who had inserted into one of his scenes certain verses in the nature of a begging petition, he gave 10 talents, laughing heartily at the conceit. Aristarchus was in the number of the most famous musicians of those times. This man, being slain in battle, strenuously fighting to assist and save his friend, Alexander commanded his statue to be made in brass and set up in the temple of Pythian Apollo, holding his harp in one hand and his spear upright in the other, not only in memory of the person, but in honor of music itself, as exciting to fortitude and inspiring those who are rightly and generously bred to it with a kind of supernatural courage and bravery. Even Alexander himself, when Antigonides played before him in the Harmartian mood, was so transported and warmed for battle by the charms of lofty airs, that leaping from his seat all in his clattering armor, he began to lay about him and attack those who stood next to him, thereby verifying to the Spartans what was commonly sung among themselves, the masculine touches of the well-turned lyre: "Unsheath the sword, and warlike rage inspire." Furthermore, there were also Apelles the painter and Lysippus the statuary, both living under the reign of Alexander, the first of which painted him grasping Jupiter's thunderbolt in his hand, so artfully and in such lively colors, that it was said of the two Alexanders that Philip's was invincible, but Apelles inimitable. Lysippus, when he had finished the first statue of Alexander, looking up with his face to the sky, as Alexander was wont to look, with his neck slightly bent, not improperly added to the pedestal the following lines: "The statue seems to look to Jove and say, 'Take thou Olympus, me let earth obey.'" For which Alexander gave to Lysippus the sole patent for making all his statues, because he alone expressed in brass the vigor of his mind, and in his lineaments represented the luster of his virtue, while others, who strove to imitate the turning of his neck and softness and brightness of his eyes, failed to observe the manliness and lion-like fierceness of his countenance. Among the great artists of that time was Stesicrates, who never studied elegance nor what was sweet and alluring to the eye, but only bold and lofty workmanship and design, becoming the munificence of royal bounty. He attended upon Alexander, and found fault with all the paintings, sculptures, and cast figures that were made of his person, as the works of mean and slothful artificers. But I, said he, will undertake to fix the likeness of thy body on matter incorruptible, such as has eternal foundations and ponderosity, steadfast and immovable. For the mountain Althos in Thrace, where it rises largest and most conspicuous, having a just symmetry of breadth and height, with members, limbs, and distances answerable to the shape of the human body, may be so wrought and formed as to be not only in imagination and fancy, but really in the effigy and statue of Alexander, with his feet reaching to the seas, grasping in his left hand a fair and populous city, and with his right pouring forth an ever-flowing river into the ocean from a bowl as a perpetual drink offering. But as for gold, brass, ivory, wood, stained figures, and little wax images, toys which may be bought or stolen, I despise them all. End quote. When Alexander heard this discourse, he admired and praised the spirit and confidence of the artist. But, said he, let Athos alone, for it is sufficient that it is the monument of the vanquished folly and presuming pride of one king already. Our portraiture the snowy Caucasus, the towering Emodon, Tanais, and the Caspian Sea shall draw. They shall remain eternal monuments of our renown. End quote. But grant that so vast an undertaking should have been brought to perfection. Is there any person living, do you think, that would have believed such a figure, such a form, and so great a design to be the spontaneous and accidental production of fantastic nature? Certainly not one. What may we think of the statue representing him grasping thunder, and that other with his spear in his hand? Is it possible that a colossus of a statue should ever be made by fortune without the help of art? Nay, though she should profusely afford all the materials imaginable of gold, brass, ivory, or any other substance or whatever. Much more is it probable that so great a personage, and indeed the greatest of all who have ever lived, should be the workmanship of fortune without the assistance of virtue. And all this perhaps because she made him the potent master of arms, horses, money, and wealthy cities, which he who knows not how to use shall rather find to be destructive and dangerous than aids to advance his power and magnificence, as affording proofs of his weakness and pusillanimity. Noble therefore was the saying of Antisthenes, that we ought to wish an enemy all things beneficial to mankind except fortitude. For so these blessings will belong not to their possessors, but to the conqueror. Therefore it was, they say, that nature provided for the hart, one of the most timorous of creatures, such large and branchy horns, to teach us that strength and weapons nothing avail where conduct and courage are wanting. In like manner, fortune frequently bestowing wealth and empire upon princes, simple and faint-hearted, who blemish their dignity by misgovernment, honors and more firmly establishes virtue, as being that which alone makes a man most truly beautiful and majestic. For indeed, according to Epicharmus, 'tis the mind only sees, the mind that hears, the rest are deaf and blind. For as for the senses, they seem only to have their proper opportunities to act, but that the mind alone is that which gives both assistance and ornament, the mind that overcomes, that excels, and acts the kingly part, while those other blind, deaf, and inanimate things do but hinder, depress, and disgrace the possessors void of virtue, is easily made manifest by experience. For Semiramis, but a woman, set forth great navies, raised mighty armies, built Babylon, covered the Red Sea with her fleets, and subdued the Ethiopians and Arabians. On the other side, Sardanapalus, possessing the same power and dominion, though born a man, spent his time at home combing purple wool, lying among his harlots in a lascivious posture upon his back, with his heels higher than his head. After his decease, they made for him a statue of stone, resembling a woman dancing, who seemed to snap with her fingers as she held them over her head, with this inscription: "Eat, drink, indulge thy lust, all other things are nothing." Whence it came to pass that Crates, seeing the golden statue of Phryne, the courtesan standing in the temple of Delphi, cried out, "There stands a trophy of the Grecian luxury." But had he viewed the life, or rather burial, for I find but little difference, of Sardanapalus, would he have imagined that statue to have been a trophy of Fortune's indulgences? Shall we suffer the fortune of Alexander to be sullied by the torch of Sardanapalus, or endure that the latter should challenge the majesty and prowess of the former? For what did Sardanapalus enjoy through her favor more than other princes receive at her hands? Arms, horses, weapons, money, and guards of the body. Let Fortune, with all these assistances, make Aridaeus famous if she can. Let her, if she can, advance the renown of Ochus, Orses, Tigranes the Armenian, or Nicomedes the Bithynian, of which lastly two, the one, casting his diadem at Pompey's feet, ignominiously surrendered up his kingdom a prey to the victor. And as for Nicomedes, he, after he had shaved his head and put on the cap of liberty, acknowledged himself no more than a freed vassal of the Roman people. Rather let us therefore affirm that Fortune makes her favorites little, poor-spirited, and pusillanimous cowards. But it is not just to ascribe vice to misfortune, fortitude and wisdom to prosperity. Fortune indeed was herself made great by Alexander's reign, for in him she appeared illustrious, invincible, magnanimous, merciful, and just. Insomuch that after his decease, Leosthenes likened this vast bulk of power, wandering as in a mist, and sometimes violently rushing one part against the other, to the giant Cyclops, who, after he had lost his eye, went feeling and groping about with his hands before him, not knowing where to lay them. So strangely did that vast pile of dominion roll and tumble about in the dark of confusion, when sheltered into anarchy by the loss of its supreme head. Or rather, as dead bodies, when the soul takes her flight, no longer grow together, no longer act together, but are broken up and dissolved, and are finally dissipated. Thus Alexander's empire, wanting his enlivening conduct, panted, gasped, and boiled with fever, struggling with Perdiccas, Meleager, Seleucus, and Antigonus, as with vital spirits still remaining hot, and with irregular and intermittent pulses, till at length totally corrupted and putrefied, it produced a sort of degenerate kings and faint-hearted princes, like so many worms. This he himself seems to prophesy, reproving Hephaestion for quarreling with Craterus. What power, said he, or signal achievement couldst thou pretend to, should any one deprive thee of thy Alexander? The same will I be bold to say to the fortune of that time. Where would have been thy grandeur, where thy glory, where thy vast empire, thy invincibility, should any one have bereaved thee of thy Alexander? That is, should any one have deprived thee of thy skill and dexterity in war, thy magnificence in expense, thy moderation in the midst of so much affluence, thy prowess in the field, thy meekness to the vanquished. Frame, if thou canst, another piece like him, that missing all his noble qualities shall neither be magnificently liberal nor foremost in battle, that shall not regard nor esteem his friends, that shall not be compassionate to his captives, that shall not moderate his pleasures, that shall not be watchful to take all opportunities, whom victory shall make inexorable and prosperity insolent, and try if thou canst make him another Alexander. What ruler ever obtained renown by folly and improbity? Separate virtue from the fortunate, and he everywhere appears little. Among those that deserve his bounty for his close-handed liberality, among the laborers for his effeminacy, among the gods for his superstition, among the good for his envious conditions, among men for his cowardice, among women for his inordinate lust. For as unskilled workmen, erecting small figures upon huge pedestals, betrays the slightness of their own understandings, so fortune, when she brings a person of a poor and narrow soul upon the stage of weighty and glorious actions, does but expose and disgrace him, as a person whom the vanity of his own ill conduct has rendered worthless. So that true grandeur does not consist in the possession but in the use of noble means. For newborn infants frequently inherit their father's kingdoms and empires. Such an one was Charillus, whom Lycurgus carried in his swaddling bands to the public table, and resigning his own authority, proclaimed king of Lacedaemon. Yet was not the infant thereby the more famous? He who surrendered to the infant his paternal right, scorning fraud and usurpation. But who could make Aridaeus great, whom Meleager seated in Alexander's throne, differing from a child only in having his swaddling clothes of purple? Prudently done, that so in a few days it might appear how men govern by virtue and how by fortune. For after the true prince who swayed the empire, he brought in a mere player, or rather he exposed the diadem of the habitable world upon the brainless head of a mere mute on the stage. Women may bear the burden of a crown when a renowned commander puts it on. Yes, some may say it is possible for women and children to confer dignity, riches, and empire upon others. Thus the eunuch Bagoius took the diadem of Persia and set it upon the head of Oraces and Darius. But for a man to take upon him the burden of a vast dominion, and so to manage his ponderous affairs as not to suffer him to sink and to be overwhelmed under the immense weight of wakeful cares and incessant labor, that is the character which signalizes a person endued with virtue, understanding, and wisdom. All these royal qualities Alexander had, whom some accuse of being given to wine, but he was a really great man, who was always sober in action and never drunk with the pride of his conquests and vast power. while others, intoxicated with the smallest part of his prosperity, have ceased to be masters of themselves. For, as the poet sings, the vainer sort that view their heaps of gold, or else advanced at court high places hold, grow wanton with those unexpected showers that fortune on their happy greatness pours. Thus Clitus, having sunk some 3 or 4 of the Grecians' galleys near the island of Amorgus, called himself Neptune, and carried a trident. So Demetrius, to whom fortune vouchsafed a small portion of Alexander's power, assumed the title of Catabates, as if descended from heaven, to whom the several cities sent their ambassadors by the name of God Consulters, and his determinations were called oracles. Lysimachus, having made himself master of some part of the skirts of Alexander's empire, visibly the region about Thrace, swelled to such excess of pride and vain glory as to break forth into this ranting expression: "Now the Byzantines make their addresses to me, because I touch heaven with my spear." At which words Pisiades of Byzantium being then present said, "Let us be gone, lest he pierce heaven with the point of his lance." What shall we in the next place think of those who presumed, as imitators of Alexander, to have high thoughts of themselves? Clearchus, having made himself tyrant of Heraclea, carried a scepter like that of Jupiter's in his hand, and named one of his sons Thunderbolt. Dionysius the younger called himself the son of Apollo in this inscription, the son of Doros, but from Phobos sprung. His father put to death above 10,000 of his subjects, betrayed his brother out of envy to his enemies, and not enduring to expect the natural death of his mother, at that time very aged, caused her to be strangled, writing in one of his tragedies, "For tyranny is the mother of injustice." Yet after all this he named one of his daughters Virtue, another Temperance, and a third Justice. Others there were that assumed the titles of benefactors, others of glorious conquerors, others of preservers, and others usurped the title of great and magnificent. But should we go about to recount their promiscuous marriages like horses, their continual herding among impudent and lawless women, their contaminations of boys, their drumming among the effeminate eunuchs, their perpetual gaming, their piping in theaters, their nocturnal levels, and days consumed in riot? It would be a task too tedious to undertake. As for Alexander, he breakfasted by break of day, always sitting, and supped at the shutting in of the evening. He drank when he had sacrificed to the gods. With his friend Medius, he played for diversion when he was sick with a fever. He also played upon the road as he marched, learning between whiles to throw a dart and leap from his chariot. He married Roxana merely for love, but Satira, the daughter of Darius, upon the account of state policy, for such a conjunction of both nations strengthened his conquest. As to the other Persian women, he excelled them in chastity and countenance as far as he surpassed men in valor. He never desired the sight of any virgin that was unwilling, and those he saw he regarded less than if he had not seen them. Mild and affable to all others, proud and lofty only to fair youth. As for the wife of Darius, a woman most beautiful, he never would endure to hear words spoken in commendation of her features. When she was dead, he graced her funeral with such a regal pomp and bewailed her death so piteously, that his kindness cast discredit upon his chastity, and his very courtesy incurred the obloquy of injustice. Indeed, Darius himself had been moved with suspicion at first, when he thought of the power and the youth of the conqueror. For he was one of those who thought Alexander to be only the darling of fortune. But when he understood the truth, "Well," said he, "I do not yet perceive the condition of the Persians so deplorable, since the world can never tax us now with imbecility or effeminacy, whose fate it was to be vanquished by such a person. Therefore my prayer shall be to the gods for his prosperity, and that he may be still victorious in war, to the end that in well-doing I may surpass Alexander. For my emulation and ambition lead me in point of honor to show myself more cordial and friendly than he. If then the fates have otherwise determined as to me and mine, O Jupiter, preserver of the Persians, and you, O deities, to whom the care of kings belongs, hear your suppliant, and suffer none but Alexander to sit upon the throne of Cyrus." This was the manner in which Darius adopted Alexander, after he had called the gods to witness the act. So true it is that virtue is the victor still. But now, if you please, let us ascribe to Fortune Arbela and Cilicia, and those other acts of main force and violence. Say that Fortune thundered down the walls of Tyre, and that Fortune opened the way into Egypt. Believe that by Fortune Halicarnassus fell, Miletus was taken, Mazius left Euphrates unguarded, and the Babylonian fields were strewed with the carcasses of the slain. Yet was not his prudence the gift of Fortune, nor his temperance. Neither did Fortune, as it were, impaling his inclinations, preserve him impregnable against his pleasures, or invulnerable against the assaults of his fervent desires. These were the weapons with which he overthrew Darius. Fortune's advantages, if so they may be called, were only the fury of armed men and horses, battles, slaughters, and fights of routed adversaries. But the great and most undoubted victory which Darius lost was this, that he was forced to yield to virtue, magnanimity, prowess, and justice, while he beheld with admiration his conqueror, who was not to be overcome by pleasure or by labor, nor to be matched in liberality. True it is that among the throngs of shields and spears, in the midst of warlike shouts and the clashing of weapons, Darius the son of Denomenes, Antigenes the Pellenian, and Philotas the son of Parmenio were invincible. But in respect of their inordinate debauchery, their love of women, their insatiable covetousness, they were nothing superior to the meanest of their captives. For the last of these vices Darius was particularly noted. And when Alexander set the Macedonians out of debt and paid off all their creditors, Darius pretended among the rest to owe a great sum of money, and brought a suborned person to demand the sum as due to him. But being discovered, he would have laid violent hands upon himself, had not Alexander forgiven him and ordered him the money, remembering that at the battle of Perinthus, fought by Philip, being shot into the eye with a dart, he would not suffer the head of it to be pulled out till the field was clear of the enemy. Antigenes, when the sick and maimed soldiers were to be sent back to Macedon, made suit to be registered down in the number, pretending himself utterly disabled in the wars, which very much troubled Alexander, who was well acquainted with his valor and knew that he wore the scars about him of many bloody fields. But the fraud being detected, that was concealed under some pleasant infirmity, Alexander asked him the reason of his design, and he answered, he did it for the love of Telesippe, that he might accompany her to the sea, not being able to endure a separation from her. Presently the king demanded to whom the wench belonged, and who was to be dealt with in regard to her. To which he replied, she was free from any tie. Well then, said the king, let us persuade her to stay, if promises or gifts will prevail. So ready was he to pardon the dotages of love in others, so rigorous to himself. But Philotas, the son of Parmenio, exercised his incontinency after a more offensive manner. Antigona was a Pylian virgin among the captives taken about Damascus, a prisoner before to Autophratides, who took her going by the sea into Samothrace. The beauty of this damsel was such as kept Philotas constant to her embraces. Nay, she had so softened and mellowed this man of steel, I know not how, that he was not master of himself in his enjoyments, but told her the very secrets of his breast. Among other things he said, what had Philip been but for Parmenio? And what would Alexander now be but for Philotas? What would become of Ammon and the dragons should we be once provoked? These words Antigona prattled to one of her companions, and she told them to Craterus. Craterus brings Antigona privately to Alexander, who forbore to offer her the least incivility, but by her means piercing into Philotas's breast, he detected the whole. Yet for 7 years after he never discovered so much as the least sign of jealousy, either in his wine or in his anger, nor did he ever disclose it to any friend, even to Hephaestion, from whom he never concealed the most inward of his counsels and designs. For it is said that once, when Alexander had just opened a private letter from his mother and was quietly reading it, Hephaestion looked over his shoulder and began to read it likewise. But Alexander forbore to reprove him, and only took off his signet and clapped it to Hephaestion's mouth. These recitals may suffice, without being tedious, to show that he exercised his authority according to all the most illustrious and royal methods of government, to which grandeur, if he arrived by the assistance of fortune, he is to be acknowledged the greater, because he made so glorious a use of her, so that the more any man extols his fortune, the more he advances his virtue, which made him worthy of such fortune. End of section 35. Recording by Tony Richardson. This is End of the Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin.